All righty. All righty. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boat camp and real estate costs. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready for it. It is now time for CPI. You got Jerome Powell tomorrow. A lot of people are looking for this setup with financial conditions and what happens here today. It's either going to make Powell's job a lot easier or a lot harder. You're really close to all-time highs or getting, I think all-time highs. We have a lot on the table, and in 8 minutes here, we are going to get everything we need. So, Chattadonia, I hope you are ready for all of it. You could use Trading Economics to get the data. We got the wire up here, too, so you will be having all of the data come through right at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, but the expectation is 4%. That's on core, 3.2 for the headline. Let's see, we got most economists. Consumer prices are likely to be flat for the prior month. On a core basis, excluding energy and food, it likely ticked up to 0.3 or 0.2 in October. Consumer prices rose by 3.1 in the prior year, and then core is expected to go in at 4. So economists are broadly expecting that headline data is going to be in line with the October trend, with monthly inflation flat and the annual pace cooling a bit. On core, though, which excludes energy and food, prices are seen picking up slightly from the prior month. So, Chattadonia, we're going to start getting all the data here. It's already, that's it. Everybody's ready. The yen's already moving up there. It's not based on any news. I think the euro is calming down a little bit. But, Chad, you should know what to be watching for. And who watched the watch list? What's the leading indicator? If you watch the watch list, there's one leading indicator right now, and it's saying don't play along right now. Right now, it's barely going up. I hope you got it. I hope you got it, Chattadonia. We are going to see. So 7 more minutes here. Let's see what Bloomberg expects. They're expecting now that largely supports the consensus view for November CPI, predicting a flat reading month-on-month in the headline measure and at 0.3 in core. Bloomberg's economics model shows a slightly bigger slowdown and the year-over-year rate to 3 versus the 3.1 expected. So there you go. Some of you watched it. Yeah, keep an eye on it, baby. Keep an eye on it. So again, usually Bloomberg, they have a more like kind of a higher beat point. And this time around, again, everybody is like coming in pretty flat at this 3.1 or 3.0 and then 4 on core. Not too many people are expecting core to move. Aside from headline data, we're going to be watching for so-called super core inflation, core services minus housing, which the Federal Reserve closely monitors. The October gain was the weakest pace since December 2021. Another slowdown in November's data would reinforce the disinflationary story. Super excited. I know it's right. It's right around the corner. That's it. And again, just like in general with Powell, if today comes in good, it's going to really ease up financial conditions for him. It depends how it does it, though. We went over a couple of the scenarios yesterday, but then at the same time, there is a chance this comes in bad. So, again, we've talked about it. We talked about some of the plays there yesterday, but even the downside plays, it's not like we are guaranteed for this one to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens. Again, look for energy to rein in on November CPI. Oil prices were lower than the prior month and are also below the year-ago level. Same story for gasoline. So, again, the breakdown of Supercore, again, that's housing and labor, and as well as healthcare. Remember, there was a change to the healthcare methodology last year, or last CPI, and that could have an impact today, though people are not expecting too big of a jump. There's been increasing signs in recent months that the labor market and economic growth are cooling, including a drop in job openings. Payroll gains were concentrated in a handful of sectors and weak factory activity, but Fed Jerome Powell cautioned this month against rushing to conclusions at an event in Atlanta. He said it was premature to conclude that the Fed has reached a restrictive enough policy to speculate on when policy might ease. And then markets ended yesterday, little change. Traders braced themselves for CPI. You'll recall the last time around, inflation came in cooler than expected across the board in October, moving up bets that the Federal Reserve would begin cutting rates in June rather than in July of next year. 4 minutes remaining. And again, there was news, I think Wyndham, who at Choice Hotels wants to do a hostile takeover. You got news of Boeing and Avalon agreeing on orders, and I think there was Airbus taking total aircraft orders to not move that much. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. YouTube is down. Oh, go to the Twitch. Go to the Twitch. They hate you. 3 minutes. Where is it? Are we back? We're back. Oh, man. They hate you? If lagging, go to the Twitch, ladies and gentlemen. If lagging, go to the Twitch. Don't worry. That one did not cut out yesterday nor today. 100%. All live, baby. All live. No issues. No issues, Habibi. No issues. Yeah, you got the Twitch for the backup. You'll be good. Let's see what we have here. Monday and noted corrections of higher 10-year yield since the start of November have tended to last 3 days, and that has been the case thus far this time around. As such, yesterday's peak yield of 4.28 stands out as somewhat of an important technical pivot, though for now it seems a fair distance away. CPI fixing looks to be pricing year over year at 3.13 for non-seasonally adjusted headline, while seasonally adjusted annual rate does not seem necessarily in line to the decimal point. An equivalent year over year would push the monthly change on the SA index by 0.1, which would represent a small upside surprise. Bloomberg Economics Anna Galvos says downward surprise in October sent Treasury yields falling. What if this persists? Have it right this time. Bloomberg's expecting that this could push the 2-year yields higher again by 15 basis points and 10-year yields by 6.5 basis points. That is if we have a negative reading. Hot dog. All right, Chatadonia. 2 minutes. You got 1 minute. 1 minute, 10 seconds, baby. 1 minute, 10 seconds. All righty. So, again, just keep in mind that core number, 4% or not. Anything higher, people will freak out. Again, you have up until like 413, maybe a little higher. I think the number is like 45, 46. People freak out. And then watch out for any of the headline numbers. All of the data will come out over here. Okay. Good news on consumer expectations. 45 seconds, Chatadonia. Get ready. Good morning and good luck. Again, watch out for the bonds, Fed futures. I already got a ZQ up here. So they're actually, the ZQ's catching a bid a little early, and then the 10-year or the 30 years running. I'm still in the bond play, so we're up on that one for now. We'll see where this one takes us. 30 seconds. Honestly, bonds are moving a little bit aggressive here. Remember, last time there was a leak, it started with the bonds. So bonds and 10-year are already moving. 15 seconds. Like the video. Good morning. All right, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're off. Looks like we got to pop a 4% on core and 3.1 smack dab in line. Everything right there in line. So this is going to be punt till Powell, unfortunately. Again, it's a good number on core. It still shows the downside, so see if the bonds move. But 3.1 on the year over year, and then literally 0.1 month over month estimate was 0. So it came in a little bit higher, but again, headline and core numbers smack dab in line. Core at 4%, inflation rate headline 3.1. Nothing too crazy there, honestly. How come it hasn't even hit most wires? So I'm surprised this one did not flash red in front of you guys, interestingly enough. So, yeah, core, it's smack dab in line. You might get a melt up, but, again, keep in mind Powell now. So as far as this situation, I think this goes down in scenario 4, which we were kind of expecting. I think this is going to be more, we might move up a little bit, but I don't know how crazy of a move this is going to be, if that makes any sense. So we might get a little bit of a pre-market move. It may move within a range, go a little higher, and then pre-market or right at open, maybe we sell off a little bit, then run up, and then it does its thing. There is average hourly earnings, so I don't know if people want to respond to that. But then again, here are all the data right here. Everything just smack dab in line. Let me go check at the BLS. I will read you guys the top things so we could see how Supercore did and everything else. Inflation. PDF. Is it out on the BLS? Temporarily down? What is wrong with you guys? Hold on. Am I tripping? Okay, no, I got it. Okay. There, if you go one way through BLS, it's saying temporarily down for maintenance. Assholes. The consumer price index for all, I want you guys to see the bonds here. So we're going to make this take up 2 charts. Keep the high-low ticker, and you can still see the SPY and the bonds. It's a little bit weird here. We're going to have to zoom out a little bit. Thank God I have glasses. Okay. Consumer price index for CPI increased by 0.1 in November on a seasonally adjusted basis after being unchanged in October. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported over the last 12 months, items have increased by 3.1 before seasonal adjustment. Index for shelter continued to rise in November, offsetting a decline in gasoline. The energy index fell 2.3 over the month as a 6% decline in gasoline has more than offset in other energy components. Food index increased by 0.2 in November after rising 0.3 in October. The index for food at home increased by 0.1 month over month, and the index for food away from home rose by 0.4. The index for all items less food and energy rose by 0.3 in November after rising 0.2 in November or 0.2% in October. Indexes which increased in November included rent, owner's equivalent of rent, medical care, motor vehicle insurance, and that is it. The indexes for apparel, household furnishings, operation, communication, and recreation were among those that decreased month over month. The all items index rose by 3.1 over the last 12 months, ending in November, a smaller increase than the 3.2 increase of the last 12 months. The all items less food and energy rose by 4%. That's core over the last 12 months, as it did for the last 12 months ending in October. Energy prices or index decreased by 5.4 over the 12 months, while the food index increased 2.9 over the last year. So again, literally healthcare and rent. I don't know. People may tweak out on that one, but rent is outpacing, and the price of homes is outpacing the positive impact on inflation that we're getting from anything with energy. Fed futures ticked up a little bit right now. So again, you're getting your first reaction. I think we're going to be fairly neutral. Maybe you get a melt, but if anything, like we were saying, I think this is just smack dab in line. Sebastian Janikowski, baby. Get ready for Powell. So again, that could have been a lot better and it could have been a lot worse, but it's like these economists predicted it perfectly. And once again, the trend is there. The only downside thing I could say is that core is getting sticky at 4. And then the real bad thing there is if everybody wants to focus on real estate, they will get bad. But then at the same time, I doubt that they will. They're going to focus on everything else because it's not like this real estate thing is anything new. But once again, it is highlighting its pervasiveness. So I don't know if you guys want to see the chart here. You could go over. We'll go after it in a little bit. Food index rose by 0.2 in November after rising 0.3. Index for food at home increased by 0.1 month over month after rising 0.3 in October. 4 of the 6 major grocery food indexes increased over the month. The index for cereal and bakery, bro, cereal's insane, rose by 0.5 in November after rising 0.2 in October. Fruits and vegetable increased by 0.3 month over month, and non-alcoholic beverages rose by 0.5 in November. The index for dairy and related products increased by 0.1% month over month. Meats, poultry, fish, and eggs decreased by 0.2 in November, as the index for pork, chicken, and beef all declined. Food away from home rose by 0.4. The food at home index rose at 1.7. What? So that means it got more expensive to eat at home this month than eating away from home. Index for cereal products rose 3.4 over the last 12 months ending in November. Dairy-related products decreased by 1.4, and the remaining grocery store food group indexes posted a range of 0.1 to 3.3%. The index for food away from home rose by 5.3 over the last... Okay, no, there you go. That makes way more sense. That was month over month. So on the month, it got more expensive, but on the year, it's still cheaper to eat at home, depending on where you shop. The index for limited service meals rose by 6% over the last 12 months, and the index for full service meals rose by 4.3. Energy fell by 2.3 in November after decreasing 2.5 in October. Gasoline index decreased by 6% in November, following a 5.0 decrease in the previous month. Before seasonal adjustment, gasoline fell 7.3. Index for fuel oil fell in November, decreasing to 2.7. Natural gas index rose 2.8 month over month, 1.2 for the previous month, and index for electricity rose 1.4 in November after increasing 0.3 in October. Energy has fell 5.4 over the last 12 months. The gasoline index decreased 8.9. The natural gas index declined 10%, and fuel index fell 24% over the 12-month span. In contrast, the index for electricity rose 3.4% year over year. All items less food and energy. The index for less food and energy rose by 0.3 in November after rising 0.2 in October. The shelter index increased by 0.4% in November after rising 0.3 the previous month. Index for rent rose by 0.5, as did owner's equivalent. The lodging away from home decreased by 0.9 in November. Shelter index was the largest factor in the monthly increase for the index of all items less food and energy. Used car and truck index rose by 1.6 in November, ending a string of 5 consecutive monthly declines. No way. So autos actually even went up, believe it or not. Where is it? Among the other indexes that rose in November was the index of motor vehicle insurance, which increased by 1% after rising 1.9 in the previous month. Medical care rose by 0.6 in November after 0.3 in October. That's some of the stuff we were looking for. Watch out for any of the medicine stuff. The index of physician services decreased by 0.6 month over month, and the index for prescription drugs rose by 0.5. Hospital index rose by 0.1 in November. Index for apparel fell 1.3 in November after rising 0.1 the previous month. Index for household furnishings and operations declined 0.4% month over month, and the index for communication decreased by 0.6 in November. Index for all items less food and energy rose by 4% over the last 12 months. The shelter index increased by 6.5% over the last, no way. Damn, so real estate's still running hot as ever, accounting for nearly 70% of the total increase in all items less food and energy. So Canada is half, we're 70%. So literally 70% of your core is real estate. So again, that's why people are both optimistic, or if that never comes down and everything else comes back up, we'll see. But hopefully that makes some sense. Bonds are coming lower now. 70% of all the total items less food and energy. Other indexes with notable increases over the last year include motor insurance up 19%, recreation 2.5%, personal care 5.2%, and new vehicles 1.3%. New vehicles are still up 1.3% on the year, and then they're bilking you on your car insurance. Not seasonally adjusted CPI measures. CPI for all consumer increased by 3.1 over the last 12 months. Consumer price index for wage earners and clerical workers increased by 3% over the last 12 months. For the month, the index decreased by 0.3. The chain consumer index for all urban consumers increased by 3% over the last 12 months. And I think that's it, Chattadonia. Let's see if Nikki T and the bunch is pumping it now. That's what I look out for. Again, Fed futures already came up a little bit, but they chilled out. So honestly, could have been a lot worse there. Could have been a lot more bullish. Again, bonds are already going down. Let's see. So Nick Timmerhouse says, what does he say? The core CPI rose 0.3 in line. This held a 12-month average. The consumer price index rose 0.1 in November. 12-month, 6-month annualized. He hasn't said he's not pumping it yet. Let's see what he says about. I want to see what he says about real estate and that accounting for 70%. I think that is the issue there. So I'm gonna give you more analyst comments. They're probably just gonna recap everything I just read to you from the BLS website. So let's see. Used car prices, a big bone of contention among forecasters. Going in the data, rose 1.6 after falling. New car prices edged down by 0.1 after the same size fall in October. But they're up on the year. Used car prices was the first since May when they jumped 4.4. No big surprise on CPI report. Readings came in largely as expected, and even as the 0.1 gain in the month compared to expectations for flat, it wasn't the highest estimate. 2-year yields, which had been falling to the run-up, spiked higher and then tumbled again. Headline CPI a month on month, but the market is reading this as a dovish print. So for future yields have already been falling before the data and have extended those declines. The October 24 contract is now down 7 basis points on the day. Win Thin of Global Strategy at BBH says pretty much right at expectations for the one tick upside missed to headline. I don't think having core stuck near 4 is anything to celebrate, but the market sees what it wants to see. If anything, I think the data should harden the Fed's resolve to push back against the market easing expectations, but here too, the market hears what it wants to hear. Looking at deeper components, clothing, new cars, and gasoline fell from the prior month. Again, core and vehicle, everything we've already gone over. So again, there was a little bit of a miss there on the headline, but at the same time, again, you haven't got the pumpers yet, and at the same time, you don't have people freaking out, and essentially, we are still holding up good. Again, bonds, stocks, everything is still in the green. I think we're going to just get a little bit of dancing, and it's going to be a weirder day. I don't know if we're going to get like a big mega reaction up or down. I mean, maybe if people want to freak out ahead of Powell, but I do think we're going to have a little bit of time to play in between. Not bad so far, Chattadonia. Not bad so far. Only thing down is fuel. No, everything is down. The only thing up is real estate. So again, like literally, if real estate accounts for 70% of the inflation on core, I mean your inflation's at like 2.5 or maybe less. So again, energy's going down, but like I really think again, maybe we don't want to talk about it. Maybe the market doesn't want to talk about it. But like literally, all of the like gains we're getting on gasoline and everything else, it's getting clapped by real estate. So again, that rent, owner's equivalent rent, and the price of homes. I mean, that is making up now 70% of the core, which is actually pretty wild to think about. So I don't know if inflation is headed back up. If anything, on the year over year, I think everything's down, and then just real estate is killing it. And then again, you have like outsized gains on motor insurance. Motor insurance doesn't make up as much, but then again, that is something that literally everybody uses. So, but again, I think real estate is the elephant in the room once again. That's like, I think it's pretty easy to spot. What counts as real estate? Rent, and then if it's not rented, they ask the homeowners what they think they'll get for rent. I don't know if they use like home sale prices, but they go based off of what people are paying or current homeowners, what they would expect to rent out their house for. But that's the elephant in the room for sure. I again, without a doubt, it sounds like Canada, where they're saying, more than half of our core rate now is getting comprised of, core, literally super core. Like if you looked at super core, that thing is up 6.5% on the year. That's pretty wild. So it's moving 0.4, 0.6 every single month here for the last 12 months. Even though it's been like 0.3, 0.5, and it seems smaller, it's adding up month over month over month over month. Even though gasoline's dropping 2%, 4%, literally natural gas down 10%, electricity is going up. But if anything, real estate is slowly but surely kind of adding to the pressure. But without it, you got to think about it. The minute real estate comes down, then that means you no longer have inflation. At least you'll probably get a deflationary print. In a weird way, I think real estate is the only thing stopping you from deflation right now, or at least a negative CPI print. Did they call and ask you how much you're renting your house? No, they don't call us. They've never got a call, actually. Yeah, bonds. Yen is going to move with the bonds. We'll see how the market takes it again. Market was already up a little bit. This is your first little pullback, so we'll see what it creates. But I do think this kind of reminds me of Friday and the non-farms. I don't know. Remember, Friday had its own little beat, but you guys remember there was a little bit of back and forth. We didn't go up as much. I think we're going to go down a little lower here, but it is definitely it's not going to be as easy as a day. I think we're getting ready now for Powell. Yeah, CPI came out. It really smack dab in line. Headline was a little bit higher, but year-over-year number came in there. There's a couple of awkward things with real estate. Gasoline was good, but we'll see how everybody wants to take it. Headline was 4.0. Or excuse me, 3.1, I believe. Yeah, headline came in at 3.1, and then core came in at 4. And then core is sticky. So, again, I'm glad somebody else brought this up, but core is not like this is now the first month in 6 months where we haven't made progress. So now you're kind of just staying stuck at that 4, and then once again, real estate is coming up in that discussion. So after cooling for 9 months, core services CPI was little change in November. Core goods CPI growth remained around 0. Discounting ahead of holidays, apparel dropped 1.3. Supercore, which measures core prices minus housing, popped up to 3.93 from a year ago. It's only the second time this year that Supercore inflation has sped up. Ira Jersey says, although core good prices slipped last month, the rebound in core services could help keep the Fed at a neutral stance for now without turning more dovish. The recent pause in Treasury rally may need a clear catalyst to continue. The market might just consolidate at least until the Fed meeting or Thursday retail sales. Yeah, so again, I'm not even getting analyst pumps right now. Consolidation may be your best bet here if it's not going to be a sell, but consolidation makes some sense. We're probably going to trill out a little bit. Yeah, even Nikki T's calming down. There's no more to pump. I mean, maybe if Powell gives you something, but that definitely wasn't pump it up data. That was not enough to make your pump, unfortunately. Alrighty. Yeah, Supercore. I mean, everybody's ignoring Supercore, but I do think that is, again, the elephant in the room for sure. Other than that, though, if you exclude Supercore, I mean, inflation is looking great as far as if you wanted to see it decline. But then again, it's not, the moment real estate comes down, I think that's when we're going to start getting our negative CPI prints. Did I say Supercore or Super Salad? No, it's a Supercore. You know, baby. You know. Come on. Stay in the game, baby. Stay in the game. Stay in the game. Good morning. Rate hike, I mean, odds of ZB, the rate cut odds actually are still up. Now they've gone negative. So Fed futures are pointing negative now. Why would real estate go down? Who knows? Economic slowdown, unemployment. So maybe Powell and unemployment and what he's been saying for a long time makes a lot more sense. But realistically, unemployment and literally demand dropping elsewhere, leading people to either want to sell or a slowdown of this said demand. Maybe 8% mortgage rate could do it, but it hasn't so far. Yeah, the Zaza came back to break even now. So again, even Fed futures aren't really pointing in a direction. They've gave up their gains that they had in the morning. You're right back to where Fed futures were at yesterday at close. But will real estate actually go down? Yeah, if there's unemployment, I mean, I've said it for a long time now. I mean, it should make a lot of sense. And like, think about it. Why hasn't real estate gone down? You haven't seen unemployment. Everybody and their mother has a job. Well, I don't know about their mother. The age groups have changed a little bit, but for the most part, it's a phrase. It's a colloquial, I think. Is that it, or is it a euphemism? I don't know, but either way, it is. It's most people, at least according to the BLS. At least according to the BLS. So once you see jobs go away, you will watch real estate come down. But until then, it's their idiom. There you go. Thank you, Jasmine. God bless you. That's what I'm talking about. Look at it. We got this live thesaurus. You know what I'm saying? I needed the word. Man, screw AI. We got chat AI. Hey, man. When does Powell come out? He's coming out tomorrow. It's going to be at 1:30 Eastern or 2:30, I think. And then, thankfully, before Powell, we get the dot plot. So there's probably going to be a lot of action before Powell even speaks tomorrow. So again, today might be some consolidation. I still think you could go back to this high here, and then maybe we'll go a little higher, then sell off. But I don't think today's data did not have the energy we were looking for. Definitely did not have the juice. Definitely did not have the juice. So Chattadonia, on that note, let's see. Yeah, bring real estate, quit your job. But then you can't get rehired. That's the issue. So Ira Jersey's up here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go get you ready. Some other news so we could begin our day. We have 10 more minutes. Honestly, give it like another 5 here. We're going to start seeing. Remember, every 15 minutes, you might get your shift. So we will see what happens. This makes me very neutral for today. And then again, if bearish or bullish will depend on the dot plot tomorrow. But I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll see you guys in a little bit. And BRB.
Maybe even under 1% by the time we get to
quiet
the trough in the Fed funds rate in the next cycle.
Is your space, Ira Jersey, driving the stock market? Are you driving the space that Gina Martin Adams lives in?
Well, I'll let Gina talk about that, but it certainly seems that on many days, in particular, I think when interest rates are moving higher, I think that is a headwind to risk asset markets. So on a lot of days when you see, interest rates up by 10, 15, 20 basis points, you definitely see weakness, throughout the entire risk complex. Part of this, I think, is just the idea that all markets are almost correlated now, and that's a symptom, I think, of what central banks have done with their balance sheet, with QE, with quantitative tightening now, where it's that when treasury prices are down, stock prices might be down as well.
Some real volatility are red on the screen and now up fractionally up 1 point. Dow up 68 points, a VIX 12.42. Ira Jersey, thank you so much. She was absolutely brilliant the last time she was on. Gina Martin Adams drives all of our equity strategy at Bloomberg Intelligence. Gina, I want to go right back to your insight the last time around. How is the real economy, revenues and earnings, and a buoyant stock market reacting to all this fixed income chat?
Well, I think that the market reaction this year tells you everything you need to know. Large caps are rallying even though yields have risen this year. And that's because earnings have recovered after the recession that they went through in 2022. So when we look at the outlook for next year, I don't think it's all about rates. I think rates are a component of what moves equity markets and certainly do impact valuations. But ultimately, the outcomes of 2024 will probably be determined by the degree to which companies can surprise on the upside. Very, very low earnings expectations. The market narrative still is the U.S. economy is flirting with, if not maybe going to fall into recession. And yet the corporate earnings stream continues to recover, posting relatively solid growth in the third quarter, expected to show acceleration in growth throughout the year ahead. This is certainly going to take the market by surprise if it does happen. If the consensus of analysts is correct, that's not in the price. What is in the price, though, is what the bond market is telling us with respect to rates. So we could see if the bond market is wrong and the Fed is not going to reduce interest rates to any degree next year, or even to the degree expected by the bond market, that certainly could impact the equity market. But I think that earnings are also important.
Gina, just to sort of develop that a little bit more, are you saying that a lot of these inflation reads, even retail sales, a lot of stock investors are going to be looking more for the tail risks, more for confirmation that there isn't some either extraordinary weakness or extraordinary inflationary bent to just get even more bullish, right? Basically, the idea of what isn't happening, get it confirmed, and then keep going.
Yeah, I do think that the trouble that we have in the market right now is that for 2 years we've been talking about this weakness. And so the equity market has been conditioned and trained to expect persistent weakness in the economy with some inflation pressure, and the Fed therefore responding to inflation. And anything that is contrary to that sort of central set of the narrative is going to move the equity market. So I think you're spot on, Lisa. It really is about where are expectations, where are prices today, what do prices reflect with respect to those expectations, and then any shocks to those expectations do move the needle.
Gina, give me the breadth update here. You've hit a home run this year in terms of, hey, folks, you got to be in the market. All that cash is out there. Alicia Levine at BNY Mellon says, stop with the cash. Get into the market. What's the breadth going to look like?
Well, look, I think that this is a little bit of an overdone story. Certainly the Magnificent Seven have had the strongest gains in the S&P 500, and because they are the biggest market cap components of the S&P 500, a lot of the gains in the index are attributed to these stocks. But we're sitting in a situation where roughly 65% of the stocks on the S&P 500 are trading above their 200-day moving average. So we've got plenty of participation in this market. Where we need to see more participation is really in the small cap index. This has been an anomaly, and certainly very contrary to historical experience. You very rarely see large caps rip like this with pretty strong participation. Even if leadership is concentrated, participation is very firm. And we're not seeing that in small caps yet. So what I would expect to see in 2024, if our theory of a broadening recovery sort of plays out into next year, is small caps should start to participate. And that certainly will take the entire consensus narrative by surprise.
Gina Martin
small
Adams,
caps.
thank you so much.
The
Ira
cyclical
Jersey,
rotation.
thank you so much to all our guests today as we looked at a interesting, I'm going to call it an inflation report of stability.
Of stability. So, Jadadonia, good morning. I hope you guys have gotten the data so far. It was surprisingly non-eventful. That's why you're even going down here a little bit. There's a couple of factors we've talked about. I'm sure we're going to talk about. Everyone's going to be like, hey, did the CPI? Wait, it's going to be power hour. People are like, hey, Josh, did the CPI come out? And then we're going to go over it a lot today. But at the end of the day, you don't really have anything moving the needle. Everything came in as expectations. So pretty much what was expected the days before happened. So, I mean, think about it. Is anything new? Not really. So we have to go with this little bit of punting as we get into tomorrow. So, Chatadonia. What's up, man? How you living? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's good to see you. What up, Awaz? What up, Smar? Sip it, Ghost. Laker J. Oh, good morning, baby. What up, PSC? How you living, Ray? No, Mavis, Kira, Slaptop Guy, Dirty Bird, Jesse, Philip Hamilton, baby, Zoraz, Monica Ashley. Good morning, baby. How you living, Call 45? What's up, Pink Freedom? What's up, Miguel? What's up, Crystal? Marcus Hanlon, Victor Ruiz, baby, JTM, Adesa, hey, Yosh. How you living? What up, Cam? What up, Cam? How you living, Jerry Woods? Rosa, ready to go, baby. Nick, good morning. How you living, winning loser? Good morning, Can. Good morning, Parth J. Aju, full cycle, winning loser. El Chapo, damn, that chat's going crazy. Chat's going crazy. Candy, good morning. Tim Upman. Oh, my goodness. Q Axel. Pixelated. Oh, Hunter. D Hunter. Oh, Hunter. What am I saying? Good morning, baby. How you living, Ken? What up, High Investor? Open face sandwich ready to go, baby. Brooks B, the Tiger, man. Good morning. Dinosaur, baby. Todd Reed. Cody Spears. Best Stone. Good morning. How you living, Palace? Mr. Orman. Greg L. Edward. Mr. Horizon, baby. Good morning. How you doing? Me not you. Me not you. Timothy Action. Ready to go, baby. Joshua, good morning. Freedom, Carlos, Da Vinci Quotes. Good morning. Javier Mota. Good morning, baby. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. What's up, man? What up, Sourcewood? What up, Christian? What up, Alisa? Good morning. How you living? C-Chan, I say it right. Josh Jacobs, Radical Raptor, Carlos, Van Santana, OGs, Joshua Harris, and Young Blood. I miss so many of them. So good morning, baby. Great to see you there, YouTube. What about the Twitch? Oh, yo, from Colorado. You got Charlie, baby. Mr. International. It's Mr. Worldwide. Charlie in the tree, baby, on the Twitch. T-Toxie, baby. Good morning. NRG. Yatana. Good morning. What up, Femi Seymour? What up, Mavis? What up, Woodrow? LV Lover. Preform. Stacy Ricey. Jay Bex. KJ Lemur. Most Dope Andy. Blow It Doe. Payday Devil. Matt Bailey. Universe's favorite. Hey, it's Mikey. Braxton. Blizzy B. 333. Most Dope Andy. Destroyer. Amor Fati Trav. I see Yatana again. Good morning. LV Lover. BDA Cookie Monster. And Feed Me Seymour. Who else? I got Random Filmmaker, Sim Race Review, Mr. Trav, 8012, Pie Express, Ghost. There's so many of them. And then we got Blow and Dough, baby. We got Blow and Dough. Good morning, man. How y'all living? How y'all living? Oh, I just messed this up. I just messed up the whole entire chat. I just refreshed it. Oh, shit. Did that work? Oh, yeah, that worked, baby. Good morning. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're ready for an awkward day. So don't let it get the best of you. Don't let it get the best of you. You know, we got 7 hours. I'll get you some news. I'll keep you entertained. But, I mean, it's definitely so many people, they were like, it's going to die. It's going to run up. There could have been so many outcomes, and it was so boring. So we'll find out once the cash open comes in. We'll see what everybody's looking at. November U.S. uptick, not a Fed incentive for early rise, says Reuters. Or? All righty. Let's see what we got. Wall Street whipsaws as CPI report underwhelms. Stock futures and bonds struggled for direction after inflation data that only matched estimates reinforced speculation that the Federal Reserve will keep rates elevated for a period of time to bring inflation back down to 2%. The so-called core consumer price index, which excludes food and energy costs, increased by 0.3 following a 0.2 advance in October. From a year ago, it advanced 4%. Economists favor the core gauge as a better indicator of underlying inflation, then more so than the overall CPI. The measure ticked up slightly. From a year ago, it was up by 3.1. After rising in the immediate aftermath of the data, S&P contracts fluctuated. 2-year Treasury yields reversed course and rose 2 basis points to 4.73. The inflation print is a baby step in the right direction, and no one can argue about that. But the longer inflation remains elevated, and the higher the chance of seeing second-round effects, said Florian Elpo at Lombard Odier Asset Management. Signs of a slowdown in inflation helped drive the U.S. bond market last month to their biggest gain since the mid-1980s, with yields tumbling sharply on speculation that the Fed will cut its benchmark rate by over a full percentage point in 2024. Starting in the first half of the year, data Monday showed that U.S. consumers' near-term inflation expectations dropped in November to the lowest since April of 2021. After the CPI release, investors will be tasked with absorbing Tuesday's $21 billion of 30-year supply that will round out this week's coupon auction series ahead of the Fed decision, noted Ian Ligon of BMO. Corporate highlights. Google's legal defeat at the hands of Fortnite maker Epic Games threatens to roil an app store duopoly with Apple that generates close to $200 billion a year and dictates how billions of consumers use mobile devices. Oracle reports slower quarterly sales on their cloud computing business, fueling investor fears that the software maker's expansion efforts have yet to gain ground in a competitive market. Macy's was kept to sell at Citi on skepticism that a buyout from Arkhouse and Brigade Management will actually materialize. Walt Disney and Reliance, led by Asia's richest tycoon Mukesh Ambani, are expected to sign a non-binding pact as early as Monday to merge their media operations in India in a cash and stock deal, according to people familiar with the matter. They're merging the Indian assets for Disney? That's crazy. Country Garden, the Chinese holder whose liquidity crunch shook the nation's financial markets, is likely to avoid its first default on yuan bonds after most of its holders of a local note agree not to demand repayment this week, people familiar said. Key events later this week: Eurozone industrial production on Wednesday, U.S. PPI on Wednesday, Fed Jerome Powell on Wednesday, ECB on Thursday, Bank of England on Thursday, Swiss National Bank on Thursday, initial jobless claims on Thursday, China one-year MLF rate and volume property retail industrial production and jobless rate on Friday, Eurozone S&P global PMIs and global services on PMI on Friday, and then U.S. industrial production, empire manufacturing, and cross-border investment all on Friday. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Epic win. Google owner Alphabet lost an antitrust court battle with Epic Games, maker of Fortnite, in a ruling that threatens to upend the mobile app industry and which could ultimately cost the tech giant billions in revenue. Google and Apple charge commission as much as 30% of software developers to distribute their apps, with typically few other options available. The ruling could weaken App Store rules further, following scrutiny in recent years from regulators and lawmakers globally. Chip probe. The U.S. is probing the specifics of 3 new AI accelerators developed by NVIDIA for China, according to Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. The investigation will help ensure that the chips don't violate export controls, following a pledge earlier this month to restrict the new semiconductors that could provide AI capabilities to China. Raimondo also said the U.S. will take the strongest possible action to protect national security following the recent chip breakthrough from China's Huawei technology. Cloud travails. Software group Oracle saw sales flat and business slow in the first quarter, end of November, fueling fears that expansion is not taking pace. Elsewhere, Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway has nearly halved its stake in the PC maker HP, while investor Cathie Wood has increased her holdings in Microsoft and Facebook to add to her AI bets. U.S. stock futures are marginally higher, while Bitcoin has stabilized following in the recent pullback, and toy maker Hasbro is cutting jobs. Oil waivers. Oil prices fluctuated after a missile attack on a tanker in the Red Sea, which the U.S. military said came from Houthi-controlled territory in Yemen. The key focus for the market, however, remains on the supply picture and whether the production cuts announced by OPEC last week will be delivered. Surging production from non-OPEC countries, notably the U.S., is also keeping a lid on crude prices. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. So S&P futures are down by 0.04 Tuesday morning after U.S. equities finished higher on Monday, with semis, hotels, casinos, department stores, and truckers amongst the standout, while Magnificent Seven Group was notable laggard. Treasuries stronger across the curve, but off of best levels. They've now turned negative following the CPI. Dollar index is down by 0.4. Gold is up by 0.6. Bitcoin futures up by 2.3. And WTI is off by 0.9. Markets focused on some of the last key events for 2023, particularly today's CPI report and tomorrow's Fed decision. An updated dot plot, some talk of higher bar given the extent to which the disinflation narrative has driven a rally in both risk assets and rates over the last 6 weeks or so, while also fostering expectations for a more aggressive Fed pivot in 2024. Dampened positioning tailwind and buyback blackouts also flagged as an overhang. However, bullish narrative underpinned by soft no-landing momentum, stable 24 earnings, and a more favorable liquidity backdrop. RRP declined. Core CPI in line with expectations for November, increasing by 0.3 month over month, 4% year over year. NFIB small business optimism fell by 0.01 to 90.6 in November, marking the 23rd month below 50-year average of 98, with inflation and job openings a key area of concern. PPI is the highlight on Wednesday following retail sales on Thursday and flash PMIs on Friday. A big post-earnings laggard after it missed organic cloud revenue and expectations of second straight quarter for Oracle. And then Hasbro eliminating 1,100 jobs over the next 2 years or so, citing weaker than expected sales for the first 9 months of the year. Ford planning 2024 production of electric F-150s, cutting that lightning in half. And then Choice Hotels launch hostile bid for Wyndham. And then profitability on the rise for full growth. Who is that? CFO departure? It doesn't say the ticker. Not bad. Not bad at all. Don't worry, there's more. China's senior leaders have commenced a meeting on Monday to discuss 2024 economic priorities. Media reports have suggested that the government would adopt a GDP target of 5% for next year. China's military is ramping up its ability to disrupt key American infrastructure, including power and water utilities, as well as communication and transport, according to U.S. officials. This just sounds like a Netflix movie. Not going to lie to you, one that just came out. Yeah, Obama. Country Garden is set to avoid its first default of yuan bonds after holders of security agreed not to demand repayment this week. Japan's Bank of Japan may not hike rates this week, but such a move is coming relatively soon, and Ueda is keen on preparing markets to avoid surprises. UK wage growth is cooling to 7.2 year over year, down 80 basis points from September and in line with the street. Washington is stepping up its face-to-face military advice for Ukraine and pushing Kyiv to pursue a conservative strategy focused on holding existing territory and ramping domestic weapons production capacity, hoping this compels Putin to enter into negotiations toward the ends of 24. Netflix has been interested in buying Paramount movie studio, but conversations have cooled. Sherry Redstone is adamant that Paramount Studio won't be sold alone. If someone wants it, they'll need to acquire the whole company. Oracle down 9% pre-market. You already got that update. Google lost to Epic Games, and then we expect a 0.2% increase in November core. Came in smack dab in line. Said, young man, you don't need to feel down. I said, young man, the core is moving around. I said, young man, nobody knows until Powell drops the dot plot tomorrow. It's fun to stay at the FOMC. Yeah, I'm sorry. I still have more news for you. It's going to be a fun day, a fun, awkward day. Oracle Q2 sales below. Ford cutting planned production of electric F-150 Lightning in half. Google loses antitrust with Fortnite maker Epic. Veritas in talks to sell 50% stake in healthcare tech firm Cotiviti to KKR. Users of Eli Lilly obesity drug Zepbound regain substantial amount of weight after stopping use. AstraZeneca to buy vaccine developer Icosavax for $1.1 billion. 2023 IPOs delivered lackluster returns, but firms that went public in 2020 and 2021 have slumped. U.S. expecting to make around a dozen semi-chip funding awards worth billions next year. EQT is close to signing an agreement to gain control of waste management firm Heritage Environmental Services. UK wage growth slowed at the sharpest pace in almost 2 years, furthering a sign that the economy is cooling. Japan wholesale inflation fell to the lowest rate since early 2021 as cost push factors ease. Australian business confidence slides to pandemic lows. Consumer sentiment edges higher. Global trade to drop 5% this year as geopolitical headwinds mount. Senior bank warns China property slump could last years and hurt deals. Consensus still looks for Bank of Japan to remain on hold next week, but a couple now will see a January move. ECB must submit its QT plans to avoid confusing markets. Investors ask if the market is falling behind the curve. Wall Street eyes waning cash pile with anxiety after short-term financing markets saw a 3-day spike in interest rates. Big flow into high-yield bond ETF in November as investors rediscovered their appetite for risk. Investors eye Chinese stocks with global reach or insulation from economic downturn. January natural gas plummets below $2.50 amid negative weather and production trends. Latest COP28 stops short of calling for total fossil fuel phase-out. Copper supply looking scarce as Panama closure. Anglo-American cuts have upended 24 outlook. Commerce Secretary Raimundo vows strongest possible response to Huawei chip breakthrough. Latest survey shows geopolitical risks for biggest market concern heading into 2024. Biden alludes to disagreements with Israeli PM Netanyahu as hunger rises in Gaza. Japan's political crisis shaping up to be the biggest since 1988. German coalition to resume talks on revised 24 budget on Tuesday. EU explores emergency Ukraine funding outside a bloc shared budget. Special counsel Smith asks Supreme Court to rule on whether Trump can face prosecution in January 6th case. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Good news, bad news. I didn't think we'd finish it that fast. That's a lot. We've gone through a lot already, baby. We've covered a lot here in the morning, so I do have a couple of plays for you. I guess we'll get those out here. And then I'm going to go blow my nose and get me some water and a bathroom break. Good morning. We've already been here for what? I think we've been live already for just under an hour. So almost an hour. Market's still chilling out. Not much. Again, even the pumpers didn't come out. The analysts kept it in their pants today. So it's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting, Chattadonia. We will see. All right. LXSMA. They are at 5%, combining ownership with Sirius to create a new public company. TEF up 3.8. UK Citron or Oatcom proposes ban on inflation-linked mid-contract price rises. Zillow is up by 3. JMP Securities upgrade. Nokia up by 3.8. Guidance at investor event. SGen up 3.3. Pfizer receives a regulatory approval to complete the acquisition. 2.3 on Affirm. Lynn up 2.0, Hubs up 1.9, Piper Sandler upgrade, AstraZeneca up 1.8 to acquire Icosavax for $800 million, Take-Two up 1.6, Wolf Research initiates Outperform, Unity up 1.5 on the court case, Hood up 1.5, ALB up 1.3, Bank of America upgrade, AMGN up 0.9, RBC Capital Markets upgrade, BRP. They are up 8.3. Raymond James upgrade. Perry up 5.9. Acquires Hivestack for up to $125 million in cash. Marvel up by, or MRVI up 4.7. Bank of America upgrade. Sono 4.1. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Wyndham up 3.5. Chose Hotel launches exchange offer. Match up 3.2. Google Epic ruling sympathy. ASTS up 2.9. Bumble up 2.8. Google Epic ruling sympathy. CCCC up 61%. License and collaboration agreement with Merck. ICVX up 47%. AstraZeneca offers $15 a share plus non-tradable CVR for up to $5 a share. Cattle up 46.2, FDA fast track designation for CAN 2409 in pancreatic cancer. INAB up 30.5, clinical update phase 1 trial. INB 100 in leukemia. CLIN up 12%. BLBD 11.2, ABL up 8.7, 15 million stock buyback. EGLE 7.4 to merge with SBLK, implied value of $52 a share. AXTI up 6.1, GSIW up 6.0, AMLX up 5.3, Deutsche Bank initiates buy. 0.72 discloses 5% stake. ABOS up 5.1. Deutsche Bank initiates buy. Beyond Meat up 4.8. GTHX up 4.3. Fubo up 4.0. Cancer Fitzgerald overweight. Cook up 2.7. B. Riley's initiates buy. Bitcoin stocks up by 6. All futures are doing good right now. Oracle down 9.7 on earnings. GMAB down 5.0. J&J efficacy of Talve presented at ASH. It's a sympathy. Lucid down 3.3. CFO resigns effective immediately. Airbnb down 1.6. Barclays assumes underweight. Illumina down 1.5. Bank of America downgrade. RTX down 1.4. FAA is considering placing new maintenance requirements on the GTF program. JCI down 1.1 off of earnings. KNTK down 6.1. 6.5 million share offering for a holder priced at 31.5. HMY down 5.7. JP Morgan downgrade. Hasbro down 4.9. Workforce reduction. Go down 4.0. CFO resignation effective March 21st. And Goldman downgrade. Mattel down 3.6 off of Hasbro sympathy. Macy's down 1.9. Citi downgrade. ACHV down 25%. Update on NDA for cytisinicline. I think I said that one right. OMH down 9.4. Common stock offering indeterminate amount. CDT down 8.5. INTS down 8.2. Appoints Joseph Talamo as CFO. ATHA down 7.3. Preliminary findings from SHAPE Phase 2 trial. SBO upsized 2.2 secondary offering. SNCY down 5.7. 4 million offering. GPRO down 5.6. Morgan Stanley downgrade. DTC down 3.2. B. Riley's downgrade. And then CNTB down 2.8. We have, what is it? Rademikibart. Or Rademikibart, global phase 2B top line. Ta-da. There it is. And the market's still down after the data. Wow, we still got a couple plays. We still got a lot of time too, bro. We still got a lot of time too. Ain't that something? Ain't that something, Chattadonia? So not too bad. I got a couple plays for you. I guess I'll share them with you. Again, we still have a little bit of time. Honestly, my plays are pretty simple. I'm going to be watching KRE and IBB, but now that those aren't going to be in play, maybe they are if anything leads into tomorrow. But if today was going to be a good CPI, that is definitely what I wanted to watch. But we're not going to get that. Russell, ZB, and then the Fed futures. If that Zaza ends up moving, I do think that one will be good. And then Wyndham, again, it's a hostile takeover. believe it or not. So again, you heard the offer a while ago, but I'm pretty sure things are turning hostile, and they are now making an exchange offer by, again, buying and making sure that they buy. So we will see what happens. But Chatadonia, I need to go to the bathroom here. I think we don't have anything to get us there. I'm back. Invest in the Zaza. It went up a little bit, but not much. It's 6:15, so we're very early. Again, we went over the data. Sava announces dividend distribution to warrant holders. No way. So, Chatadonia, I don't know. I don't want to do it now. I don't want to do the plays right now. I need to go. I'm waiting a little bit, but do you guys have any questions? We've came over everything. We're chilling right now. I wouldn't say CPI came in hot. Again, I think CPI just came in smack dab in line. I don't think anything changed. That's it. Like, nothing new has happened here as we've been chilling out. So I don't know if that'd be fair to say it came in hot. I wouldn't say it came in cool either. So but just like nothing happened. It was such a weird one. Oracle had bad earnings. We went over that one a couple of times here. I'm doing good. No plays. Fed futures are right where they were at when we closed. So the Fed futures are literally right at yesterday's close. If anything, I mean, the market had a little bit more upside. Bonds are still holding up, but that's it. Airbnb hold or dump? I think you know the answer to that one. Come on, Mr. 3-year badge. I'm definitely holding Airbnb for the long term. If you got like a trade for like the short term, definitely a different story. But for the long term, I mean, I wish we could buy it at a cheaper price, but I am holding that one for the long term. Yes, 30-year bond auction is going to be later today, and that could have a big effect. So we'll see what happens. But Chatadonia, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will see you guys in a little bit. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I want to hear your plays afterwards. Then we're going to hit the pledge, and then it's game time. Good morning.
200 jobs that were left over from a previous round of job cuts. That's expected to cost $134 million or so up front and then save $100 million annually. And it comes after Hasbro lowered its outlook in October. And the reason given at the time was that softer toy market heading into the holidays. 2 months later, clearly that is still the case. Even still, if you take a look at Wall Street at the sell side, it is sticking by Hasbro. This is a stock with 0 sell ratings and 10 buys. Morgan Stanley, which has an overweight rating, it wrote this morning that discussions with Hasbro management suggest that these job cuts are proactive in nature as the company maintains its focus on improving profitability. Meanwhile, you have Stifel also saying that things likely do not get a lot worse from here. But it's important to point out that this isn't a problem just for Hasbro. You take a look at rival toy maker Mattel. It's also had to contend with a weaker toy market. But then you think about the success of the Barbie movie over this past summer. Mattel is looking at 6% or so gains this year. You compare that to Hasbro, down about 20% in 2023, down another 3% or so this morning.
Brutal. Katie, thanks for the update. Just absolutely brutal. We're talking about a toy maker cutting almost 20% of the workforce 2 weeks before Christmas. David Leibovitz, Victoria Fernandez back with us for more. Victoria, let's talk about it. Is it a Hasbro problem or a consumer spending problem?
Well, it's an interesting question because you look at the report that Amazon put out after Black Friday, and toys was one of their largest selling sectors that they had. So you have to wonder, is it more related to the Hasbro toys themselves? But look, the consumer has pulled back. We know they've pulled back. We know they're being more cautious about their spending, even though they're still out there. I want to say it's only up about 3.5% year over year on spending on holiday, which is lower than the average. So I think it's going to be more of a Hasbro issue per se in the toy sector, but we know we're probably going to see more. Look, you had State Street lay off, 15,000 workers last week. We're going to start to see some of these chinks in the armor of the labor market, and that is where I think we'll actually start to see weakness flow through the economy. That's probably what the Fed is looking at. But I still think we'll have a decently strong holiday season on shopping.
David, which one is it? Is the consumer doing better than okay or falling off a cliff?
So I think that the consumer is hanging in there. I mean, I think that when you look at what's going on with job cuts, it's proactive. I mean, we saw this with tech in 2022. This is just a way of businesses defending their margins in an environment where pricing power is fading. And so, I don't really think that we're seeing meaningful cracks in the consumer. Yes, labor markets have cooled marginally, but we also just added 200,000 jobs in the month of November and saw the unemployment rate move lower to 3.7% with 4% plus wage growth. And so, to me, that's not necessarily a near-term recipe for weakness in the consumer, but I would agree with Victoria. I mean, this is going to be all about the jobs market as we look forward, and any significant cracks in the labor market are going to get the Fed to change their rhetoric relatively quickly.
So we haven't seen significant cracks yet, David, and it makes me wonder. We have seen big moves in the equity market. Breadth's improved. We've seen cyclical parts of equity start to do well. Airlines are on fire again going into the holiday period. Now, I just wonder whether you think that's a mistake or the right trade going into year end and beyond.
So I think that there's still some upside in risk assets. Obviously, seasonals are
To
relatively
infinity
favorable, and I could well see
and
the equity
beyond.
market grind.
Chattadonia. So here's the deal. You hear that, Hasbro? I heard somebody say it today. They said Hasbro and the toys ain't doing as good because all the kids are on Roblox. That's what I heard. God bless you. Chattadonia. So that being said, you've heard it. You've heard the people, man. You've got to listen to all of it. You've got to, we go in. It's going to be a weird day, man. I don't even know if I want to ask you this question because, again, we have Powell tomorrow now. You know what I'm saying? So I say this question tentatively. You don't feel pressured at all. But Chattadonia, what is your first play of the day? What is the first play? You thought they were saying hash brown? we got 1,000 hash brown cuts. I think just because of Ozempic. Let's see. We're going to see what happens. Oh, there they are. Ethereum long. GCT call, Tesla put, VU, ASTS, Bitcoin long, AMPS, hold, Tesla puts, WBA, UPS call, calls, Tesla calls, hash brown calls, no ID, NVIDIA, Tesla, SPY calls, MNQ short, first hour, affirm, WBA, cat calls, sit on the sidelines, SPY puts, shop looking good, waiting for power, AMD, holding puts, YouTube is lagging, short NVIDIA, Tesla puts, short pops, Tesla calls, SPY puts, watching KRE, Gilead, coin long, SPY calls, holding from yesterday, Roku long, PayPal leaps, closing Oracle put at the open, QQQ, Jets, Macy's short, lift calls, watching momentum, caffeine puts, selling power, MU, Oracle calls, watching beyond over 10, Tesla puts, XLF puts, SPY, Tesla puts, SPY puts, SPY puts, SPY put, oil put, Tesla calls, Google calls, Netflix, SPY 420 puts, late March, closing on the house today, baby. Let's go. Hash browns, bacon and eggs, WBA, love that neighbor, WorldCoin short, not as short, MSTR, Disney, SQQ, waiting for bonds, Mara calls, PHILO calls, stock market long. What's up with the CPI? Came in right at even. Puts, Watchlist, APPL, Watchlist plays, NQ long, VOO long, don't be cheap calls, SQ, mental puts, calls on the Chad, long Josh, hard, by Palantir hard. That came out. I read the two. Okay. F350, IBB, sitting on hands, shorting MES, sitting on my hands is the play. Bitcoin, 38,000 long. What in the UBS? Dash calls, sit on the hands, Roku long, shorting bonds. Josh calls, short affirm. PHILO with the patience. Netflix puts, Elon Musk, thank you. Long on the Scranton Slammers, yeah. And the final plays. Punting, IWM, Bill Baby, Baba Dividend, PayPal, and Ford calls. Let's go. Yeah, he said long Josh, and then he said buy Palantir hard. It came out as long Josh hard. So I don't know, man. I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. I already told you my place. We got 2 minutes. So Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it. It's going to be a weird day. Man, I don't know. I want to make a play, but I don't. Again, I was looking at KRE, IBB. If you know, you know, baby. But I don't know if that's going to apply the same way today. They might be able to give up. Even then, keep an eye on any of the cyclicals. So we'll see how any of that one ends up playing out. But, Chad, we got about a minute and a half here. Is there any questions? You have any questions, you let me know. I got a question. Why they hating on me? Boy, what's up? Yeah, boy, what's up? Raise. I turn my rates up and then okay. What's the deal with PayPal? Just very, very no good turnaround. They had the growth and now it's not like they do too bad, but they don't have the growth. And now everybody where is the growth? They make a new CFO, new CEO, but still no CEO growth, So it's like you wait till they grow again. They do all of the payment in the world, a lot of it, but still need the growth. You know? Mm-hmm. Curve inversion has been good so far. I mean, again, if any, in a weird way, you guys kind of want the yield curve to invert better. Again, anytime we've uninverted and the market has had volatility, anytime the curve has inverted, you've actually been able to go up. So I don't think the yield curve is the issue right now. We'll see tomorrow after the dot plot. But if anything rates related, I would be watching the Fed futures, that Zaza today. I do think that will be the issue. Oil is getting clapped because everyone's focusing on supply. And again, once again, that failed OPEC addition, that one was not good at all. So that one did have an issue. But Chattadonia, are you ready, man? We're going to have a fun day. Like I said, I'll be here with you, man. Regardless of how today plays out, man. I think we'll make it through the 7 hours, and who knows, maybe we end up getting surprised. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we do anything, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, and honestly, man, it's something I've been saying a lot, man. Please, man, I hope you always live this legacy on. You know what I'm saying? I hope all of you, man, really think about why we do this every day. And I encourage all of you to show this love and appreciation to those people who sacrificed it. Because I'm making a big shout out, man, to all the active servicemen, the past servicemen, the families, and anybody who has served this country for real, man. I think this is a culture we need to see a lot more of. So vets, anybody who has served for real, thank you for your service and God bless all of you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, and the nonprofits, people helping out, making things run and giving back, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So God bless you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, Arna, let's go. Oh, you ready? Yeah, you're ready, baby. You already know. You ready. Don't worry. You got 7 hours. And then it's going to be hype tomorrow, too. It's going to be hype tomorrow, too, at POW. My goodness. My goodness. Chattadonia. CPI came in flat. Depending on if you had bulls or bullish bets or bearish bets, you may see it another way, but it pretty much all came in exactly at the expectation numbers. So, unfortunately, the narrative didn't move at all. I mean, if anything, the only thing I'd say that's kind of negative that moved the narrative is the fact that we are very well aware that housing is having a very negative effect on inflation, but without housing, inflation is making a lot of good progress. So we'll see. Core came in flat at 4%. Again, headline was the one. The month over month on headline came in hotter, but ironically enough, you've seen it before. The month over month can come in hotter, and we still have the same year over year. So it really wasn't that big of anything. I don't know if there's Apple news. The only news on Apple was that, again, the Google case is probably going to be bad for Apple. That would be the only thing we have here in the morning. So, Chad, we got about 45 seconds left. Like the video. Drop your thumbs up, man. Call out any plays. You have any questions, let us know. Source that info. Let's have a good time. And get ready. You have 30 seconds till the bell. They downgraded Airbnb. I think they downgraded it to underweight. Oh, there it is. Bradley Fresno left the page. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. They thought they didn't get it yesterday, but I think we did. Honestly, I think we got it still. In my mind, I dreamt about it, so it counts. It counts, baby. It's here. Not thinking of fear. Never mind, you guys. That's it. Round 1. Fight. That might have just changed the whole day right there. Y'all, don't play with me. Don't play with me, man. 4-6-7-1 on the futures. Let's see where, honestly, you're still at 46.17. My goodness. You're still holding up better than ever. Bonds just gave up all the gains. They had a lot of, honestly, bonds were up a decent amount there in the morning. The Zaza, unfortunately, our leading indicator, is not going anywhere for us. 1924. What day is that? Sunday? I don't want Sunday. Yeah, bonds are getting clapped here to start off the morning. Watch Google. Again, Wyndham, they're the ones part of this little hostile takeover thing. But again, they're already up a decent amount. But Choice Hotels, they made another one of those bets on there. Yeah, energy clapped. I would take a look at that. If things do tick up middle of the day or if oil goes down another 4%. Yeah, oil's already down 2, man, 2.8. I don't know. I kind of want to short it this time instead of trying to buy the dip. That one could be interesting. Oracle down 10 off of earnings. Yeah, a lot of headlines there. Microsoft surprisingly in the green. Again, I think Microsoft or Google and Oracle, they had a lot of the headlines this morning. ADTX halt. Did they get biodata? Or did they get a buy? They could have been a buyout. There's a couple of those in the morning. Palo Alto Networks, 52-week high. AMD's on the high. Oracle, Boeing, too. I think Boeing's about to hit a 52-week high, or they already are. Carvana's going up here. NASDAQ's break even. Dow up by 0.05. SPY's down by 0.1. And then Russell is down by 0.18. So, again, we are still, very elevated. Unfortunately, fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, but you're near the high end. This was a high from, an hour after we opened yesterday, but 46.14, that's still higher than the past high. CPI came in line. It's probably going to be a consolidation or a boring day. The data did not change this story at all. Tesla candle, even Uber's down. Visa's on the high, so a couple names are going up. Marvel, or is that MRVI? And then NVIDIA's going up. Delta, 2, interesting for travel. Oracle sinks 11 at open, slowing cloud growth. Oracle. Delta keeps going up there. Visa as well. Visa, 52-week high. And then Carvana, I keep seeing that one on there. Why is Carvana running? Carvana's up 5, hitting the high right now. MBIA dividend. AMD Dizzle. Actually, okay, I thought they were going to be in the green. I was like, that would be good. Kava, little popper. Kava. To infinity and beyond. NASDAQ down 2.58 points. Let me check the NQ. Oil's hitting a new low. 30 years dropping to a new low as well. NQ 16,400. Yeah, everything is down for now. Again, except for the Dow itself. Even yen getting clobbered. Oil's already down 3. My goodness. Yeah, so oil's going to get wicked here. Oil's either going to flush or bounce off. I'll buy it at down 4%. Or we could try to short it on the way down, but then it's already literally down 3% on the day. Upstart popping. Kava's still going up there. Again, Microsoft 2. And then Delta, that one's not getting away from the high ticker. They're going up 1-1 now. SPY's still going lower. SYM on the low. What was the other one? Upstart shot up. What was the one I want? Oh, Choice. Wyndham. How come is Wyndham halted? This thing's not moving at all. AAL. I checked the airlines if they all go up. Again, even like JetBlue. And then remember Hawaiian Airlines with the deal. JetBlue had a recent good earnings. Are they up from there? 545? Yeah, remember this was the JetBlue thing. Honestly, all those travel plays are looking very, very good. Airlines, let's check. KRE, they're down. IBB selling off a little bit harder. A lot of just volume on it. Nike, AMD. Remember Nike, AMD, those are some of the winners yesterday. SPY's still going lower. Nike's still in the green. Snapchat's barely red. McDonald's is coming down. Again, low ticker seems to be just a wide variety of names. Even Russell now, that's leading into the lows here. So Russell is the worst on the day. You're cyclical, not to get the cyclical, you know? Amazon in the green. Let's see. Hold on, I'm looking at I have an idea. It might be too early, though. What did Peter Schiff think about inflation numbers? I don't know, but I did notice that your boys in Team Analyst and Nick Timmerhouse, they were very quiet today. So again, like dude, the analysts just were dry today. It's not like you did not see the same pump logic that we've saw at other times. Hold on. And SPY's still edging lower. AMD, I keep seeing that on the high. I think they're red. Again, more names on the low ticker. Tesla. SPY's going lower. I seen the video with the green candle. And oil's still down 2.8. See if anything bounces from here. Again, we have the 30-year bond auction today. Interesting. Because remember, everything was up before there. $5 or 6 cents, 6 cent spread. Tesla clapped. H4 Doji. Docu up 1.4. ARM is up. Apple's still going lower. Watch Googly Woogly. And I think Microsoft again, and Amazon's in the green. NVIDIA carrying. All right. Still bright and early, you know. Very bright early day. Pfizer new low. Is that going to be a new low of the year? Habibi. Why'd they do this? City upgrades and DZ Bank, Nike, and AMD. Yeah, Pfizer 0.95. They're getting clapped. Uber is starting to run up again, though. So you remember him from yesterday. That one was a nice day for the man. Yeah, Uber is starting to launch right now. Does Uber have news? Let's see. Don't see anything on Uber holding the bag with Pfizer. Yep, I don't know. You and me both, or you're just clowning me. Either way, I feel you. Hold on. Alrighty. All right. I said, now, ladies, yeah. What's cooler than being cold? Ice cold. No? Just based on what I said there, you should know what I made a play. I made a play. That Outcast song, if you watch the watch list, should remind you. This one's going to be good. It's going to be good, but we're going to have to probably buy on this one twice. But we'll see. Definitely a riskier one. I got a ghetto play for you. I got some ghetto risk for any of y'all out there. No, if you watch the watch list and you know Outcast, I said something on the watch list. Hey, what's cooler than being cold? What's cooler than being cold? ISO. What's better than the Russell? Yeah, I'm starting with one. I'm not going with shares though. I decided to go with an option here because, like I was saying, I explained it kind of like a ghetto rate hike play, more or less. This is one of those. So we'll see. Yeah, KRE baby. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did a KRE March call. So I kept them below like 40 cents a pop. So I think these are already elevated. The problem is these contracts, I think, are already up. Excuse me. Excuse me. Contracts are already up a shit ton. So there's a risk to it in there. And then we'll see what happens with that. But I got March calls on KRE. That's leading into Powell tomorrow. And then kind of part of the rest of the Russell play for the end of the year. All right. Thank you. No TLT. I am in a ZB bond play right now, but I'm not really. I would stay away from TLT options as much as I would just go for a 2-year bond, or I would go with equity or the yen if you don't want the duration risk in the same way. I think that could go a longer way, more or less. But yeah, be careful on the carry. We might have to buy it again. So even like the ARC plays or any of those, if once they kind of fall off, these contracts can go down 50% quite easily. So watch out. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen says inflation is meaningfully coming down. Thank you, Yellen. I'm doing a couple covered calls. I've covered calls on Uber. I don't think we've sold any other ones this year. Our Redfin covered calls are expiring. Best line of the song. Y'all don't want to hear me. Y'all just want to dance. All right. This is a good one, man. Huge candles on Upstart. A lot of people have been bringing up Upstart. Upstartian. Yeah, they're dropping down by 4. Lapla, LPLA. Lapla Financial. Again, we'll see what KRE and XLF. Again, I don't think they're going to move today. That play for KRE is related to Powell tomorrow. So we'll cover it all on the watch list, and you'll be good from there. It'll be good. That's it. I'll put it on the watch list for the strike price for some of y'all. Give you a little incentive. Because, again, we brought that play on the watch list the night before. So, but we'll go into it a little bit more. The processors. JPM is running up here. So, again, JP Morgan actually getting some bid. I don't know what XLF is doing. Again, I think XLF is up there. 99.8 on rate pause. Let me check the Zaza. Oil keeps flushing now. Zaza is the same. The March rate cut odds is the same exact thing as yesterday's closed. Getting my hours up, Mr. Glocks. Good morning. Good morning. So, again, we're still chilling down here, but you are getting back to the level. Remember, at one point, 46.08 yesterday, we're like, oh, my gosh, a new high. JP Morgan, 52-week highs? No way. I didn't know that was the 52-week high. So, JP Morgan's already breaking out there. We'll see how that plays out. 10-year bond. Yellen sees no reason why inflation couldn't come down to the Fed's target. Thanks, Yellen. I want to know what to think without her. Yeah, interesting. Not all the banks are going up there, but JP Morgan 52-week highs. NVIDIA coming up. Yeah, NVIDIA is actually in the green. And they even had bad news on like their 3 different chips getting investigated. But then yesterday they were the underperformer. Market red, I think slight red just because we got very underwhelming data. Everything came in line. So now, I mean, if you already thought we were overextended and then today's data, it didn't really give you anything bullish to feast off of. I mean, I think it's kind of fitting. I think we're going to consolidate and chill up. Just don't forget, before you start asking why we're up and down, just remember the last couple of weeks. Remember when we would do that little game? You hit the high and then you hit that, then you play around. So just don't forget where you came from. Okay? Don't forget how we got here. So we might just do something like this, but thankfully we only have to wait a day because Jerome Powell is tomorrow. So you're at pretty much, this is like the high of yesterday. We'll see if this ends up holding up. RTY down by 0.8. All right, I did an RTY to the long side. I was going to do this one yesterday. I'm going to play just the bounce so if we get any sort of move there. Because, again, I was mad in the morning when I missed some of those. But we're going to try to flip that one. I'm not going to try to fall in love with it. And then RTY is the underperformer right now at 0.6. So, I mean, again, if it goes down another 0.6, we'll get clapped. But I'm cool with that for now. At 1890.80. Bond's making a bigger move, if anything. But still clapped. Interestingly enough. I just bought RTY Future. The Russell 2000. So, again, I mean, it's going to make I think it could go a little bit lower, but it seems we're at the highs of yesterday. We're going to flush it a little bit more. Maybe we dance around it a little bit, but I just think we're going to make a lot of movement to go nowhere today. Hasbro up there. I want crude, but I'm going to wait till crude. I usually buy it at down 3 or 4, but then, I always get smashed. So I'll wait till it's down, 4 or 5. I don't know. I'm not in love with the oil play, but I'm watching it. I keep eye on it, Yeah, WTI 68.90. Remember, actually, last time I told you that, I think it could go down to 64 worst case, but then that would be a 6% down day. Israel and U.S. Differ about day after Hamas. Netanyahu says, but adds that he hopes agreement will be reached. Bonds are running up a little bit. Ulta's up 1.7. Wyndham confirms receipt and review of unsolicited exchange offer from Choice. Tesla, KRE. Only real impactful move will be bearish rhetoric from Powell. I agree. I could really agree with that. I do think a very soft Powell, though, or a very, dovish dot plot will have a big one. But then again, I agree with you, barring that the dot plot, if that makes too big of a shift, I mean, I think that could cause all sorts of reactions tomorrow. DE dumping. I mean, SPY's right back above VWAP, but again, the moves aren't too crazy. And then we're going to start testing that first little high we set yesterday, 46.13 on the SPY. You're bouncing off of yesterday's first level, that yearly high we were at earlier. Shake for State Farm, baby. Good morning. Mm-mm. Mm. Uber green. Uber everywhere. Yeah, Uber is right at break even. They just had that little pop. Yellen says rising real rates may impact decision on rate path. I could play Yellen if she's live, but at the same time, it might be a little too early for Janet Yellen. Some of you just woke up. I'd hate to throw you into a deep REM cycle this early. You know what I'm saying? You got to watch out. ADTX in play. That one got halted up earlier. Amazon's running. That one is unhalted, though. ADTX up 120. don't know the news on it. I think we read it in the morning, but I'm not like too certain on what it was. Let's see. ADTX. Surge on 100 million acquisition to acquire Evofem in consideration of combination of common stock and preferred. They're into the global non-hormonal birth control market. Nice. So that's what they acquired somebody and they're going up. Yeah, is EVFM the one that they bought? Yeah, Evofem, so they bought EVFM, and then this thing is up by, again, 171%. Where's HIMS off of that, I feel like? I think they had separate news, but kind of related. NVIDIA, I'm looking at ZQ for March. I think it's ZQH24. Broadcom, is it still going up? And then the 10-year starting to run here. So the 30-year bond, 30-year TLT, not the 10-year. That's coming back up there. And then SPY now, nice bounce so far. So that was a good Russell pickup here, but watch out. It's either going to top out here. Maybe we get a little bit higher. The way I'm going to look through here, I think maybe we get to we'll top out at 461, the low candle, or maybe 4623. And then it'll do the dancing queen again, unless everybody wants to get really bullish off of it. Watch communications, reviewing the sectors. Communications are going set up. Is Meta up? Can you make a communications excluding Meta? You should try to see, because sometimes they kind of what's it called? They skew the data there. But good call out. Materials leading, energies the loser. Yeah, CL still down 3 1/4. Qualcomm, Broadcom is killed, dude. Broadcom another $2. Again, that's $1,000 or $100 in the last 24 hours. It started at 960 yesterday or 940, and now it's at damn 1,050. All right, Bond, see if those chill out. I don't think the Zaza's moved yet. Yeah, Zaza's just staying pinned, man. Kava's been popping from the morning. Yellen says U.S. economy on path to soft landing. Broadcom IPO'd at 20. Damn, son. Cigna on the low. Where are we at? Russell, let me check IWM. Yeah, bro, everything was up so much more. So we'll see, but I don't know if VWAP is rising with this. Upstart running up. The Zaza's not moving. Zaza's Fed futures. So some of you, if you still think it's weed, I understand, but we're talking about the Fed futures. Airbnb 139. I thought they were higher than that. They went up after the downgrade, but then I guess they came down a little bit more. Fed futures just dropped one more time. All right, I don't like this one. All right, I sold out of the, what's it called? The Russell 275. That was just a little flip there. I like it, though, but maybe we double dip. VIX negative, because we were up a lot in the morning, so I think the back and forth kind of messing with it a little bit. A&F on the high. Alt, it's interesting. You got some retailers up. Again, bonds coming down a little bit. Broadcom's just killing it, even from yesterday. Even AbbVie's up. I think AbbVie's been, ever since their acquisitions, they've been holding. And if we rocket off of this one, that one's going to be good. But again, the Zaza has came down, so Fed futures got a little bit more bearish than I've seen today. But we'll see if that leads us. Maybe I'm really, really early on it. Microsoft, Amazon, Google want to dump. Broadcom strong. Oracle on sale. JP Morgan. NVIDIA is rocketing right now. Again, NVIDIA, AMD, TSM. What's going on here? Is this more in chip land? I feel like chip land is going insane. This very big gap, Habibi. Very, very big gap. It sucks. I want to add to that bond play, but then the 30-year auction is today. So that might get in our way. That is the only issue. But then again, the bonds had a bid this morning. I feel like that would have helped out the auction. Oil at 69, trying to bounce a little bit off of the bottom here. If oil could bounce, I think you'll get your next leg here on the SPY, but I'm not too sure. Again, oil's trying to move. That's what happened last Friday with the oil place. Got back from vacation. Powell's going to be tomorrow. 1:30, I believe, or 2:30? 2:30 Eastern. Disney, again, Disney's doing something with a combination in India. I think that with Adani, that one was kind of crazy. Tesla trying to push higher. Meta, new high. Dude, Kathy Woods bought into Meta. I didn't know that. That was this morning. I don't know what price she got in on, but I'm assuming it's high as shit. Disneyland, Adani. No, like they're like gonna, because they own a bunch of Indian assets. They lost a lot of money on like Hotstar and stuff. I've told you about that. So they're gonna merge it with like another Indian brand for like cash and shares. So they're gonna try to monetize a failed asset that they bought a couple years ago for like $60 billion or something ridiculous. Broadcom 52-week high. Roblo on the high again. I wonder if Roblo goes like really green, I think that'll be the reverse Hasbro. So again, people brought that up in the morning, but we'll see if that holds. IBM on the high. IBM 52-week high. 3M down. PayPal down. Pfizer went from clap to back. Sava's up 12. I think they're paying dividends on their warrants or something like that. Where's Apple? Apple and Google. They've had the worst news this morning, but honestly, they're down by 0.9. We're still kind of chilling out here, too. And then Broadcom, NVIDIA, chips, Meta, a couple of these tech plays. Again, NASDAQ is in the green right now. Come on, dude. Cold tracksuit, baby. Amen. Amen. Stay warm, bro. Stay warm. It's cold. It's so cold right now. You have no idea. I love it, baby. Thank you. And God bless you. Yeah, thanks, Uncle Joe. I got you. Come on. I got to call out a play. Look at Palo network. The cybersecurity is important. It's on the high, 52-week high. Uh-oh. She made her first Meta purchase a little after we bought. Actually, oh, that's good. But then is she added to the? I think she added in the 300s though today. But hey, man, sub 100 Meta, bro. That's a W. That's a good W. All right, SPY's still going. Broadcom, banks are still running up here. High ticker's getting a lot more active. Again, I wasn't JPM. I saw something else. ANET on the high. ANET's going up. A couple of the cloud plays, cybersecurity. They're doing good too. Russell's still a little lower than where we just sold out of it. But you're making a small baby move. It's so calm. So calm. 46.17. Volume to start off. I mean, it's only been 20 minutes, 30 minutes. We got 8 million in volume. It's actually pretty active, believe it or not. Sava's starting to run. Let's see. TLT dump bid. Apple 3% away from all-time highs. And then right now, you have on the S&P 500, 296 names in the red, 205 in the green. Dow Jones, 16 red, 14 in the green. And then NASDAQ 100, you have 47 red and 54 green. Everything is 50-50. Expedia Barclays cuts to equal weight from overweight. Excuse me. Raises target to 150 from 136. And then Airbnb, Airbnb cut the target to 100 from 135. Underweight from equal weight. Microsoft targets nuclear to power AI operations. Microsoft targeting nuclear power. That's from Wall Street Journal. And then SPY's still going up here again. Bonds came down. Russell a little bit lower. Oil's flushing. So even more. Oil's down 3.3. That little bounce did not hold up. In phase dumping. Let's say with you, I wonder if that's going to move. AMD's running up still. Again, chip makers on fire today. They're all barely green, and then NVIDIA is the one that's up a lot more. And NASDAQ, SPY making a move again. AMD's run. A lot of things are on the high taker. Even Airbnb, they're starting to catch up there. SPY is getting back to the opening candle. But remember, we were up a lot more pre-market. There was way, way more moves. Zaza, though. That's the only thing. Oil kind of going vertical. Not really, though. Still down. Excuse me. Apple down by 0.3 still. Again, some names, everything is 50-50 right now. So it's like the high-low ticker is just taking turns, but for the most part, there's no real dominance. I think there's a couple of outsized winners, but then again, you also have some big losers on the downside as well, too. And then not to mention energy. AMD, Broadcom. Broadcom is a standout for sure. Like PayPal always clapped because they're in the gulag. So again, I mean, they move around a lot, but when they move around a lot, unless there's like a real fundamental change, I mean, it's kind of just stuck in the gulag. Disney has dividends. Yes, they do. It's only 0.5%, so don't get too excited, but you know, they do. Disney pays a dividend. I don't know if you missed that news this year. They crept that one in. Russell's coming back up. SPY is still holding on. So, honestly, even with rates kind of coming down here in the futures. So, we'll see round 2. But, again, stocks going up. Bonds still holding down there. Make BABA go up. I don't know if I can. I like BABA, though. But, then again, they've been in the gulag as well. They need a lot more. Pinduoduo's getting crazy right now. So again, Pinduoduo is going 2-3% every day. Yellen says higher longer-term rates would put stress on financial outlook. All right, SPY new high of the day, but not new high of where we're at. But 46.19, you're getting back up there. Again, we have a lot of ground to make up. Russell is not broken out yet, but it could from where we just sold. I'm looking at the bonds here too, and again, oil. I think that one's an interesting one. Let me check the yen. Oil's getting a little hype now. Yen's actually in the green today. Yeah, oil's now under 3%. RILY. Sentinel 1. Oh, there's SE. That was the one that moved yesterday. But I think Sentinel had news not too long ago. The CPI data, it came flat in line. Honestly, it was probably for how hyped it could have been and what we got. It was probably the most underwhelming CPI, but not underwhelming enough to like go down, 2%, but definitely didn't really pack any punch to make us go up. SoFi, we have a random play we need to get out of, but I think SoFi, I think it's a good name to trade if you want that activity, but for the long term, I would choose a better financial anchor. Yeah, again, we have the 30-year bond auction, so kind of just like we got surprised with consumer sentiment and stuff like that, maybe we'll get it. Right now, it's a Fed party, and we're all invited. Bloomberg article. Oh, wow. All right, well, it is tomorrow. We'll see. We're going to see after that. I mean, now Powell, this is going to increase the hypeness for Powell. You're running up here, though. So, again, you're getting above opening candle. SPY is still negative, but might be able to go green. Russell did go a little bit higher off of that. And then oil got their little bounce. Like I said, if oil can move up, you'll get a little optimism. But bonds and stocks, they're a little further apart here. And again, with the auction, I think that's what's going to be interesting. Meta straight up is lit. Straight up. Pfizer's going up. So, again, they started off weak. Yeah, Meta's up 1.5. What was it? Bond auction, I mean, yesterday we got a little bit of a reaction. The bond auction shouldn't be as important, but lately the market has given a lot of attention to it, especially with everything with yields and rates and all of that. So we'll see. I mean, I would say 50-50 at this point. If you asked me that question a month ago, I would have told you it's really important because Wall Street was really obsessed with it. But then again, all of these bond auctions, even if they're quote unquote bad, they're going to all be a quarter basis point, 50 basis points or more lower than the latest auction. So just remember, we've had a very epic bond rally, so that kind of factors into all of it. So I don't think it'll be too bad, but I don't think it's too important, but also not something we're just going to gloss over. But then again, yesterday we had a little reaction on the 10-year, so you could kind of apply that as well too. Pfizer on the high, W buy down 10. Yeah, the 30-year bond auction is usually bad. Anything, even like the 20 years, but any of the longer durations, they come in as poor performers. But it should be, again, lower, though, than the latest auction about a month ago. 1 p.m. for that 30-year bond auction, I believe. Yeah, 1 p.m. And SPY still going up, man. Again, you got comments with Yellen as well, too. I should have held that Russell. That was a good one. We could have double dipped a little bit. But now Russell's starting to break out there. They still are the underperformer, but SPY's getting a little melt-up mode. Again, like I said, I'd watch out for, getting to this low. So I think, 42, like 426, 426.30, or maybe a little higher. Kind of the low there. KKR said in advanced talks on €3 billion deal for HG's Iris software. Will the impact, bond auction impact? It could, it couldn't. Like we said, it just depends. If it's a bad auction, which it probably will be, but then everybody freaks out and gets worried and rates go crazy, it's going to affect everything. But like you saw the 10-year auction yesterday, I think I would use that as a guide. So again, 10-year auction yesterday, you had a reaction, and then bonds still ended up higher. Everybody brushed it off. Same thing with the market. We reacted at the bond auction and then ended up going higher. So it's hard to say right now, but if it's a real big reaction and it surprises way more than the CPI, we'll get a big move all across the board. But if not, I mean, it's not like it has to move us, and maybe we go back to a time where we ignore the bond auction like we once did. Well, our Ford traders before us told us they would not react to the bond auctions. And then Timorow's been quiet here in the morning, man. Very, very quiet. You passed your real estate test, baby. Getting my license. That was fast. Let's go. So I hope you've been in touch with Tyler and Trey and them. Because I think you were emailing me the other day. So, dude, you got that done quick. What the hell? So, amen, bro. Get in touch with them. They'll get you set up. But that's what I'm talking about. Dude, let's go. That was quick. And then Najee. Congratulations, baby. Congratulations. Long term made it, so we got patient. We were patient. Is it worth it to get your license if you want to flip houses? If you want to save 3%, 2.5% on every flip you do. If you want 2% buying rebate and then save 2.5% when you sell, it might be worth it. It might be worth it. Or is it Uber running? Uber, yeah, again, 62.71. Again, 63.80, I believe. 63.50 even. We'll be hitting there, man. Could have done it without the beautiful family, baby. God is good. Amen, man. You did it, bro. You did it. You saved for it, bro. You got it. You took the right steps, bro. I love it. I love it. Shout out John, too, man, getting that license. You did that fast, bro. I swear you were just telling me how to get started in real estate. So if you started in November, that's good, bro. You took some initiative. Love to see it. All right, SPY kind of chilling out here. KRE just chilling. XLF still going up, man. So again, JP Morgan is at 52-week highs. If that breaks out again, it will do it again. Dollar still barely lower. Yen is up. AMD now 52-week high. That's going crazy. Dustin in the chat gifting a membership, baby. Oh, and he gave it to John. Look at that. He said, congratulations. There you go. In Indiana, where do you like? What's that place called? Greenwood or Greenville, Indiana, and then Indianapolis, Indiana. I like too. Those are where I have my properties. I have one more city that I just got, but I honestly couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I know that sounds awful. Oh. All right, Chattadonia. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to blow my nose. I've been saving y'all the blowing my nose. You don't get to hear it. I've been hooking you up, all right? So I got you, man. I got you. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
Market wants to see inflation drop a lot faster than it has, but I think that they are on track, and I think 2%, is going to be the target, and I think they are on track to get there. It's just going to take two things. It's going to take patience, which we all hate that word, and persistence, and I think that's what we're going to hear from Chair Powell tomorrow.
What kind of patience is going to be required? The market is anticipating we're going to see rate cuts March, April, May, I take your pick. It's not actually that big a difference, but certainly potentially at the start of next year. Is that the market being patient?
Not really. I just have this image of Powell trying to hold back the market. You know, the market is a thoroughbred. It's ready to go. It's ready to race. We saw that last month with just the performance and risk markets. I think we want to get there sooner rather than later. You know, one of the things that we've been looking at least from the front end of the curve as a money market investor, you know, really pricing in or expecting to see the Fed cut rates the second half of next year. So we think that the market's getting a little ahead of themselves in terms of Fed funds. But again, there's a lot of data between now and then.
Well, and it becomes a question then, Lori, of how reactive we will be to that incoming data, especially given the kind of volatility we have been seeing in rates. Is there any reason to expect that that is not going to continue in dramatic fashion?
No, I think that's fair. I mean, the market's really looking at two things, right? When and why. You know, when is the Fed going to actually start to cut rates? But then why? I think, you know, Rob Waldner, one of my colleagues, was on earlier today. Is it going to be a maintenance cut, or is it going to be some pretty significant corrective action because, you know, they kept rates too high for too long? So, you know, we're going to be debating that. It's going to increase volatility in the front end of the curve, and it has been all year, and I would expect that to continue into 2024.
So what is the investment strategy that feeds off that?
Well, you know what? I've always said this, you know, it's dry powder. You want to make sure that you've got some dry powder. We're seeing it in record assets. Money is still going into money market funds, so there is plenty of it out there, whether it's retail or institutional investors. You're not going to be able to necessarily, you know, call the top of the market. So this is something where it's just a matter of, you know, keeping some cash available to put to work when you start to see some of these, you know, things that we've seen in terms of rates. Because that's what we've been doing, honestly, is just trading the range. It's really worked for us in the portfolios, and we're very happy with the performance until we get more clarity, more consistent clarity. And that's, I think, what you guys were talking about earlier in the show. It's going to take more than one number.
Yeah, absolutely, especially for the Federal Reserve, which is very reluctant to risk making a mistake. Again, it definitely wouldn't want to cut too early, considering it's what many people call a mistake in hiking too late in the face of inflation.
Interesting. So deflation out of the question? We said it this morning based on even like the super core. I think if real estate comes down, we'll see deflation. But as of now, you're getting the disinflation. I mean, excluding real estate, things are looking very good. But then again, I don't think they'll go low enough to get you into a negative print. You want that deflation. You want a real negative print and like an increase. I think that will be a result of real estate. And how does real estate go down? You need unemployment to go up. So I do think the jobs market is still a big point. We'll see what Powell says about that tomorrow. I wonder if he wants to hammer home real estate, because he has to deal with, he might say what the Bank of Canada said. I think Macklem said it with, again, half of Canada's interest or their CPI is as a result of real estate. And then for us, again, when you like start excluding things, you know, 70%, 60%, I think, of our index is from real estate. And then it's up like 6% on the year. And then SPY is going again. So we're still, we're actually green now, but damn, you hit another high. Oh, my goodness. So it's kind of looking like yesterday, a little bit weirder. But you're back up here. So this is where I said a little bit higher from here. This will be the bottom of that range ahead of the data. But now you have big volume, and then you are not like intraday like right now on the candle. But overall, the volume's a little bit higher. And Russell's still chilling out there. Any thoughts on the unwinding of the basis trade and the overnight repo markets? I mean, the repo drainage, it's some people, it's not bad yet, but if anything, that's probably what's adding liquidity. But at this point, I mean, we could see all of that stuff, but until it's got the whole world in his hands. I mean, we're just playing this slow game of, again, rates. I think rates and then jobs. That will probably be the biggest factor, because even on days like today, if you're not noticing it, everyone's ignoring everything. That's it. The market has gone back to its own mode. But it's like as long as the narrative for the soft landing can keep getting punched in, then I don't think anything else is going to matter there. Do I think it's important? Yes, but do I think it's going to affect stocks? Probably not until we see other factors get rid of this soft landing narrative. Because right now, everybody is just waiting. The way the market is right now, it's like everybody has binoculars in the sky just waiting, watching for soft landing. As long as we see it approaching, everybody, that is what is having everybody hypnotized. Pow, 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 can't you see? Sometimes soft landing hypnotize me. I just love the lower inflation. This is how you cut, and it's okay. Hey, no, so it's everyone's hypnotized, bro. It's very, and then again, not to mention the end of the year, but we do have to see what ends up happening tomorrow. Again, with young Powell. Well, it's like we're watching for Powell's words, but even then, people could ignore it. SPY 52-week high. Yeah, again, that's even showing up on the high-low ticker, bro. 4624. So, again, 4626. That will be the next level. We'll see how that one plays out. We hit it yesterday as well. Did the SPY flash 52-week high, though? Just seeing it on the high-low ticker, it stands out. Because you think it's like, every other stock, but it's like, it's the SPY. How high do I think the SPY will go? I think 48. I think the 4,800. Maybe if bad data hits before then, we'll go down. But here are all the levels up until like 47, 4750, 4775. But then that's it. Everything after 4,600, after hitting this high, all that matters now is just do we test that all-time high or not? What's up, Chad Matt? 38 months, baby. Good morning. Happy CPI day and happy Powell pregame. Will the SPY ever split? No. They'll rebalance it, but no splits. And then bonds still trying to hold up, but again, equities slowly melting up from that low. Again, we had a great bottom entry. Sold it out a little earlier there on the Russell at least. So if you had it on any other index, it would have been good. But at the same time, bonds haven't really moved too much. SPY getting near the low end of where we're at in the CPI off of the morning. And that is the bonds. All right, see if bonds could break out, that'll be good. And then where's young oil? Oh, oil had the rip. Yeah, so there you go. Oil's up at least 0.5% right now. Maybe like 0.75%. So we were talking about that next leg happening with oil, and that is happening right now. You like the optometrist test yesterday? That was good, man. Shout out all the optometrists there playing the Colt in their office. Amen. U.S. Transportation Department said on Tuesday they're launching a regulatory effort aimed at eventually mandating tech to prevent intoxicated drivers from starting vehicles. Watch Qualcomm all-time highs for the year. I got a real love-hate relationship with Qualcomm. But yeah, they don't look too bad. And then chips today are on fire. Four, 6, 7, 8 on the futures. Where are we? Right below the level. You could be the next Barbosa. Like the player from the Suns. What was that dude's name? You guys remember him? Oh, the comedian. I feel you. I thought you were talking about Leandro Barbosa. I don't know why my mind was on basketball for some reason. You remember Barbosa though? Yeah, he was ill. Honestly, I feel like he one of the GOATs. Dude, he's 41 years old now. Good guy, bro. Good guy. Yeah, with Nash, bro. That was dude. He was a good player. Brazilian too, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, maybe I'll be a comedian. I don't know. I saw that one guy on Netflix, the one comedian. What's his name? I don't know his name. His name was like Fat like something. Like it's a new release, but like I got really inspired because like if you guys go watch him, he has the same hair that I have. That's exactly how my hair is. It Stavros? He's the Greek guy. He's funny as hell. But like that's how my hair look. I got the bald spot in the back, and then the like receding in the front, and then like a little bit in the middle. Yeah, Fat Rascal. That's who it was. Stavros. He's aggressive, but he's funny, bro. He made a Jesus joke, and I felt bad for laughing. Because he's like, why they make Jesus with blue eyes and a six-pack? And I couldn't help it. I was like, man. I was like, that's true, though. That's true. I don't know why the Western world and, you know. Mm-hmm. You bought 2K for $30 and you lost your first game to bots. I mean, it's only going to get worse, bro. I'm telling you. I think I've lost more hair this year due to 2K than anything else. Sadly, I think I've gotten just as much stress, if not more stress, from 2K than getting clapped on a NASDAQ short for half of the year. So good luck, man. Good luck. Yosh on stage would be funny. I would need you guys in the crowd. If I ever did it, if I ever wanted a take at stand-up, I would need you guys with me. Because I would definitely lean on the crowd work for sure. Well, maybe we'll see, man. We'll see if I could write something funny one day. Maybe one day. Till then, you got 7 hours with me till the bell. Oh. If the housing market hasn't come down as much as the Fed would like, wouldn't cutting rates make it go up even higher? Yes. That's why it may be higher for longer. That's why this whole waiting, maybe maybe we just get stuck at 4% and inflation just never comes down below this 4 on core, maybe a little lower. But until that really eases up, there's no incentive for them to actually cut. If you're walking around with your hairline looking at light, just let it go. Let it go. I did. I'm fine. I'm very confident in my hairline. That's it. But it looked just like Stavros. If you ever want to know how I look, it's that. I look like him, except just I'm a little more fit. That's all. That's all. But he got the same hair. It's good. I was inspired by it because I'm like, dude, that's a trend now. That's a trend. Powell said many times he won't cut until real estate starts to go down. So that might just be the issue, that the market is going to, and then we may have to spend a year of waiting for Supercore to drop, which again may not, but that is the issue. Or then by the time real estate drops, you're literally going to be dealing with deflation and probably high unemployment and an economic slowdown. You don't remember that? He said it before. He's talked about it where he said that was like the big one where I guess he didn't say it like in a sense of it being straight up, like not to the point where he's saying like it wasn't like a hard red line for Powell, but he has mentioned in the past that we shouldn't be thinking about cutting rates until Supercore and real estate starts to ease up. And unfortunately, it hasn't. Yeah, he hasn't drawn a red line, but he also, it's at the same time, I think he has definitely made a case of why the F would we cut rates if real estate's off? Dude, I think it's been awful. It's been up by 0.6 month over month. So it's like, I don't think that's what Powell wants to see. Your buddy in Chula Vista cut his hair like Stavros, but he was 16. He shaved the middle of his head to get that look. Oh my, that's all right, man. I'm keeping my hair then. That's amazing. If you telling me the young generation, first they wanted to join Al Qaeda, and now they're shaving off their head at 16 to have a bald spot, I guess I'm just ahead of the trend, bro. That's crazy. You live near Chula Vista. Tell me if you see that hairline. If you see that out and about, you let me know. Chula Vista. Shout out to 619, baby. What's up? Yeah, real estate and unemployment are but that's like the irony is they're the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like Toyota and Lexus, real estate and unemployment. It's the same thing now at this point, right? Everybody's looking for the everyone's looking for jobs to come down, but jobs aren't coming down. They're like, oh, real estate's not coming down. It's like, oh, well, real estate comes down. It's the same thing. It's Toyota and Lexus. So I just want the Lexus. But I think they're hand in hand. That's why it's like, that's all we have to wait for now. But then by the time you see one, it's like you could rip up another 5-10% by the time it comes down. And then by the time real estate or unemployment does what you want it to do or goes in reverse, everything's going to flip and then you'll come down. But they are, you can't have one without the other. Amen. Amen. No Toyota without the Lexus. No Lexus without Toyota, huh? Well, maybe you have Toyota without Lexus. Okay, you get it. Uber, AMD again. And then SPY's still holding up here, man. Still holding up. Do we hit 4625? Not 4626 is the high. What came first, the chicken or the egg? I don't know. In this, I think unemployment though, because you can't get the house without the job based on Dodd-Frank. So it's like kind of like a chicken contraception, no? But in general though, I do think jobs. But then again, jobs are mad delayed off of the data. Because remember, I showed you guys a couple months ago. Wait till they revise the jobs lower, like they did in 2008. You know, they could come out at any time and revise all those numbers negative. But then again, real estate is also its own little weird world of data because real estate is still, again, it's like owner's equivalent. They're using rent. The rent is sticky. And I bet you they're going off geographies too. It's like, it's still meh. CPI is flat with core going up. Core did not go up. Core it's holding. Again, I guess month over month. But it's still, like, if anything, it's the same rate. I think everything was flat. But if you remove real estate, inflation is coming down a lot. But then if you look at real estate, inflation is going up. So, like, if you wanted to use, like, real estate as the gauge of inflation, we're at 6.5% on the year, which is mind-blowing to me. That means every single month you've gotten 0.3 on real estate super core, 0.4, 0.6, maybe a negative. I don't even think it's gone negative once this year. It has added up to a lot, but it's like really like so it's a very there's a jaws like just like TLT and the SPY. The divergence between the two is massive. So, like, right now, like, if you take out real estate, there's no inflation. Inflation is borderline at 0 now, or maybe at, like, 2% or lower. But it's very low if you take out real estate. But then you throw in, if you look at only real estate, and, like, you're like, well, okay, since real estate's weighing on most of the index, it's outweighing even the gasoline decline. Real estate is through the roof right now. Real estate's saying we have a problem. So, unfortunately, it's just whatever everybody wants to focus on, and then Powell, and then, you know, the path moving forward over the next couple of months. So that's why it's going to be a real effed up waiting game, I think, back and forth. IBM on the high still. High tickers still gassing. Bonds are trying to break out a little bit here. They're like right near break even, but then SPY kind of edging down here. And then yen kind of climbing. Sorry, ES starting to break down. SPY going a little lower. You didn't bail on what I said. You're making something to see a sector less meta. They're cucking you on the functions. No worries. Tried like there's meta and somebody else. I think Google. So pretty much look at communications, but strip out the big tech. Because then I don't think it's it's not like an OG gauge of communications. But then again, just on days when we see them running up, I think having, you know, communications and then the communications excluding, you know, Google and Meta and like any of those big techs, I think it'll just give you a good breakdown. Just good to see. Last 30-year bond auction wrecked the SPY. Why? Because everybody was a crackhead, and remember, we were still hyper-focused. And then just remember, 30-year bond auctions are historically poor. Nobody buys a 30-year. Nobody, like, why do you buy the 30-year? It makes no damn sense right now. There are there is a factor related to the coupon only that like Zeros that could be factoring into it. I don't know if this could be a coupon only auction. I'm not sure. I don't think it is. But that could be the only thing that could help out with it. Other than that, though, 30-year auctions are usually poor. And, you know, we're already down right now. We were up in the morning, but I would watch out for that. But last 30-year, everybody was just hyper-focused on all of the bond auctions that were coming out. So, like I said, though, the thing, just like the 10-year, remember, 10-year bond auction was bad yesterday, and we ended up selling off and then bouncing up. And it's one big reason I would say is that all of the bond auctions are going to be way lower than a month ago. So just don't forget how much bonds have rallied in the last 30 to 45 days. So no matter what this auction comes in, it's going to be a quarter, half a point lower than the last auction. So even if it's bad more so, it's still going to be emphasizing that, you know, it's better, it could have been worse type beat. You don't realize they put match in the comms. I mean, it makes sense, but like, because it's communicating, you know, but like, that's what I'm saying. There used to be an old definition of communications versus like now, like you'll find a lot of tech in that index. So I think if you strip it out, you could find a more telling one. But other than that, it's still, then again, I mean, it's, if you want to adapt with the times, then it is. Biden says CPI shows continued progress on inflation. Go, Build Back Better. Ah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, we did it. We did it, Joseph. I'm Joseph. Fuck. Fuck yeah. Biden got calls. Man, Biden... They had a party on the White House lawn when inflation hit 9%. So I don't know, man. So either way, bro, I'm sure they better be happy about this. They better be happy about this, bro. You don't remember the White House inflation party? It was a party, bro. I haven't even had an inflation party. That's insane. Like, think about it. Not too many people have had and the whole rest of the world is just getting clapped by inflation. That's even like, oh, man. But, yeah, bro. So, I don't know. I think they love this report right now. Again, the only thing that's bad is real estate. That's it. Again, gas has been plummeting. Why would real estate be stripped out of inflation if that's people's biggest expense? I mean, there's a educational answer to that. There's also a very critical answer to that. But, you know, the idea is to get an idea of what's happening. I'm going to put you right in the middle. Between cynical and educational, it's just like it gives us an idea of what's like, just how I could tell you right now, oh, well, inflation's down without this. It's so you could have an idea versus one-off factors, or so if something, the biggest expense, you know, if one factor is weighing on the index so much, it's an outlier more or less. So it's like you don't want to say, oh, well, inflation is doing this because of one thing, even though it could be your biggest expense. That's why they do it. It's to get a better idea, and then ultimately to trick you and condition you into thinking that a rate of change tells you where inflation is at. What? But yeah, I'm still in the M2K. Yeah, M2Ks I've held all month. I got in that play, and I told you it was a play for December. So they're running up. I'm actually break even on the rollover, but again, that's like 700 or 900 profit, I believe. 720. I was up on it in the morning, and I flipped out of the art. I did a Russell for 2-something today. And then I'm still in a ZB. All right. Is SPY going to hit the 45.26 now? Or 46.26? Get ready, Chad. One more point, half a point, really. That will be the next level. Would you hold call plays? I mean, option, I don't know, man. There's still the element of the market maker. Like futures, if you have cushion, I would hold. If you don't have cushion, I would get out. Or again, make your plays and then exit out today and then reposition right ahead of the event or right after. But it really depends. But like options, I'm not playing any options. The only option I grabbed the KREs today, and we have the ARC, but I'm tying those into cyclical plays. You know, I have broader ideas with those option plays, but I'd say, you know, the intraday volatility with the market maker, that's, you know, it's give or take when it comes down to the option. All right, Chad. Half a point, you'll be there. Let's see what happens. Biden says he knows many find too many things unaffordable. Okay, it's good. It's good. First, I don't know if that's the first time he said that. That's good. I'll take it. I'll take it. INVZ. I want to see the XXXX, the 4 times levered. This thing's been loving it. Alrighty, Uber getting more volume. This is a level, Chad, so get ready. This is March of 2021 or 2022. I always butcher it, but right here, 2022. So remember, you had that end of Santa rally, and then Powell said, I'm going to destroy you and raise rates. And then everyone's like, no, it's over, it's fine. And that was your first relief rally after panic. You came all the way from 4,100 all the way up to 4,600. This is literally what happened last time. On any sort of relief, 46.26, Oracle dying off of it. Oh my goodness. Oh damn, that one just. So you just had a big red candle at the top there. What time is it? 7:41. All right, let some of those orders come in. Pump it up at 4,700. You bet. You bet. I'm not gonna play you like that. Bonds moving up. 626. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Boeing 52-week highs. Possible to hit 40. Dude, we might hit 4,800 if Powell is good. And then if not, we're going to get clapped tomorrow. If Powell brings down the hammer, it'll be his last chance till the end of the year. So see how this one holds out. Carry March to the upside. Yeah, we'll go over it on the watch list today. We talked about it a little bit on the watch list yesterday. And even though CPI wasn't good, that one I'm setting up kind of in response to prepare for Powell. And it's pretty much one of those ghetto rate hike plays. It's a ghetto cyclical. He might. I mean, he has an opportunity. You never know. All right. All right, I'm shorting the ES. Oh, come on. I want a little higher. 467875. That's going to be intraday flip. But I'm going short on the ES there. Mm-mm. 467875. I wanted to short the higher top. I said I'll just take it for a little bit. Don't do it, please. It's okay. If I get squeezed a little bit, it's fine. We have other plays. Again, I have a bond. If I get squeezed, I'm assuming my bonds and other stuff will come up. But again, I'm trying to flip it like we did with the Russell. Where is young Russell? It came up. We should have held that play. You would have done very, very well on that. We bottom ticked the shit out of the Russell in the morning. Am I feeling better? No, I got so many boogers. Like, my face is just, like, congested. So, I don't, you know, but, like, see, I woke up. I'm dry. I'm off the CPI this morning. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah. Anymore, there's a bond auction at 1 p.m., and I think that's going to be about it. 30-year bond auction, which should be bad for a little bit. And then we'll go from there. Then you're going to hear from Biden and Zelensky and stuff like that. Made Uber free, got the 65. Let's go. We got to do something with those random plays. I forgot we have an Uber random play. And then we have there's like a Rivian, I think, too. And then SoFi. Uber do very, very good. Pinterest on the high. Oracle getting clapped. But yeah, Uber's great. AMD still, though. That's nonstop. Even Uber right at the high. Snapchat about to hit 16. 10 cents below it. Well, again, there's a lot of people talking about what Powell's going to say. But remember, right when that statement comes out, we're going to have juice tomorrow. So it's like you just got to watch out because I do think that dot plot is going to be very, if it's confusing, we're going to hate it. If it's very bearish, you're going to notice it right away. So I don't know, in a weird way, I think a lot of people are downplaying the dot plot tomorrow. But then again, like some people brought up yesterday, this like weird chance that nothing changes on the dot plot still kind of there. So we're going to have to see how that ends up playing out. Padufas. We have to check. See, bonds still chilling out. Puts are cheap, but what would you get puts in? I'd play the index. The index. You go after SPY or anything of that nature. I don't think that's maybe the QQQ, but you don't have to overthink it. And that's if we do get, again, a negative reaction or that's like kind of the beauty. Even like I said for today, if like things came in bad, like your put protection, nobody wants them right now. So you could get a really good deal on that more or less. From what I understand, people will focus on the dot plot rather than Powell. I think the wiser of the bunch will, but a lot of people are still kind of, don't underestimate the market that is really conditioned. And, a lot of us, we love listening to it, but a lot of people want to hear what he has to say. They think that Powell, it's split up in two halves. There's one part of the market that thinks that Powell will do the talking. The other part thinks that the numbers and the dot plot will do the talking. So it's just really on which side you're going to lean to tomorrow. Snap got an upgrade the other day. So, again, Snap got like multiple upgrades over the last like 30 days. So I think this was an upgrade, then this was another one. And then, again, just like cyclicals, rotation, rates easing up. They're about to fill this gap now. Again, once it gets to like 16.10 or something, this is where it really gets crazy. And then what time? 7:47. We still got like an hour till Euro close. I lean towards the dot plot just because, again, summary of economic. Oh, big pop there. So through the level now, you're getting it. Again, welcome to March, baby. March of 2022. You are now at the level. How's it feel? Tell me how you feel. 4.6. You're actually higher now. 4.627. So let me see. I think the next level from here is going to be 4.633, 4.634. That should sound familiar. I don't know if that number sounds familiar to you. I mean, it does to me. So 4.63334. We're back at this range once again. The dot plot is the summary. It's a portion of the summary of economic projections every 3 months as part of the Fed meeting. Not only do they raise or pause or do whatever, they also incorporate, what they believe was going to happen with the economy, growth, wages, as well as where they, they survey all the Fed members and ask them where they think rates are going to be by the end of the year. Zelnick, Take-Two CEO, said that integration of AI can enhance games such as GTA. Although quality may increase, the price will not decrease. Tustana, your third super stream, baby. God bless you. Good morning. Happy CPI day. Ooh. Market seems scammy, too much hype, no fundamental. Like we said, the market's hypnotized. Everybody is hyper-focused on a soft landing because all of the data right now, as long as it doesn't get awful, it is all pointing towards a better outcome than not. Getting rid of EW. I think we're only down $100 on that one now. That was a bad earnings play, but it's coming up. They even got downgraded the other day. You heard that China had 3 consecutive negative prints. Would it be wise to parlay some capital in the emerging markets? I think it would be. Again, that's why, like I've been saying, I like BABA. I think China is such a big problem, and it's awful, but at the same time, they're selling off more than anybody right now. That is the only thing right now in the world that is not ramping up right now. Believe it, China is literally so far behind. It's insane. But then again, they may start coming up by the time we start dying, if anything. Pinduoduo, that's an exception. But like as a whole, the Chinese markets are destroyed. Chinese ADRs, they're not good at all. But then again, it's like there's some value there. But here's the thing with emerging markets. I said this the other day, and I think it holds a lot of weight. Literally, that inflation, all these places have had inflation, it's gapping up their stock markets. What you want to watch for is if they could hold a rally when their currency starts strengthening. Then that's going to be a real bull market for those emerging markets. So like if India can rally and their currency strengthens, bullish. China rallies when their currency strengthens, bullish. The number one, Japan, if the yen strengthens and the Japanese stock market keeps going after the 20-year rally or this 20-year high that it's on, right? That's going to be extremely bullish. But if not, then, as inflation goes, so will some of these emerging market gains. It instills confidence, yes. And to understand that like a lot of these rallies in emerging markets, like especially some with like really weak currencies, like again Argentina's stock market's through the roof, Turkey's stock market's through the roof, their currencies are dead. So it's kind of like an inflationary reaction in the rally that they've gotten. The only one is China. Their currency's not as good, but now they're going through their deflation more so. But like that's what you want to see. Can China rally while their currency strengthens? That's the true tell, especially for like Japan. That will be because Japan hasn't hit this high in 20 years. So but again, the currency has never been this weak in 20 years. So is it like, are they really rallying, or is it just because of the weakening currency? That has been the debate here for a little bit. But it's like Japan can rip while the yen strengthens, then you got a real bull market. Otherwise, this bull market's all floofla, flippity, floop, what is it? Hoopla. How come the yen is so important? It's one of the biggest, it's the carry trade is one of the biggest in the world. And again, they are an anchor for global funding. So again, there's a lot there. Fugazi, there it is. So there's the yen is extremely important. I mean, the yen in a weird way affects your daily life as far as credit is concerned way more than you would expect. And you have that little red here still holding up. Again, we're about to enter 8. I think like 8:15. We're going to do one of those little weird moves. But again, the next level is not too many points up. So we'll see what this does here. But you're still holding up pretty good. Explain. Well, we've explained a lot throughout the years, and again, there's a lot of videos, and it's a very deep thing. Like, it's a very complex, but it's just not really as complex as I think it's easy to understand, but there's just so much to it. But this is what I'll tell you. Very simply, if you wanted to go, what if I told you I could get you 0% interest rates right now in this world? I could get you want to borrow money? I could get it for you for 0%. Would you be interested? How many of you would love that right now? You want a mortgage? You want a house? I say I could get it for you for 0%. You would take it? You should ask me how. You know what I'm saying? Right now in this world, because you know how high rates are, some mother effer was like, I'm going to get you 0. You should say, how? I would take you to Japan. So like I'm saying, that is the floor right now of global interest rates. So in a weird way, you could go get rates at 0 in Japan. So hypothetically speaking, if you wanted to set up a company, that's where the carry trade comes into play, because guess what? Your only risk is the value between the Japanese yen and the dollar. So it's like if you wanted to go borrow money at 0, you go to Japan. If you really wanted to do it, I mean, your only risk would be the gap between the yen and the dollar and then that rate, but then you could borrow at 0, maybe even negative. So welcome. That's why it's like, ironically enough, you could blame Joe Biden. You could blame all of this for inflation, but like in a weird way, you could also blame Japan. Because, again, as the rest of the world was cratering, they were still giving out free money even to the moment I'm speaking this right now. They don't make anything from loaning? No. That's why they're trying to exit. That's why if they exit it, you're going to see a big shift. All right, another pop here. Even the bonds, everything playing along here. 46, 27, 27. We're a little bit higher. Can we get much higher? Rate cuts. Doo-doo. Big drop. It would have to be used in Japan. Not necessarily. So, again, that's where, like, if you want to balance it out in certain ways and convert it, you just take a risk with the dollar, though. It's extremely risky, though. So, again, you could borrow in Japanese yen, and then if you want to convert that loan into dollars, you're going to lose on the conversion. So now the yen is down more than the dollar. But then if it comes down to a point where now the yen isn't as much down versus the dollar, then you could just scrape the gap between that and walk away a winner. So it's possible right now, but that's the risk. The dollar and the yen fluctuate, as well as our rates too. As our rates become more attractive or not, it changes that dynamic. So that's where it starts to get a little complex. But hypothetically speaking, there's still free money in the world right now. And in mass, we're talking $22 trillion maybe even more, or something of ridiculous. Can we get much higher? Right, Uber flip. Uber has been running. Let everybody else have a chance. UVXY dumping makes you nervous. Nobody buying any protection. That's been the vibe. They've murdered nobody. Everybody hates puts. It's that time of the year until there's a reason for it. But then again, I feel like we're going to kind of, I don't know. Today, I'm not really expecting too much. I took that short here at the top. I'm down $100 on the big one, but I'm not too worried about that. The market right now. So if you just like adjust inflation for inflation, it's like it's at 0. So like you could just buy everything for free. Maybe. Tuan, baby. Is that a pyramid I see? Nice looking pyramid, baby. Welcome. What do you say one should play puts? I think tomorrow, if that dot plot is extremely hawkish, you'll get an easy signal. Market may tweak out a little bit, but I'd be down to play some puts and downside if that dot plot is pretty hawkish tomorrow. But then again, everybody just right now, why nobody's buying puts is because they don't think that's going to happen. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like it's not – there's a reason why people ain't buying puts right now because they really think Powell and the Fed are going to adjust very, very bullishly, more or less. So hypothetically, if you're acquainted with a fund in Japan, you could go into JV and take advantage of interest rate. Yes, but that's not what people are doing right now. That's how the Japanese financial crisis – blew up in the 80s, right? It's really risky, especially when currencies are moving all over the place. It's really, really risky. Right now, what everyone's doing, like literally hedge funds and even Warren Buffett, they're taking those loans out in Japan, and then they're buying Japan equities thinking a couple years out to just benefit off of all of it with a very, very low cost to hold. And then if the dollar goes down and then the yen strengthens, all of your Japanese investments are going to do very, very well. So, but other than that, though, the arbitrage risk is high. The dot plot comes out at 2 p.m., right when the Fed releases everything. So you're ripping now. The low ticker is getting a lot drier. High ticker is starting to run up. Let's see what we got here. Dow Jones, 17 green, 13 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 38 red, 63 green. So the bulls are taking a lead now. And then S&P still 50-50, 217 versus 283. 217 red, 283 in the green. Cut your SPY. I cut my Russell. I did go short on this SPY, but I did cut that Russell early. I don't know. Is Russell breaking out? Russell's is moving hella slow. Russell, but we could have got another 0.25% on that, which would have been like, what, $400? Oh, you giving me yen, baby. Let's go. Hit me with the yen. Ooh, 100 yen. Come on, bro. You should give me like 145. That ain't even $1, man. You see, back in the day, 100 yen used to be good. Now it's not. Now it's weakened. The dot plot comes out 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, 30 minutes ahead of Powell. Yeah, that's less than $1 now. So it used to be like 110, 115 was like about $1. Now you need 145 of them yens, 144 of them yens to get me $1. Man, that's crazy. What's your wallet to send you Shiba? I mean, I take dollars. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going, it's very simple. I take U.S. dollars. Shit, I take Japanese yen apparently too. AMD is just doing all the chips are on fire today. Bonds chilling out. Susa on the high. Love. More airlines. Remember, they were the leader in the morning. You feel me? 190 on AMD. Gotta show love, baby. Baby here. Pump it up after the PHILO. Oh, see money. 4,700, man. 4,700. You'll get your pump it up at 4,700, my brother. God bless you. God bless you. Let's go. I take Mexican peso. If it's on YouTube, yeah. I mean, I'm down. I'm down with all the global currencies, man. SPY's still running up here. So, again, we got 30 minutes till power hour, till Euro close. But you're right below the next level. You've topped out. You're higher than March of 2022, man. That's crazy. So, this is like what? This is like a 24-month high or something like that. Maybe even higher. Can we get much higher? Oh. AMD at 105. The ultimate rug pull. I don't know, though. It's not like today was aggressive. Like, today was just very slow. And, like, again, remember I told you, you're right. I thought we would have topped out, again, at, like, 46, 20, 40, or 33 to 50, or a little higher. But now we're, like, right back to where we were pre-market. That's the ironic part about all of it. It's a very slow day. I don't even think, like, you didn't have as much hype to trap people and rug pull them. It's kind of just slow and steady for the day, and then chips are going nuts. AMD once again. Delta and those airlines are still doing good, and then bonds are now back into the green. JetBlue put sweep. Tesla, they're just not playing along. Remember, big tech yesterday was the lagger. Even Google's still down. They had bad news. Apple found a way to come back up. Why people look at SPY and Q rather than S&P or the NASDAQ? Well, one's a future, one's the actual index. So, like, I like to look at the index that's telling you the real-time price, and then the futures, it's borderline the real-time price, but also giving you an idea of some of the future pricing and expectations, but they're pretty much the same thing. I mean, it's boiled down to preference. As long as you are getting in the data and know what's happening, I don't think either or both of them together. I look at all of them, but they're not. It's not going to really mislead you as much as it's just telling you, what the indexes are doing. But you do have to know, like, like yesterday when the futures contracts flipped, or 2 days ago, we did see something a little. No, that was yesterday, Monday. You will watch it play out a little differently. Crude back near the lows? No way. Yeah, dude, down to 3.3 again. Dude, they hate crude. So crude how they hate it. RMAX. Bonds are still ripping. So again, that we had a bond play. Remember, I was up on it like $500 in the morning, and then it flipped negative. And I think it's coming back to green. I'm down 275 on the ES short, and bonds are coming back to break even. Never thought we'd be here after 2 months, dude. It was just a month or two ago. Everybody was panicking. I had to tell people not to sell the long term within the last 90 days. And then to think that you are hitting a 24, 26-month high right now, absolutely insane. U.S. Cleveland CPI came in a little hotter. You just had a little drop there. Bonds are still holding, but again, I think we're probably going to get this set up in a euro close. I don't think we're moving off anything. Remember, wait till 1 p.m. You have to calm down the chat. Not all the chat. Some of you guys, you guys turned into me. You've already lived through last October. You were like, fuck yeah. Some of the chats you had, you guys, you put you sat in the chair, had your feet in the sand. Y'all just chilled. Some of you bought stuff, but it's like, some of you had great experience. But then again, some people really were getting in panic mode. Like, again, it was bad. I remember, a lot of the flip shares even got destroyed. But then again, most of those already came back up. But there were some people who really were getting worried about it. So we'll see. We'll see, man. It's been 2022 was bad, but then we love 2022. Ironically enough, we had some great pickups in 2022 that were very green by January. So and that was the last time everyone was like, okay, I think I want to sell. I think it's time that I go home. But then again, I mean, you see how it's played out. Cisco for flip. Maybe if it could come back up. Dollar's going lower. I think that's what the market's liking. What? Why is it saying Cisco's only down a quarter? That's weird. Oh, I guess so. No. I'm thinking Oracle. No, not. I wouldn't play Cisco. Oracle. That's the one. I was like, wait a minute. I thought they got murdered. That makes no sense. I'd go with Oracle if you want this to turn up. Otherwise, or maybe when the market starts coming down, Oracle will go up. You're watching your nightly videos. You waited for lower prices. Now we're up here. You had your opportunity, though. I mean, I don't know if you've really watched. Do you remember me saying, because, again, a lot of people were FOMOing here. I told you guys it will come back down at least once, and you had two different opportunities. So you had one by March, and then you had one by October. So, but then again, I mean, I wouldn't be too with cash and holding the long term. Yeah, I mean, I still don't think you have missed out too much. But again, if you were waiting to start off your long term and said I'm not going to buy anything, then that's going to be kind of questionable. I was thinking we hit it. I said that's if there are the FOMO prices again, but then again, that's also this is 7 stocks. So at the same time, there is at least I can name you 500 names that are still trading below their levels. So you could start a long term pretty good on some areas, but you're not going to get meta and all. And again, at the same time, people were asking me about that around the beginning of the year. We were up like 90% already, 100% or more on Meta, Redfin, Netflix, and all those other names. So in a weird way, I think you missed out on a lot of the big tech in NVIDIA, but there is so much out there that I still think isn't at like too crazy of prices. So if you are on an individual basis, there's certain names you'll see. Like, again, even Qualcomm, it's literally right back to the beginning of the year. Again, AMD, that one's higher now, but you had your pullback there. I'm trying, let's see. If we went through the NASDAQ 100, airlines are all cheaper. Cybersecurity, cheaper. Palo Alto's up. Fortinet down. XLV, you could get at the same exact price. Utilities, or you could just use at this literally cheaper on the year. XLF, break even. Oil, you could get cheaper. I think Ulta's up, but even Ulta's straight up beginning of the year prices. So, did you see what I'm saying? I'm just going down. I'm just picking out random names on the NASDAQ 100 right now, or the S&P I'm looking at. But it's just like, if you really go through the names, there's so many names that, again, when I tell people to wait, but I'm like, yeah, the index is up because of fucking 7 stocks. But if you really are picking and choosing in the long term and you want to find names to invest in and space it out and balance it out, I mean, you got names that are extraordinarily cheaper on the year, or at least the same price. And then if you were able to get cash on that, you literally got a yield. And then if you really feel the FOMO and want to buy, you could get some of these either cheaper at the same price as 12 months ago. So it's a catch-22, but it really depends. But in my opinion, I think everybody already missed out on NVIDIA and Meta all at the beginning of the year. By January, February, those were already gone. What do we do with the long-term purchases if the prices stay up? Take advantage of the yield, but at the same time, there's going to be something that is cheap, if that makes sense. Like, that's just the reality of it, is that you still have, is everything going to be expensive? I doubt it. Like, that's why I'm looking at names like Pfizer and even MPW. Like, I'll take everything that is beaten down if that's the case. Otherwise, if you still feel there's risk, if you're still getting paid 5% on cash, you could just ride that out and call it a day. But if you, again, like we said, haven't invested long-term, you're never going to really miss out on these moves. So it's really, there's always going to be something that's cheaper. That's what I said at the beginning of the year, and I still think it's true today. Some things are more expensive by a lot more, but a majority of names are cheaper if you wanted to pick apart the S&P 500 and create your own. And then again, too, every couple of months, and like that's the wild part, is that 3 months ago, this conversation would have been 2 months ago, 60 days ago, this would have been a different conversation. And everything was cheaper, or everything was at a lower end of 2023 back to SVB levels, which is mind-blowing. So you see how fast the market could turn, but at the same time, as long as you have your patience and your plan, it's like, you could wait for a while, but always, like I said, just make sure you don't get above too much cash. I think 20% is the limit on cash. Right when I hit that, I used it all. And then, some of those plays are still down, believe it or not, even though everything went up. But we're going to stack up a little bit more. And I wouldn't hold too much cash. Get your investments in balance. And then at the same time, too, though, you don't need to chase. You don't need to chase anything that is at a very high price. Like that, I still believe in that 1,000, 1,000,000%. I'm still going to buy the names that are still cheap. $50 is in build. Yeah, that is a lot. What would you buy? I have cash. I'm looking at, again, Pfizer, maybe Baba in China, but Pfizer, MO, and what was the other one? Walgreens, but they moved up a little bit. Like I'm saying, these are all names. These are value names that are extremely destroyed, but like I'm telling you, pull up a list of the S&P 500. Those are all good names for the most part. Man, maybe even banks if some of you want to, but if you go to them, like find the names that you use and that you like. Like the one I feel like I missed this year that I really wanted, it was either J&J or Procter. I think it was Procter. Like those were some of the names we really could have got. But like even then, some names like J&J, just a lot cheaper from the beginning of the year, even from a couple of months ago. These are staples. Like, these aren't like, again, even Procter & Gamble is back down. So I might be able to get that at a cheaper price. Like these are names that, again, it's not sexy. It's not NVIDIA, but if you're telling me, should I buy something up 300% versus something that is unchanged on the year and still gives you a yield, I like that shit. And I still think that waiting on this year did provide 3M. I like, but we're barely down on that play. I think if it goes back to the low 90s, and then Disney I'd like more, but we're green on that one. PayPal for growth, that's a name I like still for next year. And just, again, it's in the long term every year. But do you see what I'm saying? So, like, there's so many of these names out there. Like Sherwin-Williams, that one just broke out. You could have got the discount a couple of months ago. Like Clorox, that's cheaper, break even on the year. So it's like these are all big-ass names. Like, about every single one of these. And that's where it's like you can get some of that opportunity. So it's like don't get distracted by the SPY or just, again, a couple of names going up to think that this year didn't provide discounts. That would be a lie, because yes, we are hitting highs, but the paradox is that it's only a couple of names. It's the bigger, strong names moving in mass, but a lot of like higher quality names are still at an extreme low, and it's like, yeah, dude, you're getting a discount. Even Hershey's for crying out loud. But then again, you pull out some of these charts, though, and this is the problem on all of them, you'll still see there's still some relative premium over the last couple of years. So, but then again, I wouldn't be holding more than 20% cash at any moment. If you keep 20% cash, once you get above it, start buying value names where your dollar is stronger. I'd buy what's cheaper there. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Option trading, stock market, extremely risky. Lose most of financial. You can solve financial. There's no purpose only. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Should have went shopping during Ozempic on some of them, but like some were still more expensive. But you definitely Ozempic consumer, everything in the last 60 days. I bought MO. That's it. I bought my more value, but you definitely had a lot of opportunities in the last couple months. But even then, like everything I just showed you is to prove that FOMO is fake, because that's it. You missed out on 10 names, 20 names, maybe 50 of the bigger tech performers, but like everything else, it's still cheaper, as weird as that may sound. Schwab is still cheap. But that's why you once you get him, and then once you start building out, you're going to notice how easy everything gets too. Because then that way, once you build the portfolio, whether you miss out or not, you'll be good. But then, not my contracts, cash. We're talking about the long term right now. So like if you have $100,000 portfolio and $80,000 is in equities and $20,000 is in stocks or is in cash, that would be your max, I would say. That's how we've talked about it for a while now coming into this, but I would say 20% cash is a little too much. Why? Because if the market drops and you have 20% cash, you're going to be able to buy 40% more usually. Or again, you see how some names go down a lot more than normal. So it's like that's where I do think that just, if you don't ever want to get FOMO, don't have more than 20% cash. And that's if you want to be really conservative and you could collect yield on the cash, and then everything else you could buy a little bit. You could buy a little bit, and then you don't have to buy anything that's up. If you want to buy something up, you can. You could buy the Eli Lillys. You could buy the NVIDIAs if you want to buy them at a higher price and then average down over the months and years. But in a weird way, if you don't want to feel like, oh, I'm waiting for lower prices, and then the prices go low and then they shoot up, and you're like, oh, I didn't get anything. Well, don't hold that much cash. But then at the same time, I really do believe there's a lot of great deals out in the market right now. But unfortunately, everybody is just focused on a couple of names. And we got some of them, thankfully. But then whatever you missed out on, like I'm not willing to chase those. Like I'm not willing to go after NVIDIA at this price. A lot of these names, if it's hitting all-time highs right now, or if it's hitting a new 52-week high, I'm not that buyer, unfortunately, especially when I could find 100 good quality names that are all trading lower than even the beginning of this year. Pfizer, I'm just waiting for my shit to move over. But then also, too, like Pfizer, we could either get a really good double discount or it's going to bounce from here. And why? Because of their last guidance. Again, their metrics are all messed up. So another bad earnings has the potential to really clap Pfizer. But then one good earnings will make that the steal of a lifetime, more or less, just because the metrics are pretty crazy. So if they could rebound, it'd be good. You buy a smaller amount out of the high, ride the gains, and sell if it starts to fail, then start over. Well, for the long term, I'm not. If you want to trade, again, we traded everything, and some were good, some were bad. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're talking long term. We're talking about buy and hold for 10 years. So you can't even buy smaller amounts at the high. Like once you have enough cash and you're like, okay, I don't want to hold too much cash, you could go buy the Eli Lilly's and Nvidias and then just average down over time at once if you still hold cash and go above that balance. But we are talking long term though. We're not saying I'm not talking about a strategy of buy and then we try to sell it and then buy again and then sell it. No, this is why we haven't missed out on any rally. You know, again, like a year ago today, the long terms are up 100%. It's not 100% gains, but to give you an idea, like literally it was so bad literally at the low of 2022 that seeing where we've came up from now, this is all just off of holding. You know, all of the dog shit coming back to life, the good quality leading and making their gains. You know, a couple names went up, but it's like all of that is just a result of holding. And this is thankfully this idea of, you know, buy, set and forget and never look at it again and balance it out. Growth and dividends, hold a little cash and then, you know, buy what's cheap and then wait around. Like that is what's made sure we didn't miss a rally. And guess what? You know, God willing, every other rally afterwards, we shouldn't miss it. Why? Because we have a long term. That's where we don't do the little buy and sell. We could do it on a trading account, but for the long term, it's making sure that we keep everything, and you're always going to have that. So you'll never really have the feeling of missing out if you are getting, you know, again, 10% of your income. Save it up, put it on the side, and make sure it's attached to assets. You could hold a little cash, get your yield, but you know, with the balance, you shouldn't miss out on anything. You may underperform or outperform, but you know, once you see these massive rallies, like you see the effect that it has on everything. You rolled over my 401k. What should be my next step? Which you rolled it over to what? Like, are you going to be controlling it yourself, or if anything, though, you got your 401k, just keep it going, man, until you retire. Or you could also use it for a house, too. Walgreens, Pfizer, and MO. I think MO is the most stable. Walgreens and Pfizer got the real value. Walgreens is the real one at 9%. So that one has more risk than Pfizer at this point, but I still like all of those, even PayPal too. Borrow on 401k, invest in bill. If the rates make sense, if the arbitrage on that might work. I haven't looked into that. It could be a good idea. Being cut to junk would have more downward pressure. They said outlook stable, but all it's going to do is just make it harder for them to raise money in the future, especially if things get bad. And then 7 minutes till Euro close. We had a little pop in a Euro. So, again, you did the little sell-off ahead of it. You're right back up to the March high level once again, a little bit higher. Pfizer is going to be immune from all of those lawsuits, unfortunately. Again, that's the bittersweet aspect. I'm not a fan of Pfizer, but as a company, I don't think they're going anywhere. But unfortunately, you the citizens and the government, you gave them broad-based immunity. No, they will. Again, as much do I agree with it? No, but they will. I think without a doubt. That's just unfortunately what happened. I mean, they could get in trouble. They may get a slap on the wrist for maybe lying about certain things, but for the most part, the deal that was enacted in the beginning was they have immunity on anything that they've produced during emergency times. Unless the only way Pfizer goes down is if it's like a Boeing type situation and they found out it was like really gross negligence, like the 737. That's the only way. They won't. They will. They won't. I mean, hey, we could play that, but I'm giving you the reasoning. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to like. They will. They won't. They will. They won't. But it's just like you could go look up all of the laws and what happened and just kind of their history with how everything is played out. I still will tell people Venmo is from PayPal and they don't believe me. I know. I feel you. I feel you. And Boeing is still around too, right? I mean, yeah. But Boeing struggles. I mean, Boeing's not really... It's crazy that their price is where it's at. But Boeing is a 50% off of its former glory. Damn, Broadcom still again? It's another 52-week high. I have Walgreens in the long term. Yeah, we're getting murked on that. Oh, the strategy, you can miss out if you pull out 401k and put it on bill. And then taxes due immediately, so that could offset the gains. There you go. Microsoft on the high. INCY. Yeah, I got Walgreens and Pfizer. Look at Farfetch. Ooh, didn't they have that like takeover thing the other day? And then SPY still dancing around here. But again, it's right at that high level. I'm down 150 on the ES. I was only down like $50 a couple of minutes ago. Then you had that pop, and then Euro close in 3 minutes, 45 seconds, or 15 seconds. Can we get much higher? Oh. Apple. Where's Googly Woogly? Okay, again, some candles there. See if we go lower. Here comes the dollar. No, it's barely moving. Again, yen's up a decent amount, though. RTY, I haven't looked at that since we... Oh, RTY's coming down. I traded at what? We hit it at 1890. I only got out for 5 points, or like 6. Nice. So it recently went a little lower there. We've talked about oil briefly. I kind of want to make a play, but it's getting murked again. Just more issues with supply. It's down 3.3. It was just down a little bit more, trying to pop here. The latest pickup was Altria about 2 months ago. I think in end of October or beginning. Bob. XOM isn't bad, but they could have premium, believe it or not. So companies have held up better than the commodity. But yeah, XOM, it'd have to come down a little bit lower. Because again, there was a nice decade where energy stocks did not trade how they recently have. That's why I don't have any energy in my long term at all. Okay. 1 minute till Euro. No, this is Euro close. I don't know if I mistakenly said power hour. And then if anything, 1 p.m., so in an hour and a half. Yeah, 12:30. Yeah, hour and a half, we're going to get the 30-year bond auction. That'd probably be the last catalyst of the day. Israel Netanyahu rejects U.S. plan for post-war Gaza. What and why? Power hour is the last hour of the day. It's just a little name people give the market because they say it's usually active. Pretty much most volume on the day. It's like the highest volume is the first hour and a half and the last like hour and a half of the day. That's where everything comes in. Watch the European market. You could just Google European stocks, like on Google. Put in like stocks 50, stocks 100. It'll show up. Or you'll like CNBC, Bloomberg. They should have like global market check, and it should show all of them. I think Europe closed positive. They were a little weak in the morning. Nah, Europe's barely down. FTSE 100 down 0.1. Stocks 50 down 0.05. DAX break even. France barely down, and then Switzerland barely up. Oil. The oil's all over the place. Yeah, they call it power hour, but technically, even the 30 minutes before are increased volume. Hello, how are things on the market? Chill. I mean, we're up. We're barely up. We're up a little bit more pre-market, but we're near some of the levels of the CPI. CPI came in smack dab in line and has left us in the middle. And then now we're waiting for little baby catalyst on the end of the day and Jerome Powell tomorrow. Speaking of which, where's the Zaza? Oh, Zaza came back up a little bit. All right, Euro close. You're holding up, man. You're holding up on Euro close. Even bonds coming up. Mulan. Oh, FTSE says up by 0.1. German, Canada down 0.1, Spain down 0.8, and then German DAX flat. SQQ, I'd be down to play it again at the right time. I think, again, if that dot plot is bad tomorrow, that could be the right time. Israel Netanyahu rejects plan for post-war Gaza. You got 42-day bond auction, but that is not going to matter. The Fed's a buyer. The historic correlation between jobs and S&P, it's at an all-time divergence. I did not see that, no. It kind of makes sense. Yeah, Airbnb got a downgrade today. I have Airbnb in the long term, yes. Oh, I do. It's a good one. We're slightly down on it. I bought it a lot higher, and then I didn't. I wanted to pick up those 80s, and I didn't, and then it went up. Airbnb is one of the top performers on the year, believe it or not. They're still up a lot because they were like at $80 to start. So we've just been chilling with a higher price, but I do plan on getting more. I mean, now depending on how things play out, or if we do see it take another pullback, that could be good. I think NVIDIA or Meta #1, give or take. DocuHope over 12. They had good earnings, right? 4.6. You're just chilling, man. We hit 4.630. And then again, this price right now, this is literally where we topped out in March of 2022. U.S. intelligence assesses Ukraine war has cost Russia 315,000 casualties. Yeah, Europe has already closed. So 4 minutes ago, even give it like 15 more minutes, let everything settle. Elon replies yes to X post saying he has accepted Italian President Giorgia's Meloni invite for an event in Rome. I don't think Roblox news, but I do think bad Hasbro data has benefited Roblox. I think that was the underlying driver of today. Because again, they're like, why did they cut in? Why are toy sales were so good? Why is Hasbro cutting workers ahead of Christmas? And somebody on TV on Bloomberg, they're like, maybe it's Roblox. But that's a slight driver, not to mention everything else, just with the market and this little melt-up we've had. VIX lowest since January. You say that's disinformation? What? I mean, you know you could just pull it out on a chart, right? So, the last time the VIX was this price was like early 2020. Or again, end of 2019. Like January 21st, 2020, VIX was around the same price. You had an 8-month break. Can I come back? I mean, as long as you have the long term, and you could come back without it, but like you'll definitely love it with the long term. Microsoft today, we share our team's latest combination of Phi 2 and prompt base. Phi 2 outperforms existing small language models. Nearly 90% of Moscow's pre-war army lost to death or injury. U.S. intelligence says Russia has also lost nearly 2/3 of its task force. U.S. intelligence estimates. Yeah, so that's coming out right now. It's probably where you're hearing that. The rate hike changes, they went down a little bit this morning, and now they're slightly up, but lower than last week, and then just a tick up from where we closed yesterday. As long as you got that Zaza. Fed futures, baby. Amen. We were just talking about it. They're slightly up, baby. God bless you, Mitchell. Beep, beep. Uber. Snap won't stop. Almost 100% in the long term. Yeah, 16, bro. That's crazy. So, again, at one point, we were really hyped at 16. If that hits 16.10, though, that'll be the nice fill. But it's good to get him back. I still want to sell those covered calls, but I feel like the covered calls got a little bit more juice to go. GC trade. Honestly, I feel like we haven't talked about gold, but tomorrow with the dot plot and Powell, I mean, it's still there. Honestly, gold is right back up here. They clobbered it after hitting all-time highs. That's just what happens every time. But I don't know. Gold, I'm not too opposed to it, honestly. But it does depend. If there's a more hawkish Powell, gold will get killed tomorrow. You will need a dovish Powell, dovish dot plot for gold to go up. You get 16 calls expiring in February. That's not bad. You can roll them. You can roll them over. But you said you're going to dump it if it hits. So, yeah. If you want to get rid of it on the covered call. Otherwise, I'd roll. Keep rolling. When is it okay to leave the bill for the girl during the first date? Never. That's it. If you already got that far, you were too much of a B word to back out at the beginning. You should have just left in the beginning. Yosh would never stay. Yosh wouldn't even order anything. Yosh would be out of there. He'd say, I got to go to the bathroom. Like, you know that? And he'd be out. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't, like, what do you mean? You got to the end of the bill and you still there and you're like, all right, it's time to leave. I don't want to pay. Nah, man. You got a long term. What are you doing? You got to pay for that shit. Hopefully you can write it off as a tax expense. Maybe you could say it was a charity expense. I don't know. But either way, that's not. Otherwise, you got to leave right at the beginning, sir. Mm-hmm. Ready for covered calls. Let's go, baby. You could do them now. I'm just getting greedy. Because, again, now, like, after covered calls, we're up on Snap, like, on every single account. So it's like if we just want to just pad the stats and get more numbers here. Again, I was looking at the January 25s or even the January 26s. But, like, we could sell 6 of these, get almost 1,800. You go to January 26, you get 1,800 for 25s. We could double guarantee 100% and still get, 1,800 still. No, wait, 1,200 for a higher price. $6J green shoe. Watch if bonds catch a bit off of that. A little bit. Yes. Yen's trying to run. I do not have kids, no. But my good homie from when I was growing up, he hit me up and he was like, bro, I'm having a kid. And I was like, what? I was like, man, now I got if I tell my mom this, she's going to be like, I tell you need to have kids. But no, I got no kids, man. You got no kids. I just got my girl a puppy for Christmas. So I don't know if that counts as a child. It's very Western American of me to consider a dog as a kid, but that's as close as it is, man. Whenever not, you're going to lose your shares. What's your price, Addison, on Snap? Like, what's your break even on Snap? And then depending on that, because right now you could walk away good. So, like, if you have a 16 average, you could just get under 100% and then collect a decent. I think $2 is pretty decent, but that's 2 years out. But the idea is if it rips in the next year or even higher, you're going to be able to roll yourself out of this one. You did the same 2 years into the relationship with my girl. Yeah, I told her, I said, if she can't take care of a puppy, then we can't, like, I told her we're breaking up because that's it. That's it. I said the same thing. There you go. You know, cold-blooded. No, I think it's kind of accurate. Like, if she can't take care of a puppy, like, why would I want to marry her? I don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's very, like, logical. I don't know why I don't think it's that shocking. I think it's very straightforward. I haven't told you guys yet. I'm either going to surprise you or I'm going to refer to him as Animal. I think it's super logical. I think it's the most logical thing ever. If you want to be my long term, you got to get with the yen. Oh, sorry. Plants, animals, and humans. Yeah, I think in that order. What does the Bible say about pets? I think it says a cruel man that, like, abuses animals. That's about it. Dude, oil again, 3.6 on the low. Yeah, you called it out right when I see. I'm like, dude, again. I'm glad I didn't go for it again. I'm gonna wait till like 4% and maybe lower, and then I'll grab it. I don't know, because even then, anytime I try to grab it on those days, it still goes lower. Washington is Cheesecake Factory valid for first dates? Of course. It just depends. Bro, you take a girl to Cheesecake Factory, it tells a lot how they react. You know there's still people out there who have never been to Cheesecake Factory, right? So it'll just tell you about somebody's character. So I actually suggest you take them to Cheesecake Factory. That's it, man. All right, the rest of your dating questions, you're going to have to go into the end, my friend. I've never been. Yeah, bro. See? Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Cheesecake, that's why. Like, so some people, it's really cool. They be like, oh, shit. And then you see the giant-ass menu. Then you get overwhelmed. You're like, why is there so many items? How do you all make this in the same place? It makes no sense. It's just all cooked with deep-fried butter. But some people, they act too bougie. If they act too bougie for Cheesecake Factory, honestly, they're probably broke. I hate to be that guy to say it, because even Drake liked Cheesecake Factory, man. That's all. Like, anybody hating on Cheesecake Factory, like they better than Cheesecake Factory, I don't know why you tripping, because that's like a 5-star meal in the Middle Eastern community. Like, I don't know what you saying, man. So, simple as that. Simple as that. Like, even my bougie-ass Swiss girlfriend, she loved Cheesecake Factory. Like, but then again, she liked McDonald's now, so I don't know. I've already brainwashed her. Yeah, cheesecake is expensive. It really is. But it's good. It's good food. I like it. But it's so awful for you. Like, if you ever want, like, 17,000 calories in one meal, that's where you go. It's exactly where you go. Cheesecake Factory is weak. Okay, baller. Oh, my bad, man. My bad. I know it's not Michelin star. My bad, bro. My bad. All right, coming. Bro, we haven't even moved. Euro close. Even 15 minutes after, we've done absolutely nothing. Hold it. It's kind of worrisome if we get the little melt up here, but I don't know. I feel like we might not do much. This is already pretty wicked. First time I went, I was blown away. Yeah, me too, man. I remember. First time at Cheesecake Factory. It's a cool experience. They're having a continuing investigation for possible Biden impeachment. I didn't even know that was going on. Did any of you know that was going on? This is happening live right now? Well, I need to go to the bathroom. Let me see if I could get us Mr. Kennedy. No Kennedy? I'm scrolling through the video if he came on. That would be the only thing I'd want to hear of this. Biden impeachment plus Kennedy.
People would be intimidated to mess with Burisma legally because of the Biden brand. During the
okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Biden brand
I'll see you in a little bit.
To a company such as Burisma. Question, you keep saying brand, but by brand you mean the Biden family, correct? Archer, correct. Question, and that brand is what, in your opinion, was a majority of what the value that was delivered from Hunter Biden to Burisma? Answer, I didn't say majority, but I wouldn't speculate on percentages. But I do think that was an element of it. Mr. Biggs, when you say Biden family, sorry to cut you in here, I just wanted to get a clarification. You aren't talking about Dr. Jill or anybody else. You're talking about Joe Biden. Is that fair to say? Yes, that's fair to say. That was the answer. I don't know any other clearer way to show and to be transparent. This is testimony. And if you go back, Mr. Goose, I mean, all the things that have been found and will, from what I understand, will be found, you can't erase LLCs. You can't erase the pseudonyms that Congressman Roy talked about in the text and emails. You can't erase that. You can't erase the checks. he's got bank statements don't just drop out of the air and you can dispute it. So the transparency, I agree with. The fact of how it's being conducted and what will come out of it, I think the American people will judge. And the Biden family has gotten by long enough on this.
Mr. Norman, I would say,
I yield to you.
and I would say,
It's
I'll take back
actually
my-
the gentleman from Colorado's time.
I'm sorry.
But no, that's all right. Look, and I'm going to give my colleague, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, an opportunity to respond more substantively to some of your comments. But I would just simply say this. You keep on saying the American people have an opportunity to decide. They clearly will not under the process that you've designed. Just so we're clear, absolutely clear. Any Republican that votes for this resolution is voting for a process that would allow the Oversight Committee, the Judiciary Committee, and the Ways and Means Committee to conduct an impeachment inquiry entirely in secret. Entirely in secret. This resolution gives the chairs of those three committees the power to conduct every hearing in private. Every hearing. That's never been done before. The impeachment inquiry resolutions that we've approved, Republicans, have obviously the vast majority of Republicans opposed them, but nonetheless, the impeachment inquiries that have been adopted have said that those committees shall conduct an open hearing. Doesn't mean every hearing that they conduct has to be in public. That's not what that language requires. It simply requires that they at least conduct a public hearing. And I've yet to hear a cogent answer as to why Republicans want to give that power to their three chairmen to basically say, listen, you know what, conduct this witch hunt behind closed doors, do whatever you need to do. You don't need to conduct a single hearing in public for the American people to make up their own judgments. I think that's dangerous, and I don't really understand why. If you disagree with that, you could support this amendment that Ms. Ledger-Fernandez that is offered that literally is 3 words that just strikes the word may and puts shall in place of it, the same way that this has been done since time immemorial on impeachment inquiries.
Will you yield for a question?
I'll yield for a question.
As one of my colleagues mentioned, I was at the SCIF one time and Adam Schiff was conducting it.
Oh, yeah. That did seem very dry. I say, if the media don't hype it up, we don't get the entertainment. What happened to Sam Bankman? Shit. I think about it. My goodness. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man, I need to blow my nose again? This is bullshit. This is awful, bro. This is awful. Any new sicknesses in the chat? Anybody wake up sick? Anybody wake up feeling better? Yeah, where is Timmerhouse, man? You need no analyst pumpers today. I'm surprised. Yep, I'm super sick. Yeah, my bad, man. I hope I didn't get you sick. You just got over it. You woke up sick. All right, man, go get your vitamins, get your water. Bronchitis. I thought it was bronchitis, and then the cough went away, and now my nose is just stuffed. Came back from Reno. Yeah, some B12 and see. I'm going to pop me a B12 right now, bro. And SPY's about to hit another high. We're slowly inching up. You're sick, but you also got roofied 3 days ago at the bar and woke up in the hospital. What do you what? Wait, how did you get roofied, bro? That's kind of like a compliment if you're a guy, I feel like. But how did what do you mean you got roofied at a bar, bro? You were in Vegas? How? Like where were you at? I've never heard of a guy getting roofied. That's it. My sister's got roofied before. She told me she ended up in the hospital. She's like, I had one drink, and then that was it. And then she ended up in the hospital. She passed out, and her friend thankfully was there. What did I just hear? Bellagio, I had 2 drinks. Next thing I know, I woke up in the hospital. No way, bro. Well, I made a joke towards it. I think that's why the chat's laughing. hopefully you don't get offended by me making fun of it a little bit. But I'm glad you're okay. Hopefully nothing bad happened. You didn't like besides that, like how did you did your friends take you to the hospital or like what happened? You got roofied before. It was your girl's drink. Oh, makes sense. I was scared. I didn't lose anything. Was good at the end. So you still got your wallet too? Wallet ID. I say that's good, man. That's. I mean, it's scary when you wake up. I'm sure. That's a trip, bro. That's a trip. Well, you don't have a cough or anything, because everybody's been waking up with the sickness. And then bonds are coming back down here. Starbucks accused by Second Union of bargaining in bad faith. Nikki interviewed Yellen this morning, 30-minute video. Oh, that's where those comments came from? That's it. Maybe he had that on the scale. He was too focused on Yellen. Again, Nikki was fairly quiet today. He could have came out a lot. You checked every account I had for charges or lost money. That's good, bro. Nothing. That's just you got a story to tell now. Onion. Oh, I forgot I was supposed to get an onion and do that. I have air filters. I need to see if they're here. Actually, hold on. Let me see. They're supposed to come in yesterday at 4 a.m. and they didn't arrive. So back to Biden impeachment. Yeah, that one. Because I at least know this one will go without a commercial. So, give me 1 second. You just reminded me. I got to go check that. Hold up. The stinky bathroom. I told you, bro. I told you.
We cannot see them testify before the committee. We don't know
I'll be right back. Hold
about
on.
their credibility. We all know that we get so much of our information as we see each other, as we read each other. That is who we are as human beings, which is why when you are in a courtroom, the credibility of the witness is key, and that cannot be a judge's decision about the credibility of a witness or a jury's decision about the credibility of the witness cannot be appealed, because it is the person who watches that witness testify that makes that decision. And so this amendment that I've proposed allows what you're describing, Mr. Chair, which we recognize is important. It allows it. That's why we didn't say every single thing that these committees do shall be. It says they shall hold public hearings. So it is permissive to allow for the circumstances. And because we think it is so important, we do think it is not something that you leave to the discretion of the chairman, that we say as the Rules Committee, as the United States House of Representatives, undergoing this most solemn, as you described at the beginning, this most solemn of obligation, that we uphold our commitment to the American public, that there shall be public hearings. And that was the intent of the resolution as it was written, precisely to accommodate your concerns. I yield back to my...
Sir, further discussion?
Thank you. It wasn't there, bro. They lied about next day or same day shipping. Liars. Amazon. Yeah, I don't use dark mode. We've been putting 20% to the long term. Penny pinching day to day for sure, but it's going to come in clutch. Amen, bro. You're doing double it, baby. So, amen. And, honestly, even with the long term, I hope all of the assets are growing. And that 20%, that's going to be the fund for either any house you want, rental, live-in, who knows. But amen, man. Amen. Maybe we do it today. Maybe we do we might need to do the bank account reviews. Everybody wanted long-term reviews. I said, nah, we gotta get into the season of saving. We got to get into next year. Not even saving, bro, just even the budgeting. It's that's it. Going to a property for sure. For sure, man. Amen, bro. That's seriously, richest man in Babylon. Let that purse get fatter too. It gives you the confidence, all those little savings turns into some big boy money where you could get that your down payment, put it towards whatever, but especially for the housing, bro, it's amazing. I don't know. Far-fetched play, nah. I think far-fetched play a lot of back and forth. Yo, why is Walgreens ripping? Wally World. Whoop. Yo, Walgreens, pop. Walgreens. WBA. Got a popper. That's literally up 2% in one candle. I don't see any news. I see Moody's downgrades. Bezos Blue Origin to resume operations. Walgreens going up again. That's another 0.5%. 2.5%, one candle. Wally World. Dogs of the Dow that can beat the stock market in 24. There's a Barron's pump in the morning, but this is old. Barron's pumped up Walgreens, but I don't see anything else. Walgreens said to revive discussion of $7 billion Boots exit. Yeah. They do it like once every 2 years to get the stock up. Good hit, Troy. Yeah, Walgreens said to study potential London IPO. So this time IPO instead of selling it. So again, usually they talk about selling it to somebody. Buying first house next month. Your family builds homes in Washington. You're getting it at cost. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let me get one, man. What? Come on, hook up the chair. Washington. But nah, man, good work, bro. I'm excited. I'm excited for you. Love to see it. It's a great addition to the long term. Thanks to the market and taking the money from the market maker, he paid off the loan on a car. Let's go. Amen. Amen. Makes it easier to save. No car payment, more saving, more long term. Yallah. Yallah. Goes a long way. That's always a good feeling. Paying down debt, getting rid of one. It's just a different feeling. So congrats. About to grab MCL because of the low. It's at 3.94. You just got to watch. Last time it dropped like this, though, I thought it could have gone down to, I guess it still went another $1 or so low. I want to play the low on oil, but I just remember last week we were down fucking 1,500 before we even got a gain. I think it could go to 68, 67.92. Maybe I might wait a little bit. Maybe MCL is a better idea. Covered calls. If the premiums go up like a lot, but usually like most of the dividend payers, like they don't really have good covered calls. Like the options just aren't worth that much. 65. I think like 68 flat if you really want to speculate. 66, it could pop before there, but I do think like 66 is where I'd want to be at if I wanted to do a little baby flip. Waiting to go into MCL. Just joined, yeah. I got sick like a week ago, and it just hasn't gone away. So it's just like it switched from like coughing to now it's like a stuffy nose. I'm just like sore all day. Definitely interesting. It would be COVID 2.0, 3.0. Everybody has gotten sick, though. I'm telling you. Like, I think Lending Tips is sick now. He hit me up the other day. I was like, bro, like, where you been at with this? He's like, dude, I'm sick. I was like, what? You got sick too? You know, I don't know, there's a new thing going around. It's called like a COLD. I think that's the abbreviation. It could be that. I don't know. It could be something. I don't know. Heard of contango? Oil is in it. I thought contango is when the front month was higher than the future months. So I feel like I don't think it's in contango right now. No, I think the oil curve is normal. Like longer dated futures. It's not like contango is like an inverted yield curve, but with futures. Oh, wow, style, baby. Order. Dude, oh my gosh, CoinFox. The Hyssop. Nah, for real. I need to order it again, bro. I'm gonna order it shit right now. You put me onto the Hyssop back in 2020, 2019. And that shit, like, helped me out so much. Yeah, no, that Hyssop. Hyssop? Backwardation is the word. Yes. Is it? Damn, bro, this shit got expensive. It tastes so bad, though. It's the worst tasting shit ever. When it hits. You backed into a dump truck with your Bobcat, broke the light, bent the fender. It still work? Yalla, don't worry. EW play positive. I'm down on it still. I'm down by $100. I need 50 more cents. Yeah, Walgreens running again, talking about IPOing Boots in London. Walgreens hasn't hit. Here's the thing. That Walgreens news, it pumps it, and then it always comes down. So, like, literally back in, like, 2019, that last time they've been pumping this news for a while. I think this is what happened. It was, I think this little pop or one of these pops was because of it. You can short it, but then it's like the difference is they are at the 20-year low or whatever. So that's the only thing. And bonds are dying here. Oh, we got bond auction in an hour. Alleged sale. It was, I think it was around the same price, honestly, like 7 to 10 billion, I think. So I think they'll get more than 7 billion. I think that's a little bit more conservative, but that seems around in line. Long-term airlines, I do not like them for long-term. I think airlines are at an interesting spot right now, but I've never added airlines. I think it was Warren Buffett who said it. If you want to lose money, invest in airlines. What price is that per share? Just be added. I mean, in this case, it would just be 7 billion net added to their books. I don't know about it. It's not like they're selling the company itself. Like Walgreens isn't getting sold for a price. They're spinning off, selling off one of their units worth a lot. That's what I've always talked about. Again, like even MO, I've always told you, like MO and Walgreens, they both have assets that are worth a shit ton of money. That's like, so again, if you're worried about Walgreens dividend, they could sell off Boots. That's $7 billion. Maybe they'll get more, maybe less, but it's just one of the things they have is like just asset value that they could turn to liquidity kind of decently quick with a good premium. So like MO has AB InBev stake, Walgreens owns Boots, and they've all talked about it for years. Oil popping a little bit from that down 4. And then Twitch, I see you guys arguing about the war. I And my question is, what do you guys hope to gain out of it, both of you? Like, do you think the other person is going to change their mind? Like, if you could, like, if this was like a perfect world and you could envision the future, what do you hope the outcome of this conversation will be? What the other person is like, oh, I believe. Oh, I agree with you. Or is it like, do you think they will? Or is it like, what's, because again, I think you guys are both, you have your opinion, but yeah, it's been like an hour now. It's been like a solid hour. All the big moves pre-market. We may get some. I'm back to break even on the future now on that short from earlier. Powell's tomorrow at 2:30. Biden says Netanyahu is a good friend, but I believe he has to change. Biden says government in Israel is making it very difficult for the world. Ooh, Biden. AMD, does it balance? It just goes crazy, I feel like. Am I not banned? Yeah, no, you're not banned. But sometimes comment, I mean, it's weird with YouTube. When we just got Danny back, he didn't even get banned. He just wouldn't show up. They hating on me, boy. What's up? Yeah, boy. What's up? AbbVie's on the high again. Walgreens still up 2. It was up a lot more on the first candle. AbbVie's insane, dude. They spent $18 billion and then shot up like 10%. You guys are crazy, man. Abavicious. Snap. Palantir on the lows. 3M on the lows. A couple of things are dropping now. Again, we kind of just held up this game, but I still think you're at the elevated levels. Oil had a little pop and came down. Okay, you're below the 46.26 level now. So we are lower, finally. They're starting to lose that support due to indiscriminate bombing, Biden says of Israel. Yeah, Biden kind of coming out at Israel. Sounds very like the 70s. Again, we've done that in the 70s as well. You know, we said, hey, if you do it indiscriminately in the, I think it was Kissinger. He's like, we ain't going to support you. So, very reminiscent. They build homes and hook me up. Email me, bro. I'm down. End of the year. Let's go. I got 2 weeks. Bro. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Brent dumping. Yeah, I'm looking at crude. VIX 6-year low. 6-year? I thought it's just at, I think, same level of 2020. But then again, that low level in 2020, 2019 was pretty low. Like, I went literally break even, then it bounces. Lucid and Rivian collapsing. Lucid just got taken out of the NASDAQ 100, and then the day after, the CFO resigned, or that's today. So yesterday they got removed from the NASDAQ 100. That was the news. And then your boy, the CFO, was like, I'm out. Fitch expects oil prices to remain high in 24 and broadly stable year over year. Fitch says global oil and gas sector outlook is neutral on stable performance. Six years should be like 8.56. It was low. Like, I think 2020 was still low, so I could see. But we've heard a lot of those numbers, like, just randomly throughout. So it was 9:15. All right, man. Lord, protect me. I want to do it. I want to do it. I'll wait a little. I want to go for the oil play. I was about to do it, but I said, give it a couple minutes. Give it a couple minutes. We'll see with that pop. Bonds already got clapped on that, too. Bond auction is in 45 minutes, yeah. Buy any houses? I got one in Indiana recently. Another one. That was in Indianapolis. And then I'm looking for, I still need like another one or two, possibly, or I could do other things by the end of the year. But I got a huge list of off markets sent to me yesterday, but like they're still dude, look at that. What, are you serious? Yeah, literally, I just went break even on that future and then I just shot up there. That's happened twice today. Bond auction, it just depends on how bad it is. It's supposed to be bad, so we'll see how that ends up playing out. Ohio, I like Cleveland. I like Cleveland. And there's like I've looked in Chagrin, but it's expensive there. And then there's another place in Ohio, but really just Cleveland. Cleveland has been the spot more or less. I'm not in any oil futures. I'm considering it though. Cleveland rocks. Cleveland rocks. Toledo, I've heard of it, but I don't think I've seen any properties out there. Tennessee's hot. Tennessee's very active. I want something in Tennessee, but I haven't gotten one yet. Born and raised in Cleveland. Tell me you're not buying in Gary, Indiana. I'm not buying in Gary, Indiana. I'd like to though. Everybody gets mad at me when I try to. I want to buy a property in Flint, Gary. I think eventually those places are gonna pop off, but you might hold them for a long time with nothing happening. Only downside. Under 100K, I haven't got one in a while. Back in the day, when like under 100K or like 100K was like kind of a lot for some houses, yeah. But like nowadays, like if it's sub 100K, you just got to be careful that you're not taking on too much liability with that. Flint is cheap. Everything's cheap there. But then it's just like if the property is too big, like you got to realize when you buy that property, you are taking on all of the risk. You know what I'm saying? Like you're responsible for property taxes. If that property needs to be demolished, if it's not up to code, like you absorb all of the liability associated. So like in a weird way, you're like, oh, I'm buying a house for $10,000. It's like, yeah, how much would it cost to destroy the house and rebuild it? How much would it cost if you had to clean up hazardous material, or you know what I'm saying? Like certain things, it's a trip when you really think about it, because some of these properties, like they're cheap as hell, but it's so much comes along with it. SPY chilling out there a little bit. That was a wild move. Again, it's still super early. Again, we'll have like, what, 10 more minutes? It'll be 9:30. And then 30 minutes after that, we'll get the bond auction. Let's see. Still holding up pretty decent. Oil it's gonna have to go to 68. I want to buy more gas, like RB. Let's see. EIA reports output to grow annually in 24 to average of 180 a barrel a day versus prior forecast of 250. So we're getting EIA numbers. And then SPY breaking out off of that. That was just a reload. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Docu, Nike, AMD. Nike, too. They got that upgrade yesterday. They've been running since that. The market there normalizes, you'll make bank. You need like a higher net worth area around it, just like Brooklyn. Like Brooklyn used to be ghetto for a really long time and cheap. And then just too many people, everything's, and then eventually Brooklyn became $1 million properties. So it's just like some of those places like Flint and Gary, like they need like a higher net worth to push into that area to actually get it there. Otherwise, I mean, dude, some of these places, they've been like this for a long time and things haven't changed, unfortunately. All right, oil's moving up a little bit there, but still back at the same. I was going to make a play on it, but I'm going to wait. I'm a low 68s, I'll take it. It's like right now in the middle. Yeah, if Chicago turns, because isn't Gary close to Chicago? I know Indiana in general is, but I don't know I think Gary's a little closer, like when it's all said and done. Again, EIA updates from EIA's STO. STEO. Stale. What's up in Central Cali? Yeah, pretty much LA pushed. Everywhere's crazy. Like even San Bernardino is expensive now. But I do believe the median price in California has came down a little bit. So that's the good part. You could still find random places for like 400, 500,000 for a starter home. When I say starter home lightly, because it's probably going to need a lot of work. Yeah, Gary's 30 minutes away. Chicago. Why buy property in Dallas? Yeah, I have a house in Dallas, I'm pretty sure. In Texas, Tejas. So, but yeah, it's not bad, but the only bad thing about Texas is property taxes are insane. So, like, if you think that California is bad on taxes, it's bad on income tax, but Texas, like, for rental properties, it kind of sucks because the property tax is so high. U.S. EIA cuts forecast for 24 oil demand by 60,000 barrels. Now sees 1.3 million barrels year-on-year increase. Cali has great property tax. Cali's not that bad on property tax, believe it or not. So California's property tax, I think it's kind of one of the, it's not the lowest, but it's compared to Texas, it's like it's half or more cheaper to go to California than Texas for property taxes. Elon went there because taxes were too low. Income tax. There's no income tax in Texas. So income tax is lower, but the property tax is high. So if you want to operate your business and bring in income and not own property, you'll love Texas, Vegas, all of those places. But if you own property in that area, then it's not as, then you're going to pay a higher rate than California. You guys don't remember? We did it. I've showed you this multiple times. Like, if you go and you take, just go look at the prices, like the cost of ownership. Like, if you bought a property in Cali and for double the price of Texas and you held them on the mortgage for 30 years, you'd end up spending more in Texas than you would in California. That's why so in a weird way, California is expensive, but owning property in California, I mean, that's what's kept a lot of people in the game. Man, I need onions. U.S. crude oil production rise by 1.02 billion to 12.93 in 23 versus previously forecasted rise of 990. So more oil supply. U.S. crude oil production expected to rise 180,000 barrels to 13.1 versus previously forecast of 250,000. Hi, Josh. What's up, fam? Good morning. Japan's Kishida to remove scandal hit spokesman as soon as Thursday? Who? You think we should be going down? I feel like that. I don't think it's has to go down. I just thought we were going to cool off, hit the high level of 2022, and then calm down a little bit. That's why I grabbed that short. But like I said, I think today maybe consolidate a little bit. But it's I don't think there was anything telling after all of that. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida is preparing to replace Chief Cabinet Secretary Hirokazu Matsuno and 3 other ministers as early as Thursday over a political fundraising scandal. You guys have 0 interest rates. Why are you stealing money? You guys give it away for free. It's this. Oh, man. Excuse me. Yeah, I needed a sneeze. I was giving me that, you ever had that where you need a sneeze, but then it's not sneezing, but then it's about to sneeze? A survey by the Senkei newspaper and broadcast FFN carried out Saturday and Sunday found support for Kishida's cabinet had fallen more than 5 percentage points in the last month to 22.5. a fresh low since he took office just over 2 years ago. Kushida like the Diet Coke of the Prime Minister. Yeah. He said, nah, man. Oh. Yeah, bro, you guys are gonna have to give me a second. We need a smog check. I don't know. Do we have Bloomberg? I don't know if you want to listen to Biden again. Brent spot price to increase, average of 84 barrel in the first half from 78 in December, partly driven by OPEC cuts, says EIA. All right. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll see you in a little bit, baby. God bless you. God bless you.
Basically, the inflation numbers came in where had been expected, particularly at the core level. I'm looking at a two-year yield flat, completely 4.71, let's call it, where we're trading. Bitcoin currently off by 0.8%. We'll be back to that in a moment. But let's move on to some of the micro moves, some of the individual companies that we're looking at. Alphabet shares off by just 0.9%. Look, a legal defeat, a significant one at the hands of the Fortnite maker Epic Games. And could that royal and App Store duopoly, basically, with Apple, generates, remember, about $200 billion a year, and dictates how we all use our mobile phones. Airbnb off by 2.3%. There's some analyst action that I want to draw a light on today, and that's why it's one of the key movers on the NASDAQ benchmark today. And this on the back of, I think it was Barclays, sort of citing some demand concerns, cautious about our ability to be traveling right now. They're cutting Airbnb and their outlook. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Broadcom is jumping on the back of Citi, rating it a buy, and that's on the potential of an AI tailwind. Of course, AI has been all we've been talking about for 2023. Back in 2022, it was all about crypto. And we're still kind of all talking around the holiday table as it seems to have been a bit on a run, at least Bitcoin. We want to dig into that with Kristen Smith, CEO of Blockchain Association, because really all eyes have been on the price of Bitcoin, but also a lot of altcoins as well. Exuberance seems to have been cautiously creeping back. Whether or not that's fundamentally driven on the Federal Reserve and inflation, but actually idiosyncratic views that we might have more institutional interest from spot Bitcoin ETF. Is that really what's dictating trade for you?
I think there's a combination of factors. I think obviously the Bitcoin ETF, there's a tremendous amount of excitement around that. As you recall, a couple of months ago, Grayscale had a huge victory in the court that is basically more or less forcing the SEC to consider these applications more seriously. The next big sort of deadline for when the SEC might make a move around that is in early January, though it really could happen anytime. But we're hearing that a lot of different applicants are having very productive conversations with the SEC. And so there is a lot of hope and optimism that we'll get something like that done. I do think, though, also that, as you were saying, 2023 was not the great year for crypto, and 2023 is almost over. I think there is this real sense that, the bad actors within the crypto industry have been weeded out, and what's left is really the focus on what the technology can do. And so we're seeing a lot of optimism, not just around Bitcoin from institutional investors, but sort of returning to the technology of crypto, what it can do and how it can improve not just finance, but the way that we interact on the internet. So very excited for 2024.
We do end up, rather than talking about blockchain and the underlying technology, we talk a lot about the trading of the assets. And just to go back to Bitcoin in and of itself, a spot ETF, are you having discussions with members of your association as to just how quickly that can actually be enacted? Say the SEC goes, go for it, you're allowed. How many days, weeks, months is it until you can actually start trading?
I think that's a little bit unclear. I think a lot of it is actually going to depend on the SEC and how quickly they move. I know that most of the applicants can turn these around pretty quickly. They have the infrastructure in place to do so. It's really getting the sign off. And so I do think that
Getting the sign off. All right, rip. That's it. Another high. That little pullback earlier. That was our chance to exit the short. You're about to hit the 34. If we get up to this level, this will be very interesting, because then we're going to avoid the dancing queen at this level, or even this level too. I thought we would have danced a little bit around there, but you're going straight up now. Again, 46.34, 2 points away. That would be the next level. And 27 minutes, we're going to have the bond auction. So get ready. Let's see what happens. Am I shorting the yen? No. I'm long on the yen. We're running a 569, 5. We are now right where CPI came out. That's the best part about all of it. So this is back up to CPI level. Should have held that Russell, but honestly, it's still down there. I think the futures went up a little bit. I still got the M2Ks, so we'll take a little bit of that. But yeah, Russell's still down 840. No way. Or 0.42. Am I going to exit the ES? Not now. I mean, I'm going to wait probably at least till the end of the day because that's slow. I don't think you, think about it. I'm down 380 on it, 400, but that was all day. So this rally hasn't even been a face ripper, and then there's a little divergence here with bonds. So I think by a bond auction end of the day, maybe even into tomorrow, we'll see. EIA lowers Brent forecast 83 from 93. The last down Friday, down Monday, I could not tell you. Oil could be holding down, and some of the banks, they're not doing as hot. It's not like today was good for the rate cuts, So that's part of it, too. Where's the Zaza? Zaza's slightly up from close, but very, very small. The yen, I'd go back to some of the other videos. We talked about it a lot on the watch list last time, and it's kind of a longer play, but it's a pretty big discussion. But I do see it as a better alternative to TLT. Would be a simple way to put it. This is E-Trade, and then the other one is TD Ameritrade, or Schwab. Thinkorswim, I guess, is what we'll call it. That is the name. Oh. You got to pump it up. 4,700. I mean, shit. You're getting closer there. If we get a good Russell rally there, we'll be up a decent amount. Russell got whacked. Yeah, the M2Ks, they came. I think we're just right. They're still up on the last couple of weeks, but they didn't do much. The bottom tick was good, but then we sold out of that one. And then I'm just getting clapped on the ES short. Well, not too bad. I had a bond play come back up. The Z beat. Come with all your tape of CD. True boy killer. Whole team illa. The fam. Yeah, bonds actually got sold off heavy. I was break even on that. They came back down to 400. I was up 500 on the morning. The auction is going to be bad because it's always bad on the 30-year. But even now, bonds are down. They just had a bid, so, usually you could get the vibe ahead of it. But, historically, I don't think a 30-year bond auction has ever came out good. How far out? I like to sell, a year of time. When I sell covered calls, I like to sell a year or more so I could really juice the premium. And then I will not sell a covered call for, minimum. It has to be 30% higher than what I paid for the stock. So, my thing with covered calls is, I like to guarantee a profit just in case I'm incorrect on it. Where is CL? Still waiting on the CL. I did not make a play on that yet. Yeah, we had a good Russell play this morning, but I only held it for a little bit. But I don't even think it's that much higher. Russell has been the underperformer today. NASDAQ, Dow's actually been loving it. What do you mean historically? The last 2-3 months? The beginning of time since they've done the 30-year auction. I think the 30-year auction is only 3 years of history, a little longer. So there's not too much history behind it. But ever since 30 years auctions have came about, they're usually low demand. CPI just came in flat. That's why, right now, after all, we're right where CPI came out. CPI, it was a punt till Powell right away. Just nothing really moved too much. There's oil with the dump. There it is. But yeah, CPI did not do anything. We are alarmed at the diminishing safe space for Gaza civilians in Gaza, Australia, Canada, New Zealand joint statement. Oil just flushed to another low, 68.30. Macy's. Airlines still doing good. Yeah, very big difference from last. Last CPI was, again, remember, last CPI surprised even lower. Expectations were low. Everybody got hyped on it. But this one was boring. There was nothing there, nothing really telling. And then now with Powell up tomorrow, like it makes sense. The bond auctions are our only chance of making another move here today. Other than that, maybe we melt up a little higher to the top end of the CPI. Or I think I said this on the watch list yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised. Dance pre-market, then we either go up or down, hit the top end, and then just reverse it by the end of the day and just end up right in the middle. So, but again, we did hit a new high on the day, so I don't know. That should count for something. I think Powell is going to be, I think the dot plot is all that matters. Although I think Powell has one last shot by end of the year if he wants to rein in financial conditions. But every time he does that, the market panics. And then I do think Powell will be, I do think the dot plot will be more important than Powell. Any idea why it's been amplified? It's just because when rates, the last month or so, 45 days, we've watched it. You've documented all of it here on youtube.com/the stock market. We love our bonds and using them as analysis, but you got to witness it. It makes sense why the last time there was bond auctions, it was after rates went from mid threes all the way up to 5 in a couple of months. Right, the trend on bond, it was scary, and then it wouldn't stop, and we didn't know if 5% was going to be the top of all of it. So then that's why it's it will be a bad auction today, but we were so freaked out of every auction because when rates kept going higher and higher, nobody was buying. Yellen saying we're going to add more, Powell saying higher for longer. It's everybody started looking at these bond auctions and freaking out. So maybe we go back to it, but that's something I said. Today's bond auction, it will be a bad auction because all of the 30 years are, but it's going to be better than the last month because rates were so much higher. Why dividends are paid out and the stock doesn't go down, for example, Walgreens. It doesn't have to happen all the time. And then Walgreens came out with news saying they're going to sell off, a $7 billion stake. Fed decision is tomorrow afternoon. And then actually tomorrow morning we will get the PPI. So even then you will have an opportunity. And then bonds are going lower here, so keep that in mind. Oil hit the low, then bounced a little bit there. Oracle was just bad. It was poor, but not the worst, if that makes sense. But they fell short of expectations and got clobbered. And then it's really the fear. People are more worried about, because again, they were clobbered and then they came up. But after that earnings, people are well, maybe all this stuff you're doing it's not really gaining traction. So it's not that bad, but it's definitely, there's a future worry about what could happen with it. If the bond is bad. I mean, yesterday's bond auction was bad and we hit another high. We brushed it off after a little bit. So you saw the same thing happen yesterday. Even the market went down with it. But then shortly thereafter, everyone just got right back into their data setup. Palantir tomorrow. Tax rate is known. I mean, for Powell, well, we're not anything. I don't think anything on tax rates, but we're waiting to see the dot plot and then if Powell is going to be a bull or a bear. I think that will do a lot. What would be good? Why to go long? I'd go watch, I think, last week's video because we bought in right before the craziness. But again, like if you go search the trading fraternity yen, I have a lot of content that could educate you on the matter. If he comes in vanilla, he might, but that's where the dot plot is. Though if the dot plot is boring and then Powell is boring, it's going to play out like today, and then it's going to get really weird melt up slow mode until next year. But other than that, I would say excuse me. But other than that, there's one or the other should move us, and I don't think the dot plot will stay the same. So like what are the chances of them all staying the same but then all of them moving? I don't know. So it'd be like if everybody changed their expectations. But that last dot plot, that was good enough to confuse everybody, because last dot plot, I said it at the end of September. I told you guys, like it's like straight up, it's the dot plot last time was just highlighting how obvious it was that it was both showing they could cut or raise and keeping them that optionality. So I'm pulling up the old dot plot now. So remember, if you guys remember, I was freaking out. I was like, dude, this is right when this one came out, like last quarter, I was tripping out. So, because I was like, dude, they raised the terminal, but then they're also kind of indicating that they could cut here. So the real possibility, or what is the probability of these all changing? So like everybody would have to change their opinion tomorrow for this to have a real decisive shift. So in a weird way, you may, but then again, look at these guys. What if these guys come down? That could be bullish. So even if these stay the same and go to the higher end, I mean, you still have so much that could still just like change when it's all said and done. That's what's going to make it very, very weird. So, and then also too, the other thing, like what are they going to say about inflation and all of that? But again, where was it? Fed funds rate, that's June. Yeah, 5.6. So then for the year, they said 5.1, but that was high last time. So again, in a weird way, it's going to be a little bit. There's a chance that a lot needs to move, but then it's like this last dot plot, this last SEP, they could try to keep it the same way because it still does communicate what they feel, or at least that's what I could get behind. So vive el sí. That's a why, dude. I freaked out when I'm mad I didn't get 10 NQ shorts, but then again, I was still paranoid off of all the crackheads and everything else. But that last dot plot really was, it was bad, and then at the same time, you saw how it fucked up the rates. But then quickly, everybody turned that F up into a bullish, buy it. Blah, 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 blah. Mm. 10 NQs? Yeah, not the MNQ. 10 NQs. Hungary PM Chief Advisor. Hungary may stop blocking some EU aid for Ukraine. Rejects EU membership talks for Ukraine. So why not buy them now? Because it's a different scenario. Again, that dot plot's going to change tomorrow. So what if it changes into a bullish shift, which all of the last data in the 3 months, that's what everybody's anticipating. So if it comes in worse, I'm down to get shorts on it tomorrow, but it would be foolish to take the 3-month data, something 3 months old, and then try to make a play on it when you know it's going to change tomorrow at 2 p.m. I like Walgreens for that. I mean, a lot of people, if people are worried about the dividend cut, but after that if they do get rid of Boots, I don't think we have to worry about it. Yeah, and then EW, now that one has gone green. So if you guys want to get out of that, I think MDT is up on it too. But remember, this was earnings play. We got smashed on it, but that's back to the green now. So if you want to get out, you can. This one still has a lot of upside. That's where I'm kind of having the dilemma. Where that play got clobbered. And again, this is another one of those names that just beginning of the year, you know, you're buying this at a 30, 40% discount, even though the SPY is at a new high today. Yeah, IWM went crazy in the morning, and then it came down, but even the SPY was a lot higher. So we still hit 46.32, man. You might be close to your next pump it up, but then again, we'll see what young Pow Pow says. I think Powell will give good news. I think Powell, if he's going to give good news, it's going to be him saying the same thing, not pushing back. So Powell doing nothing is bullish. This is his last opportunity until, like, end of January to really say something, and then markets are literally near all-time highs. So I could get behind what you're saying, though, with everything else going on. So it's just like, if he says nothing, that will be good news. Oh, shit, 10 minutes till bond auction. So, again, bonds kind of moving here. They're kind of near the low. I want to keep an eye on crude, though. That's still slipping. Crude keeps on slipping into supply cuts. CPI came in so flat. It was CPI came in as flat as, like, where is it? Oklahoma? Doesn't Oklahoma? You guys got no mountains out there? It was an Oklahoma CPI. Just very, very flat. I mean, and again, some people are going to argue it and go back and forth, but just simple. When was the last time the economists were all right? They were all right today. Right? Everything was exactly what people expected. So this today was a moment where you would say it was priced in. Is it Oklahoma? Where am I thinking then? Kentucky? Kansas? Kansas. Maybe Kansas don't have mountains. Oklahoma got mountains? Nebraska? I thought Nebraska got mountains. You have to see in Missouri all flat. Flat like North Dakota. Flat like North Dakota. Florida? Yeah, Florida's pretty flat. You guys they got a beach, though. That's about it. Nebraska's the most boring state. I still want to do that. I still want to drive across the U.S. That's like that's on my bucket list. I still want to I want to go on a road trip through everywhere, all 50 states. It wouldn't really be that optimal, but I want to go through all of them. You've done it a few times? No. All 50 states? You've driven through, you've driven cross country? My dad has. I think my dad has driven from, New York to San Diego before, and I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you ever do that, sir? My dad is like a traveler. It's so funny. For me, as I like my inside, I like my comfort. My dad is hella, I think that's where my sisters get it from. My dad is an explorer. I'm like, you Egyptian ass, man, you do your thing, 21. Do your thing. Uber Eats, you worked on the road in every city? No way. Oh, you're saying some guy online did that? I'm a trucker. I've been to 48. That's cool, man. I'm telling you, that's an experience. So it's a blessing, man. I want to see it. I want to be able, because I feel like every state in America is like another country. It's so different. Some are very similar, and you still see McDonald's everywhere. But, yeah, it's dude, it's everywhere. The culture is just so different. BA news hitting. You missed it, though. There was order news earlier in the day. They're getting clapped. Let's see. Boeing delivery numbers rise, order falls month on month. I think that was older as 848. Yeah, Boeing delivery numbers coming out. Delivered 2 767s in November. That's 11. I don't know. Not 11 Eastern. Nah, it's all old. All older delivery numbers. And then bond auction, 5 minutes. So be on the lookout for the when issued. 5 minutes, you're going to get that bond auction. Watch TLT because that's the one it's affecting /ZB for the futures. It should be, I don't know if it's going to be bullish or bearish for the SPY, but the 30-year auction should come in higher than the when issued. It should have less demand as it always does, but then again, I don't know how fixated the market is going to be on it. I am not in Unity for the long term, no. Like TLT. Well, TLT was up a lot in the morning, man. TLT was up a lot, but then again, we'll see what this auction brings in. But TLT was gapped up and then it just came right back down. You're loading up on SPY puts. Good luck. I'm down 125 now on the ES, so it's a little bit higher than where I put that play. That little pop, though, that would have been nice to grab the shorts up top. So, like, that, now you're kind of in an awkward middle. Because, again, I keep going, like, break even or right about to make money, and then it just pops up out of nowhere. The meeting with Xi and Biden, I don't think it will for in the next 5 minutes. There's, what's his name? There's Zelensky. Zelensky and Biden have something planned for today. That I'm Ukrainian sweater yesterday, that went hard, bro. I want to get one that says I'm Chattadonian. Adobe, don't they have earnings today or tomorrow? You're up 35 on Unity, up from the last earnings. Nice. Yeah, Vladimir Zelensky, not Putin, they're speaking with Biden at 1:15. So I think after the bell. Oh my goodness. You got a Burger King ad? Burger King sounds good. Bro, I can't believe I had a McGriddle yesterday. I need to get chicken McNuggets today. I missed the McNuggets. I settled for the McGriddle, but now my desire just wants the McNuggets. The bond auction could clap us if it's like really bad, but then again, we'll see. Just be on the lookout for the when issued. The WIA. And then we'll see. And then November, you'll get that all at 1 p.m. So in about a minute and a half, and then it'll take some time. Give it a couple minutes, and then that's it. Volodymyr versus Vladimir. Zelensky versus Putin. Oh, there's a O versus a A. Volodymyr. Hey, sorry. I was having trouble there. I turned into Ted Lasso with some of those words. But I'm Josh AI. If I could help you out, let me know. But I can't say these names. Sorry. If you have any other things, I have 500,000 other responses for the stock market that I could answer. You might ask, is the bull market going to start off the bond auction? Nobody knows. We have to see the reaction. But I can tell you that 30-year bond auctions are usually poor. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Make sure you like the video. It costs you nothing. Thanks. Adobe at highs. XOM 52-week low. Alrighty, 20 seconds. Be on the lookout. Be on the lookout for the WI that when issued. Bonds is holding up. We'll see. We'll see. It usually pops up around here. I'm your favorite with the AI. Well, thank you. I may have a career. If things go south, I'm gonna turn full AI. Alrighty. So last 6 averages, bid to cover was 2.4, 66%. Well, I don't have it. Just wait for. Remember, we got to wait a little bit. You'll see it all come up here. It takes like a couple of minutes. Usually we get a when issued number by now. It'll start dropping. I think you go to the Treasury website. It's all there. Here we go. All right. 4.347. 4.347 when issued. Look at you guys. You're all ready to go. It has tailed each of the last 5 months. Yeah, it's 30 years always bad. But we'll find out here. Maybe if that changes today, everyone's going to be like, fuck yeah. So let's see. 4347. 4347. L3 Harris not pursuing any acquisitions in 24. Sees revenue 23. LHX, are they coming out with guidance numbers? 4347. White for it. Docu is on the high. They're ripping. Dava, not Cava. 4347. Just white, just white, just white. And there it is. 4344. What the fuck? It caught a bid. 434. Bro, it got a bid. 4344. Oh my goodness. I just added a ZB on that one. Maybe I top ticked it, but like I said, I think crackheads are. Dude, what the hell? Bro, it caught a bid on a 30-year bond auction. Well, there you go. 4344 when issued. 434. Slight lower, but like that's the first bid in a minute. My goodness. So then I'm still holding the what's it called? Short, the ES. But that might help you out there if enough crackheads come out. I went for the ZB. My goodness. Had to be maybe, honestly, it could be China bar, but check let me see the stats. What is it? How many indirects? 11-month high, bid to cover, 2.43. I think that was better than expected as well. That's lower than average. 6J, the yen might pop. Oh, that's a weird ass. That's very, again, it's bullish in that sense. The question is, I'm bullish on bonds, but do they take that into equities? Yeah, the yen, bro, that's weird. Again, I went straight for the bonds there. We're up on that play now after that, but dude, what the hell? Like, that's a weird ass move. I'm shocked. Again, like I told you, everybody might go crazy, but it's so far equities are going up. But like, dude, the 30-year, that one's wicked. So U.S. 30-year bond sale high yield rate 4.344. 4.769 was the previous one, so it's 0.4 lower than last month. And then bid to cover 2.43. Previous was 2.2. And then the 3-month average, it came in better than that. And then directs accepted 17.3 versus 15.2. And then indirects went up to 68.5. It was 0.003 better, but like I'm telling you, everybody thought that would come in a lot lower because it usually does. So, right, that's actually quite surprising. My goodness. So there you go, man. I didn't think it was going to be good, but that was good. Again, it popped the stocks there for a little bit, but we'll see if again, right now the bonds need to catch up more, I feel like, with stocks. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. But my goodness, I already had a ZB and I just added another ZB. So I was down like slightly on another ZB and then I added another one just slightly low. So I'm pretty much the same price. I got two now 30-year bond futures, give or take, at the same price. That's like right around here. So I'm green on them both now. But we'll see. And then I'm still short on the ES, down 375, but now I'm up 300 on the bonds. TLT caught up on the day. I guess at 0.26, but TLT is still way, way behind. So again, we keep hitting new highs. TLT hasn't hit a new high in like 4 or 5 days. So if any, I think bonds can rip more than, that's why I'm still holding the short. But I think bonds should be able to go up more. That one's surprised. Oh yeah, where's IWM? That might be one you could play. RTY. Russell. Yeah, Russell loved it. 18, dude, that was the full move this morning. Yeah, you got a nice pop on the Russell off that. Check KRE too. Yeah, they moved up. Everything kind of moved up. I'm kind of flabbergasted. No way. It's only 0.003 better, but like usually these ones are a little poor. So let's see if it maintains. That's your first little pop. We'll see how long this lasts us, more or less. And then where's the yen? Yen went up a lot too. Here comes the fan with the dot plot. Yeah, let's see. Let's see, man. Oh, wait, that's a good sign of like people buying bonds, which again you haven't seen here in a while. But welcome to the market, Chatadonia. Oil came up a little. Yeah, I pretty much doubled down. I did a baby average down on the bonds, but I want to flip that play. I don't think I'm either gonna. If I have a lot of cushion, I'll hold it into Powell. But now that I have two of them, if we get cushion into Powell, I'm gonna sell one, and then we'll ride it out. Otherwise, if it's big enough, because I had $500 on the bonds this morning, I didn't take it. I wanted to play some CPI cushion with it. Yeah, ES still holding. Bond still holding the first two candles. So the immediate top tick idea was still good for now. But then let's see what stocks end up doing here if they both go in tandem. It was bullish. The bond auction was bullish. That's that. It was, again, the last couple of months you haven't even had a beat, let alone, I mean, I even want to say beyond a couple of months. It's beyond that. So 30-year bonds, we were giving it a lot of focus in these bond auctions, but this time around the attention wasn't as high, but you still got a beat on something that could have easily been bad and caused, another headwind on the day, but we kind of just got out of that. You just kind of dodged a bullet, but we'll see. Could it not be that people expecting recession, expect the next couple of years, stocks elevated, 30-year doesn't look as bad? It could be, but then that's like, I don't know, even in the couple of years, though, it is saying that, like, pretty much is believing that 5% is the top on the 10-year. So pretty much, I guess, let me ask you that question another way. Do you believe that 5% will be the top on the 10-year bonds for the next decade or the next 30 years? If you say yes, then yeah, then you buy it. If not, that's kind of the issue. It's like, why would you buy the 30-year while you still have a lot of time and we could wait? That's kind of the interesting factor about it. You don't know the R word is relevant. Only temporary pace. Get rid of recession. I still think the yield curve will be our guide, and we'll see. But honestly, I think you're right, because I've always said this back in the day. I don't really like the word recession. I think the word we're looking for is deflation. So I think that's just the final step, and then until then, we could run or hold up as much as we want. All right, bonds still holding. Stocks just popped up to the high. We'll see what they do from here. Alternative instead of keeping cash or being invested. Yeah, I mean, but then again, that is, you either buy equities or bonds, but that too, if you do think deflation. But then again, though, it's still like the dollar. It's not like the dollar's been a bad bet. People lose their jobs will enter deflation. I think so. I think that would make the most sense because then real estate would come down. Then lack of jobs, home prices, asset values coming down. That would be the, I think that would be the kicker. But until then, I mean, you could melt up as high as you want. You could do anything. Anything is possible. All right, first little bond drop there. Let's see where this takes us. What date range between? Well, individuals could go whenever. So hedge funds they already hit their cap for it. Again, or the mutual funds, they already did their tax losses at end of October. So I've set my date to the middle of the month. So like December 18th, pretty much after Monday. Monday is when I'm going to be looking to do my tax losses. All right, see if the SPY comes down more. Let me check oil. Oil. Where are you, oil? Oil still hit 68.26 and then popped out the auction. Apple new highs. The VIX, I don't know. I think the VIX hasn't told us much in a while. And again, VIX just does highlight the everybody hates puts attitude. Any decent cheap dividend stocks? Yeah, Pfizer, MO, Walgreens, but I don't like Walgreens on the premium. Oracle on the low, they're still going. Even Baba's a dividend stock now, but that one definitely a higher risk, higher reward. MPW. Oh, yeah, MPW, but, like, we just missed the divvy. But then again, if it's a little bit cheaper, I mean, you could get more on equity. I'm not really opposed to MPW. I just, like I said, management's shady. But then if everybody that's the beauty of it. If that soft landing do materialize, MPW is going. That's it. It's not like it's gonna go to the moon, not going bust. That's like this is like high yield, distressed credit, distressed real estate. Like if you tell me we have a soft landing and rates, that thing's gonna go there. But like I said, I'm still sketched out on management, but I do like the price, more or less. BTI and MO. Yeah, either or. It's up to you. All the yield max. I don't think you could hold them for too long. I just think, so I don't know. I wouldn't add any of those to my long term. Nikki T's been quiet. But yeah, I can't make any long terms till December 20th. So we'll see. And then I forgot. So like I don't know, next week I might not be here. I might just I don't think we're going to do Watchlist after next week or after this week. I think everything's going to slow down so dramatically. But then I have an opportunity for some of the people out there. If I don't stream next week, I can go to Chicago. I know there's a lot of Chicago Chads. So I have people out in Chicago, my girlfriend's family. So I could pull up to Chicago on Tuesday, I think, if I really wanted to. If I really wanted to, but that's it. So I don't know. Chi City. I don't know. I think as weird as it sounds, like Chicago would be the place I would feel comfortable in. I've never been, but I know we got some hardcore Chads in Chicago, and then so I think it'd be good, man. So we'll see, but that's if I don't know though. I still don't know, and I'm still trying to figure out because I don't want to leave this stream, bro. Watchlist, I'll definitely take a break there. So we'll see. No, I don't want to sign anything, bro. Y'all gassed me up way too much, man. Last time I had a Chad meetup, bro, y'all made me sign shit. I'd never signed anything in my life. I bullshit my signatures so people can't replicate them. You know that? I do it for my own personal safety. Like on my bank account, I use different signatures. So, and it's just hella weird because I'm like, yep, that's not mine. That's not, I'll show you, you know what I'm saying? So I had to sign certain things, bro. And I'm like, I never signed Josh Answers before. You know what I'm saying? So they made me sign Josh Answers. It was cool, bro. I felt like I was a superstar that day, but I was like, man, this is way too unhumbling, man. I was like, this is bullshit. I've never done. Then I'm like, what if I have to sign it again and it don't look anything like it? No. Is that the one where they have the stock things? I've heard of that. Do you allow pictures? Yeah, if it's on my phone. I have selfies with everybody. So literally, bro, surprisingly, the guy with no pictures, when we last saw everybody, bro, I was running around with my phone just taking selfies with everybody. So yeah, I keep it for my memories. It'll be there, and I'll get it to you. But this is we gotta control it. Then Pawn Stars will not be able to verify your Hancock. Well, I've only done one Josh Answer signature. That was again last couple of months ago. But we'll see. If you come while I'm out of town, are you not going to be there next week? Get rid of your hair. I think you'll look so much better. You ain't never seen me, bro. That's not even that's not cool. How you gonna tell me I'll look better? You ain't never seen me. That's not fair. What you mean? That's not. If I do, well then I can't go to Chicago. If I'm gonna get any hair replacement, I'd have to do it here in the next couple of weeks, and then that's it. But I don't know. I think I'm over it. All right, come on. You got an afro? If I pick it out, so if I brush my hair when it's dry or I use an afro pick, I'll get a full-on afro with a bald spot and a receding hairline, 100%. Otherwise, I got my curls, baby. I know my mom, but my mom, I think she's BSing me because I told you, I said I'd only do it if my mom did it, and now she's like, did you find someone? She wants me to, she's like, find Elon Musk doctor. I'm like, Mom, you are the cheapest person I know, and now you trying to tell me you want me to go find Elon Musk hair doctor so that you could go get it with me, and that's the only way, because I told her I won't get it unless she do it. So that's it. Now I'm like, man, this is bullshit. You gonna get Elon Musk doctor? Or you stop it. That's where I learned to avoid things. I learned from her, bro. She good at that. She know how to she just set the bar really high. So she's like, too bad. I guess not. Josh got gloss curly hair. Looks like Jesus. Got sculpted jaw. I don't think I got a sculpted jaw. I'll take it, bro. I'll take it, man. Thanks. See, that's way better than you'll look much better if you get your hair shaved and you never see me. I don't know. Aldrin said he saw me once at Jollibee. So I don't know if he actually did, because if you came, you said my name. I've never turned somebody down if they were saw me in public. So I don't know. Maybe you whispered it or something. You're like, Josh, Josh, is that you, Josh? Because I don't know, man. If you said me, I'd be like, what's up, man? Mm-hmm. How many people are imagining Jason Momoa? Oh, no way, bro. Just go back to Benny Blanco. Calm down, bro. Calm down. It was loud in my head. I swear you whispered it there, man. That's it. Mm-hmm. You want PHILO? I got a baby PHILO, honestly. There's so many. One of them's like really deep, but it's not like deep in the sense I think some of you would like. It's like etymology of the Bible and King James and understanding words. But I got one I really wanted to give you guys, but it's a short one. Have I been to Long Beach? I'm actually in Long Beach a lot, believe it or not. I've been in Long Beach more this year than L.A., but I've still been to L.A. a few times. But yeah, Long Beach and like Long Beach. I was born and raised in San Diego, and then I left. And then I matured after going to L.A., and I was like, you know what? San Diego is the best place in the world. Yeah, Jollibee's is a Filipino restaurant. It's fire. If you've never been, you should try it. This PHILO, it's a short one. It's a very short PHILO. And I don't know. I don't know if we're going to want to hear it, man. I'm going to hit y'all with wild stuff, bro. Wild stuff. I don't know if y'all can handle it. I'm going to say some things today. Some of you are going to get shocked. Oh, man. Oh, see, I'm doing the PHILO sniff. It sounds awful. Excuse me. My bad. Chadadonia. Chadadonia. Are y'all ready? Are you ready? So, today's PHILO is, I don't know, man. I don't know if this is what some of you were looking for. And like I said, man, I love that the PHILO's been getting a lot of people. I don't know, man. There's been a vibe with the PHILO lately, man. So I'm blessed by it, man, and I hope the blessing has gone to you, because that's the only way I would feel blessed, man. But sometimes the PHILOs are gonna resonate, sometimes they won't. But I do want to make sure, I do think they're always a good message. And like I told you guys, I'm not here to preach to you. I'm really, really not, man. This is just, I don't know how many PHILOs have you heard, and we've gone through the days and the years, really. And dude, it's just the things that remind me of stuff. And I'm just telling, this is my notes in my phone. I have passing thoughts on the weekend, on the weekdays, and reading and doing my own Bible studies, and even stuff not related to the Bible at all. It just reminds me of things. I listen to preachers. I hear certain things, and it's just hey, I'm going to share it to you, and I don't know the order it's supposed to go into, and sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't. But today's PHILO is about inflation. Oh, man. I know, that sounds weird. But today's, again, CPI. But it's not what you think I'm talking about. For real, bro. Let me just tell you this right now. Inflation. Everything is expensive. Everything is expensive. I see you guys are talking about other things. I want you to think about this. And I don't want you to think about it in terms of money. Okay, we're not talking items. And honestly, I am, like, in a weird way. Because, like, we look around, everything is expensive. But, like, dude, what about the cost of everything else now? Yeah, you think I'm going to talk. We've talked inflation of the ego. It's very important. But today we're going to talk about the cost. Well, I don't know if y'all feel me, Chad. Yeah, like I'm telling you, I don't know what this is going to give to you or not, man. But, like, one of the thoughts I have written down, bro, sitting there reflecting on a lot of things, man, is just like, bro, everything we have right now is expensive. Like, the cost of everything else in this world has gone up. You don't believe me? Okay, go on your social media and go say something about a war. You know what? Go say the wrong thing by accident. Guess what? The cost of that is a lot more than it used to be. You'll get canceled quicker than you could say canceled. Go ahead. Go tell people that you believe in God. Say, Jesus died on the cross for my sins, and I believe it. Oh. You say that in a faithless society, that has a very, very high cost. You know that? That's what the verse said, bro. I don't know. You know, I've given you this story. I've talked about it. You got to drink from the cup. You know, that one story was it Thomas and his mom, and they were like, hey, just make sure, Jesus, that you put my sons on next to you. And he's like, do you know what that means? He said inflation. He said, you want to be on my right hand? Do you not know the cost of that? You have to drink from the cup of suffering. You want to be blessed? It says drink from suffering. Again, this is where a lot of people, it gets crazy. Because, again, we think blessings come in a certain way. That's why I'm saying the other philo I have is related to charity and understanding things. But, like, dude, all I want to tell you, man, is that everything has a higher cost right now. So, like, it's both good and bad. Because, again, usually if it has a higher cost, it means it's in higher demand. Oh, y'all don't. You say the wrong word, you get canceled. Why do you think people get so obsessed with the truth way more than they have? Why do you think there's people on the conspiracy stuff? Because guess what? They want to hear something. Again, if you could tell me in this world that you have a faith and belief, and you could believe in something you don't see, everything from the day you were born, especially if you're younger, you know, think about it. Like, dude, it's not like you've been presented things to say, oh, yeah, but, like, think about it. If you could go and gain a belief right now, have faith in yourself even, in this type of environment, my goodness, I feel like that's in high demand. I feel like it's worth something. But it's just like, dude, coming into this next year, man, you know, as we keep talking inflation, CPI, and price of items, and oil, and this and that, you know, like, have you really looked at the cost of everything else? And are you realizing that there is a higher cost? And it's not supposed to make you run away, you know? But, like, if anything, I hope the inflation of everything else helps you kind of value it a little bit more. And coming into this next year, man, like, I don't know what you want to pursue. I don't know what path you're already on. I don't know. I see a lot of real estate agents and new ones. Dude, nothing is going to happen easily. Siri, if I'm telling you, like, speaking has a high cost right now. And, you know, having a belief has a high cost right now. Again, the things you want to work for, this is as cliche as it gets, but I really hope you understand that everything will have a cost with it. Like, if y'all don't know how a lot of the parables in the Bible, there's been several scenarios where Jesus gets presented with certain instances, and he always just tells people about the cost of it, and then they back down. I did this, I did that, I did this, I lived up to this standard. All right, go sell everything and give it away to the poor. And then come follow me. And then the guy left sad. You know, literally. And let me ask you this one, man. Let me ask you this one. And if I'm telling you, the theme of this is everything is expensive. Inflation is everywhere, and I'm not talking prices. What does it cost you to show love? Screw, I'm not talking about the stream. I'm not talking about like the video. Like, I'm talking about how you treat people. Because one thing we hate more than anything, bro, don't you hate it when somebody covers the cost and then is rude? You know what I'm saying? Don't you hate it when you see something? That's why, like, some people come at me with that energy sometimes. You're like, well, Josh, you have this. You're not worrying about the cost of this, so you don't understand. Like, nah, man. Imagine if you were treated poorly. What does it cost you to be nice? What does it cost you to actually try to pursue, like, genuine love and peace in your heart this year? What, like, seriously? No, it's you know what? Guess what? It's not free, unfortunately. It's going to cost you giving up a grudge. It's going to cost you forgiving somebody. It's going to cost you having to listen to somebody you disagree with for X amount of time without popping off with something. Oh, come on. It's going to cost self-control. It's going to cost discipline. Oh, man. So, Chad, there's a lot to it. I'm going to end this because it's going to say, because seriously, bro, above all else, man, we talked about controlling your mind. We've talked about the hypocrisy. We've talked about not worrying about what others think, man. And I hope in a way, not worried about what I think about you or whatever. Like, again, bro, God already knows what you're about to do anyway. So don't worry. You know what I'm saying? That's why I have mercy on me. But it's like taking in all of that, taking in all of everything. Like, dude, don't let that turn you into somebody who is awful to people. It's a big deal. Again, and I know someone say, do you follow this? No, I don't all the time because I've been awful to people. Sometimes you'll catch me at the wrong moment. If I forget everything I know, if I lose control of my mind, I'll stumble into the same thing. So I'm not telling this to you. I'm telling this for me. This is the reminder. If you could benefit off of my own reminder, God bless you. But this is the thing I was going to tell you that going to get crazy. Are you ready? This one's going to make some of you get mad a little bit, but I encourage you to listen. Did you know Jesus was a liberal? Oh, man. Yeah, that's how I'm going to wrap this one up right now. I'm going to tell you this right now. Again, calm down. No. He's a liberal. See, look at it. I didn't take some of y'all more than 120 seconds. False. No, he's not, John. No, he's not. No. It didn't take not even 2 minutes. Jesus was a liberal. I've said this a while ago. It's crazy to think about. You not realize he went up to people and he said, sell everything you own and give it to the poor? Literally, a kid had 2 fish and some bread, and he said, give me it. And he took the fish from the kid to feed everybody else. Oh, that's okay. Socialism? Huh. I don't know. Listen, it's not political. It's not political. Don't get too caught up on it. You're not going to walk home today and say, what I learned today was Jesus was a liberal. What you should walk home and learn is that don't tell me that your faith has made you so rich that you don't care about anybody else. That's what I meant. That's the message. So you could spew it however you want and try to twist it. But all I'm here to say is don't make your faith. Don't tell me your faith has made you so rich. Oh, my mind and this and that and this. But you don't care about anybody else. And it's not reflected in how you treat anybody else, how you spend your time. If it's all selfish desires, selfish is Satanism. That's making a comeback. The way they're marketing it now, it's crazy. But guess what? It's just selfish. So, Chattadonia, welcome to the world of inflation. Things are going to cost more, man. But I hope it doesn't change, and I hope it helps highlight, doesn't change you to the negative, and I hope it highlights the value of some of the things you already have and all the things you're working for with that higher cost, man. And I hope you guys are ready to pay the cost on whatever next year throws at us. Okay? Because for real, that's it. Remember, I was just telling you yesterday, don't be cheap, baby. Don't be cheap with those thoughts. But on that note, Chad, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch this and main channel. God bless all of you. And that is your PHILO. It was a little one, man. It was a little one. I know. It wasn't as deep as some of the others, but as some of you, I lost you on the liberal thing. I know. But again, don't tell me the faith made you that rich, man. Don't tell me, oh, I love it. I love it. So God bless you all. Now we need F350 and a tissue. Amen. Amen. Beautiful. Perfect timing. Perfect. Dude, I was going in on the tissues. Oh, man. Oh, man. So, Chattadonia, how you feeling? How you feeling? How you feeling? SPY still going up. The melt up is real. The melt up is real. And then oil even went a little lower. What time? Still 10:30. Oh. Let that Airbnb. Was that Airbnb next? Oh, was it? I already exited out. Yeah, MPW has gone ex-dividend, yeah. Gas tank still on empty. Oh, I need a sneeze, bro. These little, like, the boogers make you want to sneeze, but then you don't got to sneeze. You only want to sneeze because the boogers. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you feel me. Oh, no. Fell asleep with the headphones. Good. That'd be a nice way to wake up. It does take an hour to charge, man. It's brutal. So oil went lower. I'm glad we didn't make the play on it just yet. I don't know. Maybe we wait till close then, because every time it has these 4% down days, it'll have like a random pop. But like I was saying, low 68s. This is where I think it needs to go, if anything. Oracle price target cut to 106 from 107 by Morgan Stanley. Maintained at equal weight. High 65. High 65, Habibi. That's very low. I think it will get there, but I think it will bounce and make a pop. Are we going to Raul? Maybe. But we've held up so pinned. I mean, again, ahead of Powell. Quite the interesting reaction. The Russell ever since with the bonds, I think. Yeah, Russell's hitting 0.14 down. It's still negative on the day, but it's doing good. The Drummond, I did see it. I do think it is a little high in price. So the comp's there, and then unfortunately, I was going to get you the email back. It's already listed. So if you already have it listed there, I mean, we can't really even save you guys any money on it. And then again, I don't think the price, I would be at a much, much lower price than what it's listed at, unfortunately. But that area looks crazy. Like right next to it, I was looking at some of the comps. There was what was it? There was like elk fun hunting, and like some of these properties like selling $20 million for land just because of the elk. He's trying to get out from under it and retire. He's closing in mid-70s. I would say if he wants to like for me, I'm the cash buyer. I'll come in at the comps on it are much, much lower than the price it's at. If he really wants to try to squeeze it out, we have a co-agent in Montana that can maybe help him save money, or at the very least, if he sells it like on a direct sale, we could save him the commissions. But ask him his lowest he could go on it. That's really all it's going to boil down to. But I didn't even want to offend you with like a crazy low ball offer. But I do think that if he's could have a little more patience, and then he would have to lower the price there to get traction on the market. Or again, I don't know what his agent's doing on it, but it'll be good. We in Drummond? You in Drummond? Yeah, that's what I say. There you go. We got co-agents out there. So I think I forwarded it there to Co-Real Estate. The elk are beautiful. Bro, the elk land is huge. That blew my mind. I learned that. People paying $20 million, $17 million, $12 million for land with elk hunting on it. Who would have thought, man? Who would have thought? All right, bonds coming up. SPY's still ripping. I'm still down on the ES. I'm literally matched up. So I'm up down 380 on the ES, up 375 on the bonds. It's literally matched up perfectly, so that could be good for now. Other than that, we'll see. Your mom owned the Drummond Motel? Are you sure? Because I think somebody's trying to sell me the Drummond Motel. Hold up. Wait a minute. Because I think that's what the listing was. It was it's like a motel house type thing in Drummond, I believe. It used to be Ryan's Inn. That's my brother. So wait, are you related to David? Or are you guys... And if y'all are related and didn't know about it, this is about to turn into an episode of Maury. That's all I'm saying. Otherwise, hold up. It's a small, small world after all. Oh, your mom sold it? Okay. Like when? When were you born to? No, kidding. But I think this property was purchased like 20 years ago or something. Yeah, that's about right. 2006, give or take. The when issued, you could go to the Treasury Direct. It has it on there. Or usually the news scanners will put it out within a minute. That's good to know that Drummond's popping like that. They bought it back in 2012. Stopped running in 2019. Her mom passed and got married. Oh, sorry to hear. And then congrats on the marriage. I don't know. Tell me this, David. I would make a charity for the event, or for this if he wants. Would your dad want to give us a good discount on it, and then we turn it into a cult compound in Drummond? That's it. I'll turn it into a cult compound at the right price. Literally, I'll put it under a non-profit. I don't even want to make money on it. I'll throw a couple hundred. Maybe 300, 200, 300 grand for it. We'll do it. But then again, I still need the comments are so no. It's so small. That's fine. We'll turn Drummond into Coltville. Call it Drummond Coltadonia. He's down for anything. But I do want it. That's the thing, though. Like, I don't know. I want him to have a good retirement. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it does have value. He bought it really low. So it's like you might be able to do something with it. But it's just like, I don't know. Maybe I'll get you in touch with Kevin or who else. You have another real estate agent out there, too. But if they could help you like get better comps and see what we could really sell it for, I do think always try to get top dollar, especially if like he doesn't need to get out of it right now. You know, I'm sure he has the desire to, but like if he could stretch it for like another couple of months, it may end up being a little better, and especially if it means a couple 100,000 more, you know. Do you rent out homes? I do, but I don't have as many rentals, though. I have like 1 or 2 houses in Dallas, but they're not. They're only good rentals because I bought them so cheap that I get a good yield. But like I was saying earlier, the property taxes are shit. So it's not. I don't really like rental properties in Texas. I think bonds push up. I think bonds could push up without the SPY. So I don't think that. I think bonds have way more room to run in reference to how things have moved up, unless Powell has anything to say about that tomorrow. Share where Dallas? It's like northern Dallas. Again, somebody I couldn't even tell you, bro. I'd have to look this up in my documents, but I know I have one out there. I have 1 or 2, but I don't. All I know is it's poor in the sense that it's not it's you could have way more optimal property. And then my sister has a house in Dallas too, but I don't even know where I thought Dallas was Dallas. I know there's like Plano and other areas. I think the house is near Plano. You're moving up. Broadcom again. SPY hitting a new high. Plano's my hood. Yeah, Plano's nice. I learned about Plano from a girl in college. That's it. I didn't know like Texas was balling like that. Then I met this girl and she was telling me Plano, and I was like, what do you mean Texas, Plano? Like, what are you talking about? And then she put me on to Plano. Back, I was like, whoa. I used to think Plano was like the coolest place when I was younger. And then I was like, okay, it's still pretty dope though. I didn't know like Plano got it like that. Everyone's so nice too. They're really respectful. It was very, very good out there. Like everyone, very nice. Play no, play yes. I'm from the Colony, Texas. I've heard of the Colony. I've heard it is balling out there. Come over to Flower Mound. I'll show you a good time. Excuse me? That's the problem with all these Texas names. Y'all got, like, for such a conservative state, y'all got the weirdest names. You know that? They're like, yeah, coming down to Flower Mound. I'll show you a good time. Oh, yeah, come out to Sugar Land, sugar. I'm like, okay, calm down. Calm down, Texas. Why y'all naming all your states hella weird? Your little cities. The Colony. What the fuck? Plano. What? It was named after a mound of flowers. I'd assume. Allen, Texas. Kyle Murray came from there. I've heard of Allen, Texas. I've heard all of the little Texas play. Once you go to Texas, you know, and like everybody out there, they just know Texas, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, come here. Yeah, this area. It's like 10 minutes out, 20 minutes out. But, yo, Dallas got the stupidest traffic, though. Not even the stupidest drivers, I would say. I don't know how to explain it, bro. That was awful. And then y'all got, like, left lane exits. Like, what the fuck? Dude, driving on the freeway in Dallas, though, I remember that was the weirdest, stupidest shit I have ever encountered. Yeah, bro, they got left lane exits. Like, straight up, you need to exit, and it's like, go to the middle of the freeway to exit. I'm like, what? Like, that's crazy, man. Nah. Yeah, dude. And that, like, the trap, bro, we almost got hit so many times just by people. I'm like, dude, what the hell is happening here, man? No, dude, it's weird. I've been to Austin. Austin's a weird place. I like the place in between Austin. The place in between Austin and San Antonio. What's it called? Not Pflugerville. What's it called? Is it Frisco? What's the place in between Austin and, like, San Antonio? San Marcos. Yeah. And then New Braunfels. There it is. New Braunfels, San Marcos. But New Braunfels, that's the one. New Braunfels goes hard. Nah, New Braunfels. I like that area. I like it a lot. We went out, bro. We went out. Was it Tyler's wedding or it was my sister's wedding? But we went out there at night and like we went to like I went to like a Texas, like they were playing fucking hacky sack. What's the thing with the little hacky sack and you throw it in the cornhole and like they had cowboy hats and everything. They had like arcade games. I was like, you know what? Texas, you guys are cool, bro. Everybody was nice, bro. I talked to every girl. None of them called me a lizard or looked at me like I was on something. They were very nice and respect. I was like, man, I like this place. Oh, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, country music. I was like, dude, it was a good time. It was good. It was still like kind of ratchet too, though. I was kind of impressed. Yeah, New Braunfels, they got a W in my book. I like them. Yeah, it was fun, man. It was fun. No, I've never even been to Egypt. Like I said, hacky sack. Yeah, I know. It came to me, cornhole, but like I swear somebody was playing hacky sack though, and that's a very like Texas white activity. I feel like hacky sack. Y'all still play hacky sack? At one point, I wanted to like play hacky sack, bro, like really bad, like because the kids at church would play it, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" They're like hacky sack. I'm like, "What?" I was like, "What?" Like, nah, like I never could do it, bro. I never got into hacky sack, man. I just sucked at it. I was like, this is bullshit. I just started throwing it at people. Hacky sack and cornhole, separate game. I think they both involve a beanbag-shaped object. I could be incorrect, but I think so. BMW expects EVs to grow as a percentage of U.S. sales in 24 and 25. 3-hit kill, yeah. I'm pretty coordinated, but like I'm not like I have hand-eye coordination. I don't got hand-feet coordination. That's stupid. I don't play soccer. That's why my dad was disappointed. My dad loves soccer, but I don't play soccer. I'm good with my hands and my eyes, you know, but like why am I going to use hands and feet? That's stupid. I can run. That's all I need. Breaking: Saudi Arabia issued a raft of royal decrees on Tuesday, first of which appointed Prince Faisal bin Salman bin Abdulaziz as special advisor to King Salman at the rank of minister. And then bond still higher while SPY kind of chilling out. We'll see how long that lasts. And then oil kind of popping from the 68.25. Yeah, I don't have good core muscle. I need to work on that. I don't think my dad watches soccer games, but that's like my dad's favorite sport. And then he wound up with sons who just didn't play soccer. None of us were down with soccer. My brother was for a little bit, but like I had zero interest in soccer. I played it 1 year as a kid. I was like, this is stupid. Give me baseball. I like baseball more than soccer. I got whitewashed, Americanized too much. I don't know if my dad knows any soccer players. It's because you're smart. Don't say it, bro. A lot of football. I love Ted Lasso, though. I love my basketball. Hey, man. I used to like baseball. It's so weird. I feel like my little nephew's like that. He loved baseball now. I feel like when you're younger, you like love baseball. But then like I got older. I didn't fuck with baseball as hard. Still play soccer, men's league. There you go. Hey, man, if you like it, I think I like watching soccer now. I could watch it. I can never play it. I know Mo Salah, of course. Even my mom knows who Mo Salah is. I look like the Wish version of Mo Salah, and then I'm pale because I didn't go outside. Where's Messi? Where's Messi, Habibi? Where's Messi? Yeah, I'm Tibu Salah. Have I ever coached? No. I would, though. I'd be down to coach. Like, I'd be a good sports coach, but then I'd also be a bad sports coach because I don't care if they're, like, fucking 10 years old, bro. I expect the highest from them. That's it. My brother coached one of my teams when I was younger, and that's what he did to us. It was awful. I hated him for a solid year. This dude made me run suicides for no reason. But then again, we had a great record. We did not lose a game. That's it, bro. We were outrunning all of these fifth graders. I'm telling you, bro. It was actually insane, bro. My brother, I think he was he was still older than me by a lot. So, like, but then, like, dude, he was just conditioning us at, like, an unreal level for fifth graders. And, like, the parents were mad at first, and then we just started getting dubs. And they're like, you know what? It's good. It's good for their discipline. It builds character. And then, like, dude, that's it. And, like, bro, we were in fifth grade. He got yelled at. He got yelled at by the league head of, the little, like, fifth grader basketball league, bro, just because he was, like he would tell us to foul hard. Because, like, if we were fouling him and they were getting and ones, he would get so mad. He's like, foul him hard. And they were like, don't tell fifth graders to foul hard. He was like, why not? That's how you play the game. So I was like, you know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, so, like, I mean, hey, we learned a lot. We learned a lot, man. We learned a lot. Great lessons. Great lessons. Uh-huh. Yeah, so I would love to coach a team but I don't know now. Like, you couldn't even get canceled back then, and I feel like he would have, but, like, I don't know how it'd work nowadays. Oh, man. Yeah, baby, you know it's good. You know it's good. It was a good time, man. It was a good time. Man, I don't know, maybe Chad, we should get like a Chad competitive team. That's it, man. We should get I don't know. Some of y'all got balling kids. Anybody got like somebody good at basketball? Do any of you guys got a kid who's like good at basketball and above the height of 5'6"? Because I'm just telling you now, if he's good now, just unfortunately, I never grew. So I'm just saying, I don't know. Is any your nephew? Me? What do you mean you? How old are you? If you tell me you're in your 20s, bro, I'm going to just tell you to give up on that one and get a long term. Uh-huh. I'm 5'6" and dunk. Aren't you like, you're old now, though, sir? It's okay. I'm old now, too. Y'all need to go play 2K. Don't tell me about, I'm saying if, like, anybody got, like, a high schooler or, like, a middle schooler who's, like, balling, Your son, Caleb, but he's 5'7". He still might grow, though, if he's young enough. That's good, man. I was saying, let's get a Chad. I'd sponsor a Chad competitive ball team. That'd be fun. The Chattadonia Bulls. No? You're not down? Chattadonia Bulls competitive team. We'll go to the Adidas tournaments. We'll go to the Nike ones. Nah? No? Nobody? Robbie's 5 foot? Dude, Robbie's going to be huge. That's bullshit. He's almost taller than me. This is bullshit. My nephews are 6'5". Now you're talking. Yeah, it's crazy. Even my nephew is like already taller than half of me now. It's bullshit, dude. I'm so mad. Like, that's it. Like, he already know like Taekwondo and shit. And I'm like, I only got a couple years. And then he's just going to get angry and puberty. And then he's going to be 6'5" or some shit. Oh, man. Your daughter is 9 years old and 6'2". Are you lying to me? Or that's it. It's a weird lie, but like, if so, I don't know, sir. Like, it's a weird thing to lie about. He's like, my 9-year-old is 6'2". Oh, you're capping? Okay, I was like, congratulate. I don't even know how to respond if that was normal. I'm like, but even then, bro, I don't know if I've ever heard that. You could get a sponsorship right away. Get her in a pair of Nikes. He said 9 years old, 6'2". Okay. That's pretty funny. My boy shoots ball during math class. He's 6 foot tall. Good. Good. That's it. Because honestly, I was so pissed when I went to college because I went to U of A. And I saw what they do to the athletes, bro. They golf cart them to class. They all have study guides with the TAs. So, like, honestly, man, he just got to pass in high school. If he make it to college ball, like, he don't even have to even read a book. But he will need it for his financial education down the road. Otherwise, he's going to blow all that money because he can't read. I know it happens. It happens. Floyd's still doing good, though. Floyd's still doing good. No, dude, I didn't know that. Dude, they take care of college athletes like it's but like, dude, they just give them all. They give them a degree, bro. It's crazy. Your son's first grade team has ballers. You're 6'5", your wife's 5'10". He's an animal. How tall is he? That's it, man. Get him playing ball, bro. I'd be down, bro. I'll do a Chad travel team. That's it. If we had enough tall baby Chads. We could get a short one too. He could play point guard. Don't worry, there's still room. There's still room. Snapchat surpasses 7 million subscribers, rolls out new AI features for users. Snapchatify. Your brother got recruited to play in the Philippines, get paid, it doesn't have to go to school. How old is he though? You don't want to go overseas too fast because then he might just get stuck there. Because if he's good enough, get him in the draft, baby. It might be old. Let's double check. Maybe it's one of the reasons why they got upgraded. Doesn't look like it's responding. Drink tea. My voice is fine. I just got boogers everywhere. No, I don't see anything on Snap. You know, you saw LaMelo and LiAngelo, like you saw him play. Bro, did y'all see I don't know if LaMelo got injured again, but dude, he dropped like 4 triple doubles in a row. I told you he gonna be the best. He's 4'2". I'm still taller than him. Yes, he's in first grade. One of his friends pushed it 4'6". It had 17 touchdowns in football. Oh my gosh, that's dope, man. I wish I was putting up stats when I was in first grade. That's kind of dope. Yeah, I don't think the Snap stuff is there. Hornets, baby. Oh, you saw him at the BJ's in Chino Hills? Oh, no way. Should got an autograph, bro. I love LaMelo. I would tell LaMelo. I'd be like, sign this shit, bro. Come on. I would have no shame going up to LaMelo. That's it. LaMelo, I'm too much of a fan. That's it. And I'd try to box him out. I walk up to him doing defensive slides. I'll be like, look, I know what I'm talking about. And you probably think I'm weird. Come to Charlotte. I'll pass. Okay. I've never been to Charlotte. I don't know. I went to Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't know. I have to go out there. We got a lot of people. I want to go out to South Carolina. I don't know. I'm sorry if that's offensive. I've heard good things about South Carolina. Well, then we have so many people in North Carolina, too. The Carolinas. North Carolina, come on and raise up. Take your shirt off. Wave it around your head like a helicopter. Charlotte. Like, I don't know. I think that's why like LaMelo makes so many like poor off the court decisions. It's because he lives in Charlotte. They have nothing else to do. He be getting bored. He be hitting up porn stars. He be buying all these cars. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. I feel like he bought the biggest house in Charlotte. It was like the biggest condo and connected like 10 of them. He's like, I don't know what to do. He's like, they got Applebee's and a BJ's here. That's it, man. No, I'm just roasting Charlotte. I've never been there in my life, man. That was meant to make fun of LaMelo more so. His dad is crazy, the whole family. His dad hooked him up. Call it whatever you want. His dad hooked all of them up. Okay? And that's it. And they all wound up spending their VC on tattoo sleeves. How did his dad hook him up? What do you mean? One day, I'm going to show you. One day when the technology and we could go into different timelines, you're going to see all three of those kids if they were raised in a different household. He's like, yeah, man, practice whenever you want. Nah, you good, bro. It's fine. Yeah, you have no idea, bro. You have no idea. He trained all of them, bro. So you may not like LeVar, but he got him on there, bro. He promoted. What do you mean? They all got good contracts. They got good business because of the promotion, and like not even that, just like, bro, raising them in basketball and like how he did it and like the discipline. He ain't play around with them, bro. Like, he was very strict. He did good, bro. He did good. You met Peja Stojakovic? Oh, he's the GOAT, right? Like Peja Stojakovic. What old 2000 rap song was that? He's like something like Peja Stojakovic. Yeah, I think he's a GOAT father. I agree. Yeah, he set him. Yeah, he raised them good. He put in like they're on a good path. Even then, they still like one of them for some reason wanted to jack shit from China. I don't know why Jello thought that was a good idea, but that's it. That's it. Lonzo, I don't know. Lonzo, Kai, that's it. Lonzo, I don't know. I liked LaMelo from day one. Lonzo, I didn't think Lonzo was ever gonna be that good, but LaMelo is like, he's just a different breed. I think LaMelo has it. Chino Hills, you all from Chino Hills? Well, we got all the Chads at Chino Hills. Assorted New York Philly rapper stole the Stojakovic from Freeway. Was it? I remember there's an old song there. He goes, "Malin like Peja Stojakovic." I just thought I'll never forget that, because when I was a kid, I loved Peja Stojakovic, and I was like, that's a hard rap line right there. I was like, that's a bar. That's a bar. Did he change his legal name to Ball? I think their name was Ball, like, by default, no? I think they just grew up with the last name Ball. It just was in, that's it. They got lucky. You saw Karl Malone at a Toyota dealership? What did he do? He can't. Can he fit in a Camry? Karl Malone is huge. David Ball, that's your last name. There it is. Israel military has begun pumping seawater into Hamas tunnel complex in Gaza. What? After the U.S. was like, nah, man, we don't support this.
And secondly, is it the department's assessment that deterrence is
I think this is unrelated. I need to go to the bathroom.
The number of attacks and I guess
follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We got hour 45.
Yeah, well, again,
well,
our focus, as I outlined those objectives, is to prevent the situation, the conflict between Israel and Hamas, from broadening into a regional conflict. And so, no, we don't assess that has happened. It has been contained to Israel fighting Hamas in Gaza. And that will continue to be a focus. We've talked about this before, the situation in Iraq and Syria, why our forces are there, and the fact that you have Iranian proxy groups who are being encouraged by Iran to, again, exploit this situation to their advantage in order to meet the strategic aim of expelling U.S. forces from that region, which, again, oh, by the way, are there at the invitation of the government of Iraq. And so, we're going to continue to stay focused on that mission. We're going to continue to do what we need to do to protect our forces. And I'll just leave it at that.
Just secondly, if I can follow up on the task force that's being discussed, and I don't have anything to read out, but we reported earlier today that there's the U.S. is in talk with 12 nations about this task force. Can you confirm that? And then also, can you elaborate at all on the Secretary's conversations next week on his trip? Does he plan to ask at least Qatar and Bahrain to join that?
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. So right now, no. Again, I have more information in the near future as it relates to our efforts to work multilaterally in terms of the Red Sea region. And as far as the trip goes, again, we'll have more information in the future. All right, let me go back over to here. Laura.
Thank you. Last month, President Biden and President Xi promised that they would resume military communications. I'm wondering if you could tell us when that's going to happen.
So I don't have any specific calls or meetings to announce right now. We have been working closely with our defense attaché office, and our policy team's been in active coordination with Beijing in order to arrange communication. But again, nothing to announce at this point in time. We have underscored many times the importance of ensuring that senior leader level communication continues to mitigate potential risk and prevent miscalculation, and so we'll continue to stay very focused on that.
I know that Secretary Austin doesn't have a Chinese counterpart right now. Have they offered someone to speak in his place?
Again, right now we're reaching out. Don't have anything to announce at this time. So thank you very much, Janie.
Thank you, General. Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Getting 2-star. The 2024 National Defense Authorization Act says that the U.S. troops stationed in South Korea will be maintained at the current level. Does this include troops deployed for joint exercise?
Thanks, Jenny. So as you know, right now, we have approximately 28,500 U.S. forces assigned in the Republic of Korea. In terms of forces coming in for exercises, that is a variable number that depends on the size of the exercise, the number of requirements and things like that. So that won't change. So the bottom line is, when it says force levels will be preserved, I take that at face value. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about pending legislation, but exercise numbers can fluctuate, again, just depending on the requirement.
Ukraine, do you think military cooperation between North Korea and Russia will lead Putin's war in Ukraine to victory?
You're asking. Look, Janie, we are singularly focused on working with the international community to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to be successful on the battlefield, both in the short term and in the long term, in terms of deterring future aggression from Russia. So I'll just leave it at that. Ro.
Thank you. I have two questions on the Secretary's calls with the Japanese Defense Minister. First, on the Osprey crash, I wonder if the Secretary shared the progress on the investigation into the crash with the Japanese Defense Minister, because Pentagon said that investigation will be transparent.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to have anything to provide beyond what's in the readout. As you highlight, broadly speaking, yes, the Department of Defense will continue to work closely with our Japanese allies to share information as it relates to the investigation, and as appropriate.
Yeah, secondly, the Secretary also discussed maritime security in Red Sea. So does the Pentagon hope that the Indo-Pacific countries, including Japan, will join a maritime task force in Red Sea, because what's going on in this critical waterway matters to the economy in the Indo-Pacific region?
Well, again, I'm not going to speak right now for any individual countries. As I highlighted, this is an international problem that requires an international solution. So we are engaged with many different nations to discuss this challenge, and as I mentioned, may have more future in the days ahead. And I better go to the phone or else I'm going to get in trouble here. Let's go to Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you. What evidence does the Defense Department have that if Vladimir Putin wins in Ukraine, that he might target Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, all of which are protected under Article 5 of NATO?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So I don't want to get into hypotheticals, but broadly speaking, past performance is usually an indicator of future performance. And so we've seen Russia.
That's not what I learned in the stock market, sir.
Gray zone operations. We know that their goal, which they have failed at, it was to eliminate Ukraine as a nation. And so the concern here
technical
is,
analysis
if Putin were allowed to
for
win,
the war.
Russia won't stop. They will move on to other countries and attempt to either invade or destabilize. And so this does put us in a situation where NATO could be threatened, and U.S. Requirements and commitments under Article 5 would be something that we would obviously take very seriously. So again, this is why Ukraine matters. It's not just about Ukraine. It's about international security, not only in Europe, but also globally. Thank you. Let me go to Reuters. Phil?
Reuters.
Hey, Dries here. Two quick questions. Firstly, Israel has said that it will deploy its own warship to the Red Sea. Are the U.S. ships already in the region working with them, and will Israel be part of any maritime effort in the region? And secondly,
oil popped a
President
little.
Biden earlier today said that Israel is losing support over what he called their indiscriminate Gaza bombing campaign. Does the secretary agree with the president that the bombing by Israel has been indiscriminate?
Thanks, Idris. So I don't have anything to announce regarding Israel. I'd refer you to them to talk about their own operations in the Red Sea region. And look, Secretary Austin's comments at Reagan were very clear when it comes to two things. One, that our support for Israel's inherent right to defend itself is ironclad. And number two, that we will continue to expect Israel to conduct its operations in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
Hold on.
Highlighting that not only does Israel have a moral obligation to protect civilians, but it's also a strategic imperative. Thank you. Come back in the room for a few more here. Matt.
Thanks, Pat. Today, Reuters reported that a declassified U.S. intelligence report determined that Russia has lost some 315,000 troops, either to injury or death, total casualties, and also that its losses in personnel and vehicles has set its military modernization efforts back by some 18 years. Are you able to confirm any parts of that report, or do you have your own estimates for casualties on either side of the conflict?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I don't have anything to provide on those reports, nor do I have numbers to provide on casualties. But I will take it as an opportunity to highlight the fact, again, the strategic failure of Russia when it comes to the objectives that it had set for itself in Ukraine, and the fact that it has cost thousands and thousands of lives on both sides needlessly, which is why, again, we will continue to work very closely with Ukraine to ensure that they have what they need to defend their people and protect their sovereign territory. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you.
Dan.
Thanks, General. Wanted to follow up on the individuals that appeared to be responsible for the hijacking some days ago that you said appeared to be Somali. Can you give us an update on where they are, if they're still detained underway with the U.S. Navy, if you've clarified where they're from, and just where they are now?
Sure. They are Somali. They are still aboard the USS Mason while we continue to work with the Department of Justice on next steps. So as we have more information to provide, we will do that.
Do you believe them to be working in any kind of way with the Houthis, or was this just a coincidence at a time when there's a lot of Houthi operations?
Yeah, I don't have any further information to pass along, Dan, and as we get updates, we'll be sure to pass them along. All right. get one second. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. You just said that Secretary Austin made it clear that the United States is expecting Israel to be careful in its bombing campaign in Gaza when it comes to civilian casualties. What if the Netanyahu government or the IDF continue to indiscriminately attack civilians in Gaza and continue to use the white phosphorus like it did in southern Lebanon? What steps will the United States government will take?
Again, look, we have been very clear with our Israeli partners that we have the expectation that they will conduct their operations in accordance with the law of armed conflict. It is the importance of taking civilian safety into account has come up in every single conversation that Secretary Austin has had with his counterpart, and that continues to happen at multiple levels. And again, look, we understand that Israel is fighting to defend its people from a terrorist threat in the form of Hamas that brutally attacked the people of Israel on October 7th. We also understand that they are an extremely difficult fight in an extremely dense urban terrain where the enemy has intertwined themselves among the civilian population and are using them as human shields. So again, we understand that.
Still
and
running.
We will
I'm here.
continue to support Israel in their
keep
efforts
blowing
to
into
defend
these
their
tissues,
people
bro.
and defend their
Just
country.
say I'm
But
nutty
we
out
will
here.
also continue
I'm saving
to
you
talk
right
to
now.
them
I'm
about
saving
the
you. About to hit a
importance
new
of
high though.
mitigating civilian casualties and the importance of ensuring that civilian aid is provided to the people of Gaza. Let me go back to the phone here, and then we'll do one more in the room. Heather from USNI.
Thanks so much. Just to follow up on Nancy's question, because the French are saying that they were attacked and they are a NATO ally, what responsibility does that put on the United States to help protect French military ships that might be getting attacked or other military ships that may consider the drones or missiles being shot in the Red Sea to be attacks?
Yeah, thanks, Heather. So, my understanding is operations in the Red Sea, it's not a NATO operation per se. Clearly, France is a close ally, and should they ask for our support or call on us to support them, we will obviously respond and be there to help. But again, it's not a NATO mission, as I understand it, going on right now within the Red Sea. You've got the combined maritime force that has over 39 nations that work together on a multiple number of efforts to provide security and regional stability, to include Red Sea navigation. So again, nothing to announce on that front. More to follow in the near future, but I'll just leave it there. All right, sir, you get the last question.
Thank you. As far as U.S.-India military-to-military relations are concerned, how would you highlight 2023 and also any major accomplishment and what's the future ahead lie between the two countries, and including yourself, if you are enjoying your job or you have enjoyed your job in 2023?
I've absolutely enjoyed my job in 2023, and I enjoy spending time with all of you here. But in terms of the relationship between the United States and India, with obvious focus on the Department of Defense, I think it's been a very good year. I think we've made great progress in terms of further bolstering our relationship and our cooperation. You've heard us talk about things like IndusX and working on defense cooperation efforts to include in the industrial base, as far as developing things like jet engines in India, working collaboratively to produce armored vehicles in India, the ability of our ships to go to India, our Navy ships to go to India to be repaired. And so all of this working toward the common vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific region where sovereignty is respected and countries can operate in international airspace, sail the international waterways freely and without harassment. So again, we'll continue to work closely with our partner India, and we look forward to further progress in 2024. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Alrighty. Oh, what a ending. The animated flag and the music. Amen. Amen. An oil rip though. So again, I was waiting for that. I should have took it at the 68.20. I was thinking maybe wait till end of the day, and then we'll go from there. So, Chattadonia, how you feel, man? We got an hour and a half left in the day. Hour and a half. CPI, we've been melting up, but we're just barely above where the CPI came out. That's the ironic part about all of it right now. So let's see where it takes us. Let's see where it takes us. Broadcom squeezing. Yeah, I pulled out. Dude, Broadcom is insane. Over $100 in the last couple of days. This one very good, man. Very, very good. Very crazy. Oh, my goodness. But not too bad. Not much time left. And now we pushed this into Powell, man. We've been punting till Powell. It is finally here, my friends. It is finally here. Couple of Google candles. Let's see. Even Tesla trying to come up here. Everything again. So I'm down on the short on the ES. I'm going to hold that one. At least, again, you will have PPI tomorrow. So that will be the next set of data. What do you think about HD? I like it. You might have to buy it. I mean, it's still at a discount to like last year's prices and then at a premium to like a couple years ago. You may need to buy it again, but yeah, it's not a problem. Never frown, average down. Indeed, indeed. Sons of Averaging. This is a message brought to you by Sons of Averaging. Option trading streamers, the analysts, one financial advisor. There's no purpose only. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Try that with futures. What'd you try with futures? Oh, the average down? Well, yeah, he said with shares. Just get the long term, man. Get the long term. Get the long term. Netflix releases viewer data on every show and film for the first time. Oh, it has to be good then, huh? Interesting. Bro, Netflix, they've been coming out with bangers again. They slowed down this year, but they're starting to ramp it up. So I would love to see some of that data. That'd be good. Bobalo, what's up, man? First time? Well, welcome, man. Power Hour. Technically, this is Power Hour, the last hour and a half. Again, 30 minutes will be the last hour, but we have a lot to deal with. You got called by an AI voice. I managed to get it to slip up by asking it to pronounce my last name, Freaky AF. Yeah, I got a couple of robocalls from AI. It's like, hey, we saw that you're on here. We'd like to contact you about your home. I'm like, nah, man. The last day for tax loss is December 31st, the end of the month. So, again, especially retail, anybody else, if you haven't already been tax loss selling or you didn't have to, your deadline is the end of the month. Let's see. Hold on. Seeing Roblo. I'm looking at Roblo covered calls if you want to do that again. The new ideas for the membership badge. It's going to be a diploma, like a scroll. Uncle, the Jets, and then the Lexus. I think those are our top votes right now. So we'll see. I got to get the icons made and then put it to the. I'm gonna put a vote on the Chad poll. You're here because all of a sudden you got an interest in it like 2 hours ago, like the stock market. Oh, well, I don't know. Like, we do trading. I've been trading and in the stock market for like 17 years now. I don't know. I'm old. But at the same time, get a long term. So, beyond trading, what's even cooler is if you go and you buy stocks and hold them for minimum 10 years, it will change your life. Screw the badge. I want the NFT. My man. We still have not gotten the NFT. No NFT. Yeah, I still owe my one NFT, though. It's good. Bro, little by little, my nose is just stopping working on the whole day. Almost got Boeing calls on the delivery numbers. Cardinal Health Pop, CAH. Airbnb back to 140. Cardinal, yeah, it's up 1%. I don't know how big that candle was. Again, bonds and stocks still going. Smucker's on the high. JP Morgan, they hit a 50 high. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. Appreciate it. Joshua, known as Joshua or Josue, functioned as Moses' assistant in the books of Exodus and Numbers and later became the succeeding Moses as a leader of the Israelite tribes in the book of Joshua. Indeed, yeah. Airbnb is going up, finally. Finally, man. Again, it was Barclays who downgraded them, but then they also downgraded Expedia, too. They were kind of just bearish on the whole travel sector. They said everything's too expensive. How will people travel? Well, then bonds stopped going up. So down 500 on the bond short, up 300 on the bond, or excuse me, the ES short. Then up 300 on the ES or the bond long. Blah, blah, blah. And I didn't take the oil play. We looked at that all day. I was gonna wait till like end of the day. Usually on the 4% days, it's just dead and then it goes up. But I think that 68.25 was it. Yeah, Broadcom was insane. Even the day after earnings, you had like a delay. Like you didn't even have to be quick on Broadcom. But after yesterday, that's where it got crazy. Biden and Zelensky, I don't want to get... Are they doing it now? I thought it was at 1. Interesting. AMD, small pop. AMD was running from the... Remember, chip makers, nonstop. I don't know if it's the Broadcom effect or not, but even then, AMD, dude, up at 137. Dude, they ran up quick after that AI event. That one had a lag, too. Still a W. Still a W. Take it. W. President tells Zelensky and Congress shouldn't give Putin a Christmas gift. You give me the gift instead, Habibi. One of us is getting a gift. Who do you want to have the gift? MA pushing highs. Visa, Disney not getting involved. Oil's coming up here, second leg. Biomarin on the high. EW, so we're back to green on that one. So remember, that was post-earnings play. You got like 50 cents a share of profit. A little more. Walgreens down. They're ex-dividend, but they sold off the boots. We talked about it. Usually that news gets hyped, it pops up, and then it comes back down every time. Biden just signed $200 million drawdown for Ukraine. Interesting. Biden tells Ukraine Zelensky doesn't want you giving up hope. Bro, wait, how are they doing this, though? I thought this was later. So they're probably going to have these discussions now. I do still have Snap in the long term. So we're up on it. Again, after the covered calls, I think it's a 15% gain on the big account and then a 30% gain on the small account. Zelensky, $300 billion in frozen assets should be used for Ukraine. I don't get it. How there is this? How the... Excuse me. Yeah, the other one starts in an hour, so I don't know. That's a nice car with the Ukraine flag and all that. Oh, thank you. Sorry. What if Snap were to get bought out? We'd make money. I don't know. Snap is pretty expensive though. Like, don't get it twisted. It's like Snapchat is not cheap at this price. Like, or you have to have a big pocketbook to buy Snapchat. Like, Snapchat's still a $26 billion company at this price. And then we're going to sell more covered calls on Snap. I'm just waiting. Okay. And then, yeah, bonds are chilling out here. I'm going to wait for oil one more time here. Otherwise, 20 minutes till power hour. And then we see where this takes us. My goodness. My goodness, Chatadonia. Well, you're good. I'm getting way more sniffles. Sniffle, esophagus. No? No, okay. Sorry. Just nothing. But I can't believe it's been we should have kept that first Russell. I need to see that. But it's just literally been a melt up. Now oil's running. Russell actually went green barely today. So that's not too bad. You watched a documentary on the worries over trading, equities versus trading in the 80s and 90s. They had to phone that shit in, yeah. I mean, again, when I first started out, there was like online trading, but it was still like kind of wonky. So like I'd call my brother to make a trade because like you couldn't execute a trade on a mobile phone. It was very difficult. It just like wouldn't load up right, and then like you couldn't do it. $4636 incoming. What is the chart in the top right? That's Walgreens, and then Airbnb We were just looking at the chips. What else was on fire today? I think Broadcom. That's the other one we were looking at. And then a lot of oil. We made a bond play too. Give me a picture of the Twitter. Or on Twitter of the in and out line. You know, is that the first one you guys got? I don't see your DM, bro. Did you DM me? My DMs don't work. It won't send yet. Is it in line? And they're like, nah. They privacy block. Don't expose in and out. You said I missed Pump It Up last Friday. Okay, you might get it again this time. You might get it again this time. You had a 14.4K PCM CIA modem when I did my first trade. Wow. I mean, I think I was still using like dial-up and shit. Or I think we got DSL. Like, remember when DSL was like, oh shit, bro. And then like you were able to like online game. I remember we got DSL, bro. Yeah, DSL hit. Your sister went and has been in line for 3 hours? Stop it. That's insane. No way. You could have drove to California. What? Are you sure they're not like protesting for Ukraine or something? This isn't like anything like, you know, this isn't like a Palestine or Israeli march or something. This looks insane. Oh, I saved it, but it won't show up. That don't look like a line, bro. That looks like a protest. The cars don't look bad, but the people, like I've never seen in and out like this. I've never seen a line of people. The cars does not look that crazy. And then is this like a loop around? Where is she right now? Where is this? Is this like a loop around? That's crazy. That's crazy. This is in Idaho. They just got that's worse than the DMV. That looks like they have Black Friday deals that are actually good. You haven't seen that one in a while, bro. I kind of want In-N-Out now. I still want my chicken McNuggets, though. Y'all stop sending me food. Stop it. Why don't somebody send me like a Subway sandwich? Send me some like quinoa. Show me a line for quinoa. Is there a line for quinoa? It's quinoa. It's quinoa, bro. Quinoa. They don't have a New York In-N-Out? Oh, that sucks. You guys got rats. It's okay. Good trade-off. We get smog and In-N-Out. You guys get rats and cold. I just want nuggets, bro. Yeah. Wings and truff. Oh, now you talking. I wanted I went back. Remember I told you guys they had that one place had that like wing taco. It was where was it? Wings and Things? Yeah, I think Wings and Things. They had a wing taco and they got rid of it. I'm so mad. They don't like it was the best thing I've ever tasted and they got rid of it. I only got to have it once. I'm very sad. Spy new high. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm getting clapped. Hey. That's crazy. Were you talking about Tilted Kilt yesterday? I mean, I was responding to somebody talking about Tilted Kilt, but yeah. I did not dissect the McRib, I stayed away from that devil. You see rats in LA? Nah. Not really. Not like New York. But you get like other worse things. You get shot. Robbed, I don't know. That's it. It's just a little different. Everybody got their trade-offs. How long would it take you to notice if everybody suddenly stopped sneezing? Like a week. I don't go outside that much. And like most people don't sneeze when I'm on the phone with them. All right, man. You hit another. What level is this? Did we hit the next level? We might have. Still not even power hour. Yeah, you're above it, bro. 46.36 nonstop. No way. Are we really going to melt up into these next two? So hold up. I think the last time you were that was like right before the fall here, and then we're like getting up to the support level of like 2020, 2021 at the end of the year. My goodness. I'm good, man. I'm good. Can't complain. You know, I got a little bit of a stuffy nose, but I'm alive. You know what I'm saying? I'm still out here. We still made it to this stream. We were up an hour early today, too. I'm getting hungry. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm getting hungry. That's about it. I'm turning hungry, man. This woman next to you won't stop coughing. Dude, I don't even know how I think I got it from the gym, bro. So yeah, if someone coughing next to you, you screwed, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It is the same gym I'm allergic to, yeah. That's it. I know I was licking the weights or something, bro. I've been addicted to yogurt fruit bowls. Those hit, bro. They're healthy, too. They just got sugar. That's all you got to watch out for. The sugar will get you fat. You sound rougher. I know. All the mucus is adding up, bro. It's all adding up. Maybe they have mold, but, like, I'm sick now. Like, this just hasn't gone away. But it's like, it's not bad. Like, I've done CPI and non-farms waking up at like 4 a.m. and like, woo! You know, so it's like, I'm still alive. Like, I'm doing good. Like, other times, like, there's been times I couldn't even make a watch list or like I would just be dying. But definitely good. Just been a cold for like 2 weeks. Use Afrin, maybe. I might need to. I have to get Afrin, or I have to get Afrin, or I gotta do like the what's it called? Oh my gosh, you guys know what just happened here? That's it. You know what I just got? I'm like mad, but I'm so happy. I got it. Thank you. I love you. You want to say hi to him? You're too scared. I just got fucking McNuggets. And I didn't have to pay the DoorDash fee. I forgot. You guys can't hear it when anything opens. What's that? You have to talk. You have to answer. What is that? Or you can't just point at it. What is it?
I don't know.
You don't know? You just ordered?
Frozen blueberry Fanta.
A frozen blueberry? Now you're just trying to kill me. That's fucked up. I'm down. It tastes like a star. No, take that. You take that's for you. Thank you.
You want fries?
No, I'm good. I'll take the one fry in the bag. I'm not gonna eat these till after the bell, though. I don't know. Maybe I might. Yeah, bro. She's so shy. Was that LT? You think LT would ever be shy? LT be like, so y'all hear about Ukraine, Israel, Palestine. Y'all know my take on this is, and then Biden, and then how come everybody, and then the mortgage rates, and then I'm driving Uber. Yeah, LT comes in swinging, bro. He make fun of LeBron, bro. You've never heard somebody else? Oh, we've had other guest stars there. I'm gonna eat one of these McNuggets, bro. CPI's fake. Right, there it is, bro. There, I got my McNuggets. It's so bad, bro. 2 days in a row of McDonald's after going the whole year of, like, not touching this shit. And then she got me a fucking slushie. Like, that's just insane. That's real extra. Wife her up, dude. Man, y'all need to calm down, okay? And y'all need to set your standards higher. If you think I'm going to go marry her because she brought me McNuggets, calm down, bro. You think my mom is going to accept that reasoning? So, like, why you getting married? What made you decide? Oh, because she brought me McNuggets before the day ended. Oh, man. She talked a little bit. I don't know if you heard her. She got that, like, shy voice. Like, I don't know. Chill, bro. That might hurt. You don't think she's heard the absolute worst from me? Like, imagine the shit I say on stream, and now imagine if I couldn't get canceled in my own home. Okay? So she's heard worse than all of you have heard, probably. Oh, that's good. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, they don't hit the same. Yeah, it don't hit the same, bro. It don't hit the same. I'm not gonna lie. It still tastes good, but maybe because I'm sick and I can't smell it that much. But, yeah. I don't know. That next one hit, though. Enjoy the pink slime nuggies. All right, so you like the type to, like, encourage me, huh? Or you just want me to really think about awful shit while I'm eating them, huh? I'm gonna go have two. That's it. That's it for now. You thought there was a human or something in it? Nah. Only thing I remember, like back in the day, they found like a finger in Chili's, or where was it? It was like the chili at Wendy's. That's the only thing I remember. Oh, yeah, the melt-up really is real. And then the video's on the high now, too. You remember that? Yeah, the Wendy's finger. That was a weird time. Because, like, how do you get a finger? I don't know. I don't think anybody reported a finger missing. That's the weird part. I need your help. This is insane. You've mentioned reselling luxury items before. What do you got? What do you got? What are we working with? YM gapped up 500. I think so. Everything did. That's because the YMs, though, they flipped the contracts. So, like, that was like you're probably looking at the next month contract. That's why the gap seems like it's bigger. The market is the biggest scam. That's why you need to get in on it. You know what I'm saying? And get a long term. That's how you do the trading. You'll get scammed every now. You might be on the receiving end. You might be on the positive end of it. But like you get a long term. That's how you get involved in the scam yourself and make sure that you profit off of all of the scamming. That's why by having a long term, you'll be like, this is a scam, but thankfully I've owned it. That's insane. You'll send pics. You have mini bags and screwdriver, love bracelets, 18K gold. Is it? Wait. You have like mini bag, like you have bags, and then you got the Cartier stuff. If you want to sell it, you could either go to like a reseller or like find like there's different things. There's like, do you have like purses or do you have jewelry? Like the jewelry, especially if it's Cartier, you have to make like if you have any like receipt with the Cartier shit. I don't know if you're familiar, but Cartier is like everybody started knocking off those bracelets. So like if you don't buy it from Cartier, they're hella weird about it. Oh, the velvet bags that come in. I was like, wait a minute. But if you have like all the documentation for it, it's super easy to sell. But then again, you could either sell it on, I mean, even eBay, believe it or not. But I don't know about I'll have to ask my girlfriend for where she would go to sell or buy jewelry. I know a couple of places to sell purses, but other than that, the jewelry, you either just list it on eBay, or you could go to like, if there's like a local area, you could put it on consignment. That's like your best bet. So like you go to like one of those shops, and then they list it, they'll sell it for you, and then they take a fee. Don't go to Real, they'll scam the shit out of you. Sometimes they'll give you a good deal, but they will scam you. Buying used, you just got to go to the right place. Any reseller. Like any reseller, or like if you've, again, like shops, certain consignment shops. Put it on, and you might be able to get on, you might get scammed though on Facebook Marketplace. That's the only thing. You see what I'm saying? Is like, I said this in the video, because like a lot of people, when it comes to like selling like luxury shit, like the people are like, oh, I'm going to buy a watch and it's never going to lose value and I'm going to sell it. It's like, come time to sell it, you got to watch out for the scams. So like Facebook Marketplace, you might have people who reach out, but like then again, you got to like people like, I'll pay you with the check, I'll do this, or they'll just rob you when they see you. So I would look for a local consignment shop wherever you're at, or like there's like Poshmark, or not Poshmark. Poshmark's a decent place actually. But what is this? Real, Farfetch, and then like one's like, it's like Manhattan something. That's for the purses, but they might deal with that. I do consignment. Consignment's your best bet though, especially if it's a high expensive item. So then that way you leave it up to the store to sell it for you. Meet at police station for exchange, cash only. Okay. Yeah, cash for sure. I never thought about the police station idea. I like it. I like it. Meet me at the police station. No funny business. Isn't Real filled with fakes? It might be, but like, again, if you do, you could always like, you'll get compensated if they end up selling you one. You could verify it after. But in this case, like, you don't, like, you're not trying to, like, you're the seller, so you're just worried about someone stealing it from you or giving you, like, a fake payment method, or, like, selling it and then charging back. So it's like, if you use the thing with, like, Real, Farfetch is, like, they'll give you money right now, but they're going to give you, like, 20%, 30% less. So, like, you think it's worth $7,000, they'll be like, I'll give you $5,000 right now, $4,000 right now. But then you don't have to worry about waiting, and then you don't have to worry about meeting somebody or selling them. eBay's not bad, too, but they charge a fee, too. Careful about consignment. You're agreeing to give them the items, so if they scam you or go bankrupt, you have no recourse. No, I don't think that, like, if they go bank, you could get it back at any time. The only issue with consignment, I learned this on a car, is that they're going to agree on a price, and they could sell it for more and not tell you, and then just give you whatever price you agreed on, and then you can't do shit. Timepiece Gentleman. Did they go bankrupt and they kept everybody's shit? No way. I feel like you could go after them in some. No way they keep your items. Timepiece Gentleman duped customers out of $3 million. Prosecutors say Anthony Farrer defrauded customers as luxury watch consignment. Oh shit! I think I've seen this dude. Wait, what the fuck? This dude was a scam? I've watched the TikTok, and I was like, he was saying how everybody else was a scam. Oh, fuck. Yeah, bro, no way. Beverly Hills businessman who operated a luxury watch consignment store and was known as the Timepiece Gentleman was charged this week with wire fraud after duping customers out of an estimated $3 million. They arrested at 35 at a Venice storage facility the day after he was charged in a federal complaint that alleges he conned customers in a Ponzi-like scheme from late 2022 until the past summer, they said in a news release. He founded in Texas and opened a location in Beverly Hills Rodeo in 2022. He would collect a luxury watch from a seller, have them sign a consignment agreement, then stipulated he collect a commission for reselling it. Typical commission was 5%. Instead of giving the proceeds from the sales back to customers, he allegedly kept them to fund his luxury lifestyle, according to the complaint. He lived in a luxury rental property, drove a Lamborghini, Ducati motorcycles, and frequently traveled to Las Vegas to gamble. Court records allege he had buyers wire funds for the purchase, only to send them watches different from the ones they agreed on. In one case, a victim received a Rolex. A hedge fund challenging SEC's new short sale disclosure rules. Yeah, just be careful. I didn't know that, honestly. That's great info. Thank you. No, I've seen all the scams, but I didn't know, like, I need to see if they kept inventory like that. That one is kind of new to me. I didn't know they could hold it because usually consignment's a weird space, but, like, you're technically not giving it to them. Like, they don't have a right to it. Like, it's your item still, but they are agreeing to resell it. So, like, they don't assume ownership to file BK, if that makes sense. That's crazy, though. I'm eating my McNuggets reading drama. So one case, they received a Rolex from Farrer instead of the money Farrer owed them. The Rolex belonged to another customer who gave the watch to Farrer to sell on consignment. He did not authorize him to use the watch as payment for his debt to other victims, according to... Yeah, this guy was just a fucking shady ass. He just ran out of Ponzi, it looks like. Multiple people contacted law enforcement to report they wired money to Farrer to purchase a watch or mailed him a watch for consign. Prosecutors said they were never paid back or received their watch. According to the release, in total, law enforcement estimated victims lost at least $3 million. He abandoned the Beverly Hills store in August and began posting about his travels on the U.S. on social media. As recently as last month, he was still advertising watches for sale, according to his complaint. He made an initial appearance in court on Wednesday. His arraignment was scheduled for December 14th. Oh, so that's 2 days. It's not immediately clear if Farrer had an attorney. He faces a maximum sentence of 20 years in federal prison if convicted on the wire fraud charge. Bro. No, SBF wouldn't have gotten. Dude, this guy, him and SBF are going to have the same sentence, and SBF stole billions. Yeah, Anthony Ferrier. Dude, I've seen this dude's TikToks. No way. That's crazy. Bro, that's a trip. And he's still posting? And then we're still I'm getting squeezed now. It's like a slow squeeze today. I don't know how I feel. I'm down 850 now on the ES. And then the bonds stopped going up. All the ES, they look higher 2%. Now it's because of the rollover. Bro, that's crazy. High ticker. Yeah, it's going insane, bro. It wasn't squeezy in the beginning. Should have turned that short into upside, but it's okay. We'll take it. I'm going to hold that at least till tomorrow. Maybe PPI brings it down. Otherwise, we're going to gap up big. Let's see. I need to see this shit. Yeah, man. 4696. Down by 0.3. So, literally, it just went from literally break even to up. No, I think he got rid of his Instagram. Counts down big, fairly clap. I mean, I still took a big haircut this year, but it's definitely not as bad as the lows of October. I mean, Baidu came down, but we walked away with a couple of plays recently, which were decent, and then the yen's helping us out a little bit. His IG is still up. Oh, I looked at TikTok. I saw him on TikTok. That's insane, bro. And then SPY is still just rocketing through now. Again, I'm calling it a slow squeeze because, like, even throughout the day, I was just telling you, it didn't really feel too crazy, and then now it's starting to edge up. No, I'm not down in the LT. Then that's insane. There's no way you're down on the LT now. Even again, we would have been up more if MPW was back up in like Pfizer, but no, LT is up almost 100%. Not in like net gains, but from last year where it's year over year 100%. It's and now hitting all-time highs. And then it's like, I think, a little bit more than 12 on the small account, 6 on the other, and that's not including any of the dividends. So like even the LT, like it'll show like 5-6% right now, but then that same 5-6% we collected in dividends too. I meant for today. Today not too bad. That ES starting to kill me now, but not too bad. Snap. Yeah, Snap, we're up on Snap, man. It's good. Did I suspect Sam? Not really. I thought Sam, I just thought he was just weird. I never really like fucked with it. Like he gave me weird vibes, but never to the point where like I thought he was just like I thought he was smart. I thought he was just like a weird nerdy genius who was like acting a certain way, but I was like, I never like dealt with FTX. Like, you know, I bought crypto before Sam did, you know, and it's like I never really like just really cared about him until like, and I was like, damn, that guy. His account, I don't know, but I think all these accounts are fake. That's crazy though. That little watch guy, I didn't know that. That's like the first consignment scam I've seen in a while. Usually they like take money in orders, but they don't take people's items. Like remember that one Nike one in the shoes? They just got all of it. I want to turn my LT into properties. I won't stop you, man. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Does a long-term outpace this SPY? I believe so. I know they take products in, but like for it to be a scam, usually they like accept orders and then they just never fulfill them. But I didn't think this guy was just taking. He was like, I'll send you this watch instead. And it was just sending people their shit. But then again, I need to go file a complaint with that car company then, because I guarantee you they're just scamming like crazy. The guys who try to do it to me on the Lambo, I'm gonna put a Department of Justice. Maybe I could snitch. If I could do a SEC snitch and get some money. Hit up the BBB. We could. It could. Don't work like that. It might. If I'm on to something. Because I'm telling you, if that wasn't their first time doing it. I still got MPW. It's clap. It's down like 40%, unfortunately. I do want to make an average. Maybe we do by the end of the year. But for the most part, that's probably the worst long-term pickup this year. I guess 40, not including the like 10% dividend. So maybe down 30. And then we'll get distressed rally. But even with that loss, like I'm saying, you know, long-term has grown. We're hitting all-time highs. You should have, with all the deposits and then now the gains, you should have more money in your long-term than ever. I'm still whole. I am too. Again, especially if you give me a soft landing, I'll take it. But management is our only issue. You don't? Did you make a long term? We're not talking about trade. Again, I lost on trading this year. I think my first in like a couple of years, honestly. Even if like I could eke out like a small gain usually, but I got multiple haircuts this year on the trade. So don't beat yourself up too much. But without a long term, I mean, it's all about the long term, baby. It's 12-12 on 12-12. Wow. Welcome, guys. It is. It's 12-12 on 12-12. Think how different it would feel to not have a long term. I don't want to. It would be awful. I mean, honestly, and I don't say that because like I know I feel for the people who don't make the long term. You know what I'm saying? Like hearing this shit right now, you don't want to hear this, and I feel you, but it's like truly. It would be awful. Like you don't want to the thing is it's so easy to get a long term. You know what I'm saying? It's so easy to really just like, especially if you spent enough months in years, like trading and watching the back and forth, like you damn well have money. You've used it on trades that have expired or gone away. So it's like, trust me, man, just start it now and get one. And we had this talk today. I don't care what, the asshole comment. You're like, well, everything's at all-time highs. No, it's not. It's really, really not. The S&P might be near there and everything's running up, but there's so many high-quality names you use in your life that you know about that are so cheap right now and that are cheaper than where we started this year. So it's like that opportunity still does remain. Yeah, man. Dang, you got a bracelet? You got the necklace too? So do you have any, like, if you have any, like, receipt on it or could verify it, you're going to get it. You're going to sell that so much faster. Let me see. I'm going to ask my girl if she knows anywhere to sell for consignment for that. But, like, look around local ones if there's a pop-in place. You might even find one on TikTok, but you'll definitely just don't scratch it. Don't fuck it up. You'll get a good amount for it. Maybe if I leave my money alone for 10 years, it will get back to break even. Listen, if you want to keep thinking like that, then that's probably what's going to happen. Again, our long terms this same time last year were at $80,000. Now they're at above 160. That's in 12 months. So just again, people told me the same bullshit 3 months ago as an excuse to sell out of their long term. They said, "Oh man, I'm gonna sell out, and it's gonna take. It feels like it takes forever to come back to break even." The point is, you don't know. Why damn yourself to a negative mindset to believe that it's like never gonna work out? That's just not how stocks work. Unfortunately, things could go up fast and slow, but when it's all said and done, nobody knows, and that is the irony of all of it. That's the defeatist attitude. It has. It's literally been the same. That's a funny part because some of you were like that. How many of you had the same exact excuse? I'm telling you, for real. It has been the same excuses to not start a long term for the last 4 years. No matter, I've not heard anything new. I will promise you that. I've not heard not one new thing to say, all right, yeah, you're right. Maybe we shouldn't get the long term. You're it's like it's the same psychology of humans, and it's just like, start now, start when you can, even the littlest amount of money, but the point is you do it, you'll be good to go. Yeah, just open up a 401k, make the contributions, get the drip, for real. Amen. Anything at the simplest level, but it's just like, I know a lot of you guys were like that in the beginning, and some of you, God bless you if you caught on to it really quick, but that's it. You buy stocks that you use, that stuff you really know about and that you think will be here in 10 years, mix it between stocks that pay dividends and stocks that don't have dividends, and that's where you're going to look to line it all up. So I got the OG long-term video in the description. You should watch it. I sound like I didn't go through puberty, but all of the knowledge still applies. And I have a couple of REITs. We have IRM and MPW and O. Actually, we have a lot of REITs, but smaller positions. We never got the drip. I think it's probably with your last brokers. They're going to have to transfer it over or something weird. That's how it is. And then they sell off. When you transfer, they sell off your fractional shares. You're interested if it has papers, size 16, white gold love bracelet. No, it's not white gold. It's gold. Bracelet and necklace. I don't know if there's papers. I might have found you a client already, Monica. Depending on when it was paid in cash, if your account was transferred, yeah. That's what's going to happen. Like, I'm kind of mad. All of these account switches, like my last set of dividends, all of it's going to go straight to, I'm getting paid out in cash, unfortunately, just because of all these little shifts. My November bill divvy was cash. I don't drip the bill though. I took all bill as cash. How much you start with is relative to the person. Start with 10%. Save 10% of every dollar you touch. And then start with the long term of names you know about. Like, for real, like I think Procter & Gamble, that's a name that is at least down on the year. So if you think the stock market's at all-time highs, you could buy Procter & Gamble for the cheaper than where it was at this year by like almost 10%. Not too bad. Not too bad. A little less than 10% cheaper. Pays a dividend. You all know Procter & Gamble. You all brush your teeth. Maybe you have body wash. Again, things that you know about and will be around for 10 years. And then just be careful. Why 10%? It's just the minimum. That's it. If you could do 10% is all you need to become rich. That's the bare minimum. If you could do more, that's it. So why 10%? Because it's accessible. 10% you could take out of all of your money right now and rearrange your budget and spending and still survive. 10% is not a lot amount of money, and if you are able to work through it, what it does is it's crazy. So again, you think about it, you save 10% every single month, right? What happens after 10 months? You just made a month of your work. So if you make $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month, you save 10% for 10 months. You just got an extra month of pay saved up now. Now, not that you didn't put to bills, didn't go to a car, didn't go to a house, didn't go to anything. You just now have an extra months of work salary sitting in savings. And then again, you attach it to stocks. It may go fast, it may go slow, but over time, there you go. So it's like, it's so easy. Yeah, Richest Man in Babylon, baby. Great book to read. The book to read. Didn't go to Cheetos. Maybe you buy Cheetos a lot. Mm-hmm. You gave the same speech to some coworkers earlier, passing on the knowledge. Let's go, man. My boy Najee closed on his house tonight. My man, baby. God bless you. I'm so hyped. I am so hyped. You have no idea. Why do some people think it's hopeless and that it's never amount? That's just how it is. Again, and you live in a fast world, man. Everything's fast, everything's quick. So people are like that. But there's two types. You know, there's some people that think it's hopeless, and there's some people who just say it as an excuse. You know, just making the bar extremely high so that you could justify never doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why do any good in the world if the world is evil? I'll never have an impact. If you really believe that, you lowered your moral obligation to ever do anything good, right? If you really, really, really did believe in that at the end of the day. So it's like, I do understand there's a lot of people that like are actually like the knowledge. They don't understand it and they feel hopeless in what they're going through. But usually those are the types of people, if you give them the knowledge, their eyes open and then they start doing it. Once they learn and they know better, they'll do 1,000% better. But then there's a lot of people on the other side who make the excuse, but deep down it's a crutch to be able to say, they don't want to be obligated to again be disciplined, to pull back, and like it's just like Richest Man in Babylon. He says, I work for my money. Why should I limit myself? Why should I have to do this? But it's just like, if you justify like it's never going to do anything, that's a good reasoning to not do anything. Mm-hmm. Honestly, long term would have been BS this year if you weren't heavy in the Big Seven. That's not true, unfortunately. Even then, you would have gotten money back that declined from earlier, and now you're set up. You know, let's say I take your logic and we say, okay, unless you bought the 7 stocks, you were useless, right? Great. What about right now? So what happens next? Are you forced to buy in at all-time highs? Are you asking, should I buy in now? What should I do? No, you're going to cash in on anything that happens from here on out. You are set up with zero FOMO, and that way the world cannot leave you behind. At the end of the day, nobody is going to get left behind with the long term. If the world moves faster than you think and things change and things there, inflation, money, it's like you are positioned now to have a full amount of investing and a full investment account as things are about to start either heating up or we're going to heat up and then die down, and then hopefully you got more cash to buy more. So it's like you could try to cut it up in many ways, but the long term wins again. Unfortunately, it's just like look at all of the other stuff out there, but it's just like your perfect setup is you're not rushing to go acquire things. You're already in it. You've built positions now. Things that were worth less are worth more. And back then, when the stocks were worth less, everything else was going crazy on inflation. Now you have more money, and while prices are starting to come down in some areas, except for your groceries and food. And then real estate. So, but then again, you apply all of this. It's just like, dude, you're never going to miss out by owning stocks. Little by little, some years will be good, some years will be bad. But it's like there's not really too many good reasons to say I'm not going to save money and then attach it to assets and companies that are profitable and have been making money with a little bit of names that have future potential. Like it's very hard to justify not making that wise decision. That's why I've always loved the long term. I don't care what anyone's ever said about me. Even when we start out, I don't show my face, whatever it is, because I've always said everything I'm telling you to do is it makes common sense. Like you go tell your parents, I'm going to make money in the stock market because I'm going to save 10% little by little, and it's slowly going to grow, and make sure I just have something of assets under my name. That sounds way more reasonable than I'm going to make $1 million trading this year using options or binary options or whatever else it may be. It's just like this isn't like a bad plan. That age-old truth of the long term and how people have done it for the last like 50, 60, 70 years, it has the history of it. Take the big seven. Where's the market at now? You got NVIDIA at 150, Tesla 139, didn't do enough. Well, what did you listen? If I have names, I bought a down 40%er. Again, there's some people in here we've reviewed long terms, and they're down 90%. You know why? Because they bought AMC, GME, 5 different biotechs that it's little plays that did not really follow in line with. Again, go for S&P 500 names you all know about, but. As far as let's remove the 7. If you just took an equal weighted index, the SPY right now, you would be barely up on the year. I guess even 10%, 500 points, 560 would be 10. You're up 560 points. Yeah, you're up 10% equal weight. 15, 20, or 19.8, I think, on the normal one. That's on the equal weighted index. So that's if nothing had more weight than not. It still has 7 stocks, but they don't get more weighting than anything else. Show them my portfolio, no hard feelings. Did you had the ones with you had pretty crappy plays, I think. But again, I think you've learned too, and I also think at the end of the day, guess what? If you make that mistake, well, who cares? Replant the money tree, but that's what it does come down to. That was you? No, there's like 10 of you, bro. If that was you, you have no idea. I've seen so many of that. You have no idea, or I've seen people throw it all into Lucid, throw it into 2 different names that literally they got brainwashed by Reddit and social media a couple years ago, and they're like, oh, yeah, this is going to be here forever. And sure enough, bought in at a high price, and then that's it. But it did not meet this idea of preserving your money and putting it in things that use and have the staying power. But have no worries. That's why diversification. You're not going to put it all into one name. Buy some other ones. Whatever you got burned on is there to teach you for the next 10 to 20 years. Amen? Amen. You're not going to make that mistake again. You're going to go for the S&P 500 names. You're going to go for the blue chips because you've already been there. You may go for a little bit amount of money on smaller growth plays, but That's it. Like but the idea is you've learned you're not going to make that mistake again. When it's all said and done, especially if it haunts you and like hurts you, you're never going to fall for that again. And then that's why you start building up. But over time, like even Coinbase was bad. I have that one from early. It's like, dude, we're not down as much. Who knows? And you see how stupid the world is. You might go positive on dog shit. That's why I've even told you guys, hey, learn your lesson. You don't have to ever sell anything, and you rebalance as you add with your savings and let it sit. And even then, like, think about it. If we could have panicked and sold out a lot of shit part of this year with the gains, it was all of that dog shit coming up, and then the couple of leaders who just bulldoze their way to the highs. Long-term saved me, overtraded in 2020 to 2022. Decided to go 95% long-term in late 2022. Went all in. I was down 33% overall, and now I'm up 65% overall. Yes. Amen. Long-term saved my life. All right, we're about to have 30-minute rigged. 30-minute ramp capital. I need to go to the bathroom. Please hold.
We saw a couple big.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Energy deal announced
on
yesterday.
Instagram at the trading.
So we're seeing some deals, but it's not as strong as it has been historically. And the private equity community has been quiet. So I like the fact that Mike Arrighetti said that he sees a pickup. We see a pickup, but I wouldn't call it a significant pickup. I would call it the beginning signs of a pickup.
When do you think it will become significant?
I feel like it's going to take a while to get going. I think the private equity community is still trying to figure out how to find equilibrium in those portfolio companies. There is $9 trillion of portfolio company value sitting in private equity hands. That's an enormous amount of installed base of activity that is going to come in the next few years. But I don't think the gun goes off on January 1 that it all starts flooding the market. It's going to take a while to get untracked. People have to figure out how to get financing. Buyers and sellers have to come together. There is a lot of liquidity that needs to be delivered to LPs, so I think that's a catalyst and a stimulant. But it's not going to happen overnight. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to build.
What does it tell you that, I mean, there have been instances, and many really to this point, where companies have pushed back on the government and won. Does that in any way you think embolden people to do deals that they didn't think they could do, that now they're willing to have a fight?
I think that certain companies will be interested in doing that, but I don't think as a broad-based trend most companies want to sue the government to get their deal done. So I still think it has a negative impact overall on large deal activity. It doesn't mean that there aren't exceptions to the rule. It doesn't mean that people aren't going to sue and win. But most of the time, if you're in a corporate boardroom and you're trying to advocate for a transaction, that's not the way that you advocate to get a transaction done. And so I think broadly it still has on the margin, a negative impact on the marketplace.
What about the IPO window? How firmly do you think it starts to open, and when?
We're getting more bullish on the IPO window. I think, if you think about the capital markets broadly, whether it's equity or debt, we're at half the 10-year averages. So we're running at a very low level of activity and have really for the last 18 to 24 months. It's been pretty persistent for a long time. As I said to you about private equity also is a big stimulant to the capital markets activity. The refinancing wall that is coming in particular private equity owned assets is pronounced. So this year in 23, $13 billion of refinancing in high yield and leveraged loan markets. 24, $75 billion. 25, $220 billion, 26, over $400 billion. So there's an enormous amount of refinancing that has to happen. Some of that will get refinanced in the debt market. Some of that will require IPOs and other monetizations. Some of that will be M&A. So we're getting more optimistic that is going to start kicking into gear. And as we've now gone through the rate increases to more of an equilibrium, people adjust, prices adjust, and mindsets adjust. So we're getting closer to seeing a window opening for the IPO market.
Okay, big story today for you guys. Ed Emerson runs your commodities trading business, stepping down, said to be close to you. Why is he stepping down?
Well, first thing I would say is our commodities franchise is terrific, has performed exceptionally well, and Ed's done a great job.
Well, he's gotten paid a lot, $100 million over the past 3 years.
Ed's done a great job, but it's a very deep team. As with everything at Goldman Sachs, we have a very broad and deep team.
All right, thank you, Goldman. Goldman. Mr. Goldman. SE Pop. They've been, SE and S have been moving a lot. So, yes, good long-term discussion. Everybody get the long-term. And again, now, if you feel the FOMO, you don't have to chase anything high like we went over in the morning. Maybe I'll add that. I'll do a long-term review And I'll go over a lot of the names that are still down in like high quality. You'd be surprised. You don't want too many names. I mean, again, I think like even one a year, one a month, like that's like 12 names a year. Like I got a decent amount on the long term. That's why like I've been kind of trying to limit it. And that's why I've been saying, I'd rather stack up now plays. And especially after the amount of time we have in it now, we really want to start stacking up. So like just try not to have too many, but at the same time, the better diversification, it's both good and bad. It has its advantages and nots. I'm still in the ES short. I'm getting worked on that. I'm down 860, and then the bond plays up, but not as much. They were tracking each other perfectly, and then the SPY just broke out, and then bond stopped going. Driving the country roads of Portugal at 8:30, listening to the long term. Be careful driving, baby. Be careful. Be careful out there, man. Don't go on a moped. Do not go on a moped anywhere. Okay, that's it. Amen. Enjoy it, baby. Apart from no names, is market cap, revenue, and average a good filter? It is, but if you do not you start with what you know. I'm telling you, again, you could get involved in all the smartness of Wall Street, but as a person who has lived in this world, you know more about just random ass shit that you have interacted with. I'm telling you, Procter & Gamble is the best example. Netflix, you know all about it. Instagram, Meta, and again, some of them are higher. Think about the names that are lower in that sense, but that other stuff comes after that. But usually where people make the mistake, they start looking at revenue and they don't know what the company is. They look at market cap, they look at growth potential, all of that, but then before they know it, they're lost in the sauce and they don't even know what the company is, let alone has it been around for 10, 20 years, and will it last for another 10 to 20 years. And Russell didn't move as crazy though today, honestly. Tomorrow, I think it all depends on that dot plot, man. Even today, I was surprised that the bond auction was good, for crying out loud. So who knows? Maybe it's the season to be surprised. Some of the best stocks anyways. My biggest winner, Apple and Microsoft, last 2 decades. Takes no talent, just what you know and like. For real. Nah, for real. For real. Amen. Amen. If you know it, again, you could dabble with a little bit of experimental, but don't make it your whole portfolio. But for real, the names that you know and that you have been around and that you have seen most of your life and that you know are going to stick around, it's that's where you want to start. And then you go into everything else. The dot plot comes out right at 2 p.m. You float from thing. The trading is going to be, you'll love it, you'll hate it, you'll love it, you'll hate it. Long term, it's a necessary part of your life if you want to achieve wealth, I would say. Again, one thing that always blew my mind is that if you look at the top 90% of the 1%, and the top, the higher you go into the top percentages of wealth, they all own stocks and real estate, but especially stocks. You'd be surprised what paper wealth could do. But it's for real. And just again, year after year, we're not looking for anything sexy. It's not like we have to make double, triple our money every year, or it's oh, scared money don't make money. You ain't getting the bag, bro. No, it's little by little, your wealth increases. You have money, you have savings. You don't get left behind with the world as it moves. You're able to grow, increase your income potential, while at the same time having your money work for you in the background and giving you something that will either be there when you need to buy a big purchase, or if trouble comes your way, it will be there to help you out as well too. Everybody hates the long term every time it comes down. Last year they hated it, and guess what? We picked up Meta, Netflix, it was hideous. Uber, we got Uber last year at $24 because everybody hated the long term. And again, we were talking about that earlier this day, because again, it was just a couple months ago, right when the market dropped in October, I had people wanting to sell out the long term, and we were saying, no, you do not do that. KRE, I'll go over it on the watch list. You'll get it there. We have some data. We have data. We have PPI an hour before the bell. Talk about the meta pickup. I doubt it every time. You'd say you want it at 2018 levels, but you ran it up. I wish I got more. We got other stuff too. That's where like we had a nice blended return from all of those pickups, but meta was ill. You know, I'll take it. But then again, we're gonna have another opportunity with other names at other points, and like that's it. It's almost 2 years old now at this point. I guess 1 full year into the second. Snap. I'd like Snap back at 16 though. I don't think I'm gonna go live tonight. I think I'm gonna just have a normal video. Pump it up, maybe, if Powell rips this, man. We're going to do our thing, 21. Do your thing. You want Amazon? You got Amazon? Oof. See, dude, I could have gotten a video. I missed out on a lot, too, though, that I wanted. I was getting real cheap. I started hitting the bargain bin, and then I just started getting real cheap with everything, bro. I turned the fucking market into a swap meet. I was trying to negotiate way too much. I'm glad we got our pickups, but no, I got hella cheap on some of those. So I'm glad. Netflix was. I feel like Netflix was one we don't talk about, but that was a nice 100% or two on equity. But I like Netflix a lot. I'm glad we got to add that to the, and we got to add some good names. Honestly, just to have those names on the list of like higher quality, it was very good pickups at that moment. Japan government plans to offer 10 years of tax incentives to promote mass production in areas including EV and semiconductors. Yeah, we got Uber. We did good on Uber. We got a nice Uber pickup that year, too. Everything was down. When we bought it, it was down that year, and most of those did do their work there. We took possession of the puts from 2012. Now you just reminded me. It'd be insane. Ooh, Adobe. I think Adobe is going to be tied to the whole AI stuff, but I don't know. I'm looking at that one more or less. I would sell Uber covered calls. I mean, I already have one. I need to roll mine over, but it's a good way to get in income. We still do the long-term alerts. Yeah, it's free. You could get a free text message every time we've added to the long-term. So all of those plays, even Meta, we sent out text messages for free 99. But I haven't added, you haven't got one in like 2 months because I haven't made a play on the long-term. But yeah, we still got them. Oh. You have a streaming schedule? Yeah, man. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Every day, baby. Monday through Friday. We'll see you in the morning. Why is the text message not possible when I live in Germany? Because you guys have like crazy laws and stuff, and then it costs a lot more money. So we do it for free. It costs me money to send out those long terms, but anything for the long term, you know what I'm saying? But we don't have European access. I mean, I can get it, but it's a little bit more work. We don't sell them on all plays, but we do on some. Like Redfin, when we were up like 300%, we sold cover calls or something, or 200. And then Uber, and then those went in the money, so I got to roll those over. Canadians, I mean, sometimes it works for Canadians because y'all got like U.S. numbers. So it's kind of weird. But I think U.S. and Canada. Bill is not going to, I mean, even after the first rate cut, I'll still hold Bill if it's only a 1/4 point cut. You know what I'm saying? But at that point, though, I'm sure other stuff will start moving. And then, you know, if rates are going to start coming down, then, you know, our cash might be used in a better place. But even then, I think today we talked about it. Just don't go over 20% cash. You'll be good. "17 minutes remaining." When everyone in money markets think like that? What do you mean? Like 20% cash, or what are we talking? A lot of people, 20% is kind of like a Wall Street rule. I mean, I learned it way back in the day. Do I work? I do real estate when I'm not trading. I do a lot of stuff on autopilot now, as I've dedicated 1,800 hours or more a year to stream. But yeah, I do have a couple of side hustles and other investments that I work at, quote unquote. Long term, I think the long term alerts, first link in the description. Free 99. I'm going to bed. All right, man. Enjoy it. Have a good night's sleep. Wake up and drive tomorrow, baby. How do you put tenants in an out-of-state house? Hire rental managers, or you can list it, Craigslist or anything. But I have rental managers for everything that I can't tend to myself. Oh my gosh. You haven't bought it yet? We'll start reaching out to rental property managers in the area. If you're close in the area, then you could just list it yourself. But, you know, property managers, people don't like paying the fees. It'd be nice, you know, maybe you could do your own the first time, but like for the most part, I would get a property manager and call it a day. Makes your life easier. Snap might drop. It's okay. I've already been to the abyss. I've been to the moon and I've been to the abyss with that stock. So, amen. How do you make money when you have to allocate it to property managers? You still make money. You just make less. And then you shouldn't be in properties that, like, you shouldn't pay more. Like, don't be spending 20%, you know? Black Swan possibilities, Japan. But at this point, just soft landing turning into hard landing. That's it. All of the data looks perfect. It's like, you know, like, you remember the movie Independence Day? And they get, like, super excited about the aliens, and they're like, oh, it's chill. They're like, oh, what's that? And we're, like, watching it from a while away, and we're, like, all excited. And then it just starts, pew, pew, pew. Like, that's what could happen with the data. So, like, right now, everything looks like it's about to land so softly. But then if the jobs plummet, houses plummet, everything just starts to just fall through the floor. That soft landing is quickly, you know, you just lost all that airspeed. We're slowing down, and then boom, it's just Independence Day. That's the only one. I think it's a great analogy, especially if you've seen the movie. It's very, very, very Independence Day-esque. I do hope I could be casted as Will Smith. That would be an honor. If in that analogy I could be Will Smith, I'd be down with that. Michael Burry is the crazy airplane guy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's the Will Smith I know. That's funny, though. Michael Burry is the guy. That's funny. What is it? A Fed member talking? Yeah, the golden path. The softest of landings. That's Goolsby. Would you wait for rates to come down more to buy property? I would wait to get a good deal. I wouldn't wait. I would actively pursue to find a good deal. That's the difference. So, like, I'm not trying to buy, like, I've been telling people, just don't spend the most money. Like, don't buy the highest price of a home in the last, like, 3 to 6 months, maybe even 12 months. From a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you look like Benny Blanco? 9. He got better hair because he's richer than I am. I don't know, maybe, but yeah, I'm sure he has to be. He worked with JB, but like he had way better hair. He had the LA Cosmetics. You know, I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's so. But like, it's pretty close, bro. It's scarily close. Plumber is here. He said, I thought you had someone in the closet. That's me! Oh, sorry. Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Look up the real estate cycle. We should top around 26 and correct about 2030. I mean, I've been hearing so much about real estate over the last 10 years, and I'm glad I didn't listen to anybody. That's my humble take on all of it. And like I'm saying, I'd wait till unemployment comes down, and we'll see what happens. But I would be careful trying to just follow the latest trend of why real estate, you shouldn't do this and shouldn't do that, you know. But it's like we could monitor other things and how it's playing out in population and all of that. But he's laughing so hard. That's good, man. That's good. Some people think I'm a little cuckoo. Get me out of here. Oh, see, it's not a joke. I'm in the closet. Help me. Ah. Okay, anyways. I told you yesterday I have the stream on with patience, and you do that. Yeah, I'm sorry. At least I'm not like, help me. I'm stuck in the X-ray machine. Help me. Josh schizophrenic, or maybe you are. Have you ever seen my face? Maybe I'm just a voice, and this gets really awkward. And that's it. You've been telling everyone, I watch this stream. No, you don't. That's why. How come they haven't joined? It's because there's no stream. It's in your head. Ah. Hey, I could also be an AI. Anyways, the day's about to close. Here's the 10-minute rigged. That's a colloquial that we use to say that the stock market's scamming towards the end of the day momentum. Awesome. Go to the first link in the description of this video on YouTube, and it should take you to the site. You'll see like the real estate, the stream alerts, and there'll be something that says free. It'll say long-term alerts, and then you go through, fill that out, and we'll add you to the list. Tell Roblo. I want to sell covered calls on Roblo, so I don't want it to drop this yet. So I won't tell him that yet. Oh, man. All right, Chad. Only 9 minutes left. 9 minutes left. You get the idea, deal packaging, but how do you find BMV and investors? What do you mean BMV? But for like finding investors, or you mean below market value? It's a numbers game. That's it. Like, you have a girlfriend? How did you find a girlfriend? Yeah, like how, there's a lot of people who don't have a girlfriend. There's a lot of people who have a girlfriend, a lot of people who are married. Some have both. Whatever you're into, I don't care, but you will be judged. But at the end of the day, it's like, it's a numbers game, man. If you got to go out, you have to talk to people, look for it. If that's what you want, she found you, then maybe the house will find you. But that's for below market value, I'd say. But at the end of the day, like, investors is easy. I'm telling you, if you have the right deal, and getting investors are easy. If you don't have the right deal, getting investors is hard, right? If you're like, I have $1 million property worth $1 million, no one's going to invest. Like, there's not, you know what I'm saying? If you find below market value, you get a real deal. That's it. It's nothing. You're offering up value on a silver platter to people. At that point, it's just about, you just got to throw it out in there and you'll be good. Real estate loves you below market value. Amen. But like then again, like I find them a lot, but like all the time too. It's just like not every deal is good, but I have noticed like if you're not looking, you're not gonna find it. That's it. Like if you wanna not like how I can't find these, and like I've always said it, just the amount of people you contact, make it part of your daily habit. You'll be good to go. Thank you for the Twitch Bears for summoning Raul with the hype train. No, I think I took the ES short. I could have contributed to that. I got you, bro. I'm down 7 on that. 760. Boost. There was a Norwegian tanker hit. Was that the one from this morning? People were talking about that. I wanted oil, but it's still a little higher than where I wanted, unfortunately. AMD, I mean, we talked about that the last couple of days. I think you're too late to apologize. It's too late. It's already up a lot, so maybe on the next pullback or something as a trade. But, again, dude, all the contracts went up like 2,000% since that first watch list right after the event. Yeah, it was yesterday afternoon, yeah. So I think the market already factored that in, but surprisingly, oil still got murked. I thought it was Adobe today or tomorrow. You're too late to trade the chips. You're too late. Oh, my foot's cramping. I think I need water. That's usually what that means. Magnesium. I take magnesium. I got a good magnesium supplement. And then the rollover. When you roll over a future, it's like it's just rolling you to the next contract. So if you're not familiar, if you go to the futures, there's like multiple times. So it's going to close you out, you take the loss, and then it'll reopen the next contract with time. But then the idea is that next contract is going to be like 40 points higher. So it's not going to be at the same price, and that's where you're going to catch some of the loss depending on how it moves. But initially, you just take the initial loss and then roll over and then add another one. But Chattadonia, I'm holding the S&P overnight. Yeah, I'm fine with the ES. I don't care about it. That one will have PPI in the morning and then even till Powell. I mean, I didn't think we were going to run this many levels. It's a nice little melt, but I don't know if it's going to last too much. I think I'll get a better exit on it. I had 2 times to get out of it at break even or a small profit. So we'll see, and if not, I'll get smacked. That's the other alternative. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, yeah, it's about to get late here. We're about to close up, but it's about to get really loud. There's a new guy. He comes on. He closes out the day, and you guys have been awesome all day today, and shout out to the long term. So I want to make sure you have a good experience, and I want to give you a warning. When I say earmuffs, since it's going to be so loud, that is your opportunity to mute your speakers, okay? If you don't like loud noises, if you're sensitive, if it could cause eardrums bleeding, diarrhea, dormant BBB coming back to life, and dormant BBB is highly contagious. So again, we want to make sure that you don't run into any problems with that. Just if those loud noises trigger any of those symptoms, when I say earmuffs, that is your opportunity to mute your speakers, okay? So I hope you're ready for it, okay? Oh, wow, earmuffs. We got to do it now. Look at the time. Earmuffs, mute, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 66 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you thought that no data would keep you in the same spot, but instead you melted up. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, even though everybody's sick right now. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flight attendant or flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. There it is, baby. There it is. No, man, BBB don't discriminate, man. It don't matter. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Everyone's sick. A lot of the Chads are sick. I'm sick. You don't see me just... I'm like snorting all over the place. I'm like... So it's good, though. It's good, though. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. But, Chad, you have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Jerome Powell's tomorrow. PPI before the bell. So options, futures. I don't know what you're dealing with, but you got to make up your mind now. Bring it home. Wrap up those plays. I'm still in my ES short. I'm holding that till tomorrow. Either get out before Powell or we hold until Powell. But either way, I'm riding it. You got to make up your mind. You have less than 10 seconds. Oh, my gosh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Oh, Chadadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. You're here right now. I need a good game in the chat. You better drop that GG. Let's go. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Stayed in the game with the long term or not. Now's the best time. It don't matter. Good game, baby. Everybody bringing something to the table. All the members, non-members. And listen, man, it don't matter. Without a GG, nobody saw you. Without that sportsmanship, bro, it gets really weird without it, bro. You think you the best chat in the world, but you ain't dropping GG? That's debatable. You think you the worst chat? It's debatable without a GG. I know you got to show you really out here. Show you really out here with the GG. That's what I'm... Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down. See you too, Twitch. Let's go, baby. I hope you know we stronger as one. Tell them, baby. Good game. Members, non-members, stream alerts, honorary members, the new guys, the people asking about the long term, baby, for their first time. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. GG, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Good game. That's how you play. Let's go. I'll see you tomorrow. Get ready for Pow. Good game, bro. Good game. Good game. GG, you did good. I'll see you tomorrow, baby. Pow. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Oh. We haven't heard this. We heard it. All right, Chad. That's the day, man. I'm hungry. We were up early, baby. We were up early, man. We were up early, bro. I love you. God bless you, okay? God bless you, baby. Let's go. Thank you for being here. I need a poop. I gotta eat. We made it, baby. We made it.
You could lead that to Shaki. Camera riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about that vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid.
Thank you to all the Chads holding it down. All the people that like the video. All the people on the watch list. All the people with the long term.
Every day, javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. better strategically releasing the oil. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coat. Hunter my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' follow about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' follow about hoes. Me and names get the votes. I be that shit on the low.
Check out the links. I don't know.
I got your student
That's it, bro. Long-term alerts. First link, bro. First link for the long-term alerts. Y'all asking now again. That's it. You got the watch list. You gonna get the breakdown. It was scenario number 4. Everything comes in line, give or take, 0.1. And we punt it till that's number 4, baby. We gonna get the watch list tonight, baby. God bless you. God bless you.
Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just get EVM.
Free long term, baby. Free long term. Never miss a long term, baby. Never miss a long term.
Change my name to Stalin. Read out the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing but something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Have a fresher to the bread truck. How I got it, how to chefs. Yeah, how I got to make it one car. Station on your block. Took off. Mixing up my words. I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault. Talking about inflation. I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 shaved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
I wanted this. I'll give you one more. I want this one. I want an Airbnb, bro. You know what I'm saying? GG, baby. That's the day. I love y'all. That's it. We're going to head out. I'm going to get you a good watch list for tomorrow. I'm not going to be live early, but we're going to be live for PAL. You got PPI in the morning, baby. Thank you all, Chad. Thank you for always holding it down. All the love, baby.
I don't want to rap that. Pull up in a big body. I don't put the top back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty. I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie. I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy. I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing. Y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley. Got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter. I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
I don't want to rock that. Put up in a pit body. I don't put the top back. Hit me with the divvy. I love it. God bless you, Chadadonia. Man. So, Chad, thank you all again for being here. I'm going to hit you with that, with everything tonight. Get ready for tomorrow. A very interesting day so far. God bless the Colt in the long terms. I hope you're ready for more. And the next year, too, man. After this week, everything get hella boring. So get ready, man. Let's get ready, man. We'll close it out. I'll get you a reply to the email, baby. And I'll look at the eye exercises, too. I got you. Did you send me one? I saw the eye exercises. I didn't see no vinyl email, though, bro. Oh, no. Now I see it. I see it. Yeah, you bumped it. I needed the bump, bro. I needed the bump. I was like, I don't remember seeing that one. But I remember the eye exercises. The guy said my glasses are crutches. I don't know why. That's it, man. Y'all just coming at me every day like, Josh, you look better without no hair. Hey, Josh, your glasses are crutches. Man, just come on, bro. Let me just live. Can I live? I'll see, man. I'll see. I'm going to go over the KRE play. If you want, go look at the watch list yesterday, but we'll go over the strike and all of that. That play's risky, though. It's not. That's like second stage arc play, if that makes sense. The arc one, we got very early. That one killed it for obvious reasons, but at this point, that play, again, you're going to need a good Powell. You're going to need a real soft landing ass to be there, but then again, I do think the upside, once those banks get out of that gulag, they're going to love it, man. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see, bro. We'll see, baby. It's for the Colt benefit. I can still see, bro. What do you mean? I ain't blind yet. That's it. I'm looking. Maybe I'll try a stream tomorrow without glasses. I used to stream without glasses, but now it got easy, man. Oh my gosh, because it's a crutch. That's why it's oh my. All right, man. We'll see. But Chad, I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful evening, man. You better wake up and drive tomorrow. You better finish out your day with positivity and love. And don't tell me that your faith has made you so rich that you can't treat people good. Oh, stop it. Stop it, baby. Stop it. Don't play with me, man, okay? Everything's expensive. There's a cost to everything. Welcome to the real inflation, son. The real inflation, son. So God bless you all. Hope you have a wonderful day. And again, some of you new guys, go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon. Go read that. Proverbs. New Living King James. There's Proverbs. Go read it. And The Strangest Secret in the World. That's one of the best ones, baby. I love Richest Man in Babylon. I love all of those books. That's why I always tell you, man. So get on those. Seriously, it'll get you ahead for real. For real, I'm telling you, that's a great place to start. If you don't want to buy anything at all-time highs or whatever, you're like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? You start with those. I'm telling you, if it opens up your eyes, you're going to get rid of a lot of the excuses. If you keep the excuses after knowing better, then you just didn't want to do it. You could just say, I didn't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But Chad, I love you all. Have a wonderful evening. God bless you. I will see you in the morning. And don't you ever forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why we know the cost. Why we ready for the cost with it. And the cost don't always mean good things, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chadadonia, I'll see you guys tonight. Enjoy your evening. Okay, make the most of it. And I will see you bright and early. And let's get it. Tomorrow's an exciting day. A big one. But I will see you later. Peace out. Yeah, right about me. Hey, I got a big day. We're going to talk to Vladimir. How much Vlad can a Vlad chuck if a Vlad chuck could chuck Vlad? How much Vlad can a Vlad chuck Vlad if a Vlad chuck could chuck Vlad? It's very hard. I don't know how you guys do it. I'll figure it out. Anyway, exactly. So you mean what happens if we went to send the money and then it went to a Vladimir instead of a Vladimir? Would we end up with a problem? Would you seize more assets again? Can you explain it exactly? We need a spell check right away. Have a wonderful evening. I've reclaimed my time. Goodbye. Good evening. I'll see you later. Goodbye.